lots of new room. I tried to get your attention Saturday.
Hey, Jared, you did all right? Good to see you, buddy.
You too. Good morning. Good morning. You doing okay? Yes, sir. How are you? I'm going to observe everything today and make sure you explain it. We'll have a big celebration.
You okay? Good to see you. Congratulations.
Oh, I saw you on the stage.
Yeah, at graduation.
Yes, sir.
Christina's over there. Her kids. Really.
I got that too. Morning.
Tell me what time I need to fill on. Hey, Terry.
How you doing, Mickey?
You okay?
Good, sir.
Morning. Dr. Mitchell, sir, how are you? Fine, how are you?
Hey, Ted.
How are you, man?
Nice to formally meet you.
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Nice to see you. Oh, absolutely. It's nice.
Good morning. How are you doing? Good to see you. Doing okay this morning? All right.
Meeting in person. Good, how are you? Fine. I like my new nameplate here. Aren't they beautiful? Yeah, they are. Yeah, I like those too. I can't even read them from the back. No hiding now, though. No, 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 no. Now everybody knows where you are.
All right. Doing fine. Thank you. Good. Hey, Gary? Good. You okay? Good to see you. Don? Ouch. Okay. Okay. Not bad. It's down. That medicine helps, I guess. Need to be on that for my lifetime, though. But it has started. The ankles come down.
Okay, good. I had nothing to do with it.
How are you?
Yeah. Okay. Because I've flown and driven a lot lately.
Just celebrated the 1-year birthday. Yeah.
Get your leg up. Eddie? That's reading the double D. That's reading the double D. It was.
Yeah, that's priceless.
Juan
We
Diego
can't
Caputo.
pay for that.
Yeah, I don't know why Diego Caputo agreed to that.
That's great. That's great.
And he starts digging, you say, I thought they were shallow. Yeah.
This room, all these rooms are 40 degrees or 100.
I like the 40.
If I got to pick, I'm going that direction.
Me too.
They just decided to, we're good, we're not gonna say another word. It'll be nice and hot. Yeah, you know what? I had a zero exaggeration. This is something going right now.
So this is the number that it's gonna have. Yeah.
Never do
No,
all
it's
these.
total.
I did not want to have. All right. Thanks. Well, no, it doesn't. And
Thanks, Jim. That's what I wanted to know.
it's film guys, the mixing guys, you need videos, you need to mic up and do some here. It starts to just spin. Electronics is kind of it. Did not know that. So let me tell you what Daktronics do is they'll come in and package it up where they're doing advertisements with it. That's how they. That's their deal. That's their.
You, buddy? See you. I miss you in Austin.
Yep. Got it. Got it.
I was afraid he'd die before the session was over.
I love
Came
it.
into a meeting I had with him, he right there with him. And I swear I wasn't for sure he was gonna get in the room. His health is so bad.
Mickey's getting the twitch, man. He's getting the twitch.
No. Take that thing away from me. So you could fix it down there. You could.
Yeah, that's not down there fixing it. Mark, I'm great. How are you? I think you're doing just fine. Good to see you.
I'm gonna do it.
They have,
Oh, I'd love to. Well, you're gonna say, I would like to nominate. I did. Okay, I got it. I'm on top of it. Yeah, the first right there. And then does Michael take it over then? Yeah, you might want to tell him.
He's not here. All right, here we go. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. And certainly today is kind of a historic day. We get to have the opportunity to enjoy this fabulous facility. It's been a long time coming. I know it was certainly a vision of the original regents of the system back in the late 90s, that they wanted a place that chancellor's staff could kind of be, along with a public meeting room that was focused on the system growth and things. We had a few starts and stops with the bank building, but ultimately everything worked out. And Michael, thank you for all the hard work that you and your team and our associates have done, because this is certainly a fabulous facility. Regent Steinmetz will not be with us this meeting. He got a better offer, and so he's off doing something else, but he'll be back certainly in August. So the board will now continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole in a workshop retreat forum for strategic planning purposes. This time, we will begin with Chancellor Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I just reflecting back, it was 3 years ago this meeting that the board voted to create this system office building. And As I've said all along, the system is now a little over 20 years old. And we've gone through various stages of maturity and growth in that 20-year period. And the decision that you made as a board, and I think Chancellor Hance was part of his vision as well at that time, put the system at the next level. And I will tell you that we've only been in this building now for a month, and I have met people that I have never met in the 3 years that I've been here in the system. We had people that were all over the different campuses or different locations on campus. We have, by this building, we're freeing up about 53,000 square feet for the general academic institution for their use. So I think it's really going to a symbol of our elevation to a mature system, and I think it will allow us to operate a lot more efficiently and a lot more in tune with your vision as a board of autonomous universities with a support system at the system, a support operation at the system level. So that's where we begin today with our strategic planning. You have kind of seen the vision that I've brought here with your help as we grow to a more mature system where our system is not necessarily controlling the vision of our institutions in the system, but supporting their vision that they develop autonomously with the guidance from the Board of Regents through the system office. And I think that we have stayed that course. When you hear my strategic planning, you'll hear a lot of familiar terms because we set out to do something 3 years ago, and we're not varying from that course. We're trying to stay consistent with the course that we have gone on. We've introduced what I would call an executive management leadership style that we call in our group, in our cabinet of vice chancellors and the chancellor, the desire to be a welcome partner with each of our institutions. The system will provide, under a welcome partner approach, will provide support services and resources, leadership and guidance, and checks and balances in the system, and coordination and accountability. It's our job to make sure that your vision, that your directions for the institution are carried out, and that our institutions in the system are accountable. At the same time, we have system-wide central duties where we coordinate things like governmental relations, things like philanthropy, things like facilities and planning and uniformity and things like that go on in a university system to promote efficiency as well as to promote a consistency in the way we do things in the system. Again, I don't think there's a better symbol of that growth and maturity of the system where we're headed as this building represents. With that in mind, I would like to move to the second slide, or slide 2, to discuss today the areas and priorities that reflect our vision and management method. Dr. Mitchell has handed me this, and that's a dangerous thing in my hand, so I'm going to ask Daly to operate for me on that. So the enterprise, the first thing that we want to talk about in an executive management system is we brought to you, and with the help of the institutions, the Enterprise Risk Management Program. I want to give Dr. Mitchell and Dr. David Dunn a lot of credit, or the credit, for kind of bringing this concept to the system and helping us develop that. Kim Turner has also been heavily involved, along with Jim Brunges and Gary Barnes, who will give you a presentation today on where we are on the risk management program. Our group has assessed nearly 100 risks, working with the leadership at each component, and now we're focusing on the top risk and themes system-wide in areas like financial, safety and security, and cyber IT, and others. I know Regent Hammonds has had many questions as we've gone through about those issues. Gary will give a more detailed report in the regular course of the board meeting. The Enterprise Risk Management System, it looks at causes, possible mitigation, and and how to best address those risks up front, as opposed to being reactive when we do have problems. And believe it or not, a $2 billion system with 4 different complex institutions are going to have risks that we have to be on top of and anticipate and have management plans in the event of problems. The other thing that we are developing at this point in time and will continue to work on is a group of system regulations. The goal is to define and formalize and communicate uniform standards across all of the components. What that means is that we're going to report data consistently. Angelo State will report data like TTU. We will do things that make sense so that we have a uniform way to measure our progress and also make sure that our communications are within processes that allow for proper review and vetting before being decided upon. We've already completed and implemented regulations in various areas. An example would be in bond compliance reporting. Other regulations in development include gift and sponsored project reporting, foundation gift accounting, Title IX reporting, and affirmative action plans. These regulations, well, I don't really, as a former politician, the word regulation kind of gives me chill bumps. There really is, there will be guidelines for us to follow as we, so that we have consistent reporting and best practices in our system. This has not been previously in place, and I believe working with our component institutions and their leadership, that everyone will appreciate the fact that we all know what the game is and how you report and how you deal with issues involving these important areas of our university. You have asked us to work on a productivity dashboard. As we have researched that and looked at it, I looked at a lot of online different institutions, and I saw them to be more bling and too much bling, too much marketing in there. And I think what you really wanted is something that you can look at, we can look at, we can all look at and see how we're progressing in the critical areas of our system and for each institution in our system. I've given you a copy, at least a hard copy draft of a productivity dashboard that our system component and our components have been working on. We are looking at that to be more of an internal management tool and resource, which shows productivity and gives you tools to ask the right questions about where our system is headed or where a component institution is heading. It'll include traditional higher education metrics and some enterprise measurements that will reflect the services that we're providing. What you see in this dashboard is a system-wide total, but we are further trying to drill down on that and develop at the system level dashboards that you can link to for each of the institutions, because each of our institutions are very different, and it's important to see. For example, a health science center is certainly different than a general academic, and Angelo State is a lot different than Texas Tech University in certain areas. So we'll make sure that this dashboard is something that's useful for you, that you can click onto, and it is a dynamic thing. We will continue to work on this as long as we have it to make sure that it's reflecting the information that you need as Board of Regent members, that we need as a system to be able to measure our progress, and that our presidents need to be able to accomplish the goals that they wish to accomplish. We'll include in it student success and academic quality, track areas like enrollment, degrees awarded, faculty awards. We'll have a section, as you can see in your draft there, research and creative scholarship, which will include expenditures, awards, and proposals, especially federal totals. Finance, and it'll have a section on finance and administration, considering the operational measures and endowment metrics, as well as audit issues. Outreach and engagement, which will capture patient care numbers, for example, at our healthcare institutions. Will show more than just fundraising, philanthropic success, Now we'll be showing more than just the total funds raised. We'll break it down so that you'll have a better understanding of where our philanthropy is succeeding, what kind of funds that what kind of philanthropy that we're operating with. We'll also give you metrics on our facilities and updates on our facilities in this dashboard. Believe it or not, I thought this would be pretty easy to do. But at the end of the day, it really is, to make it right, it has a little bit more detailed discussion, even in the way you report numbers. There's different ways that you report numbers in higher ed. There's the IPEDS number, which is a national number, and then there's the coordinating board numbers, and those are a little different. And so we're trying to make sure that we report on standards that are accurate. And I like to report on standards that basically are consistent with the national ranking standards, because I think we're all wanting to see our institutions rise in national rankings. Overall, we're in very good health at the system. I'm happy to report in detail, but I'd like to really hear just today share a few high remarks for you. In this system now, we now have over total enrollment, including our health science centers, Angelo State and Texas Tech University, over 51,000 students. That's the highest in our system's history. We set a record in fiscal year 16 with nearly 11,000 total degrees awarded. I think that's the product that we're really trying to produce, are folks that have a degree, but more than that, folks that are able to go out and be productive in society and be leaders in our state and nation. Our research expenditures, this is total research. You'll hear a lot about research today in different goals. You'll hear terms like restricted research, federal research, and total research. The system we report primarily on a total research basis, and we're at an all-time high in our system at $225 million of research expenditures. That's significant for our goal to be, in all of our institutions, to be competitive on a research scale, and making that a part of the general academic experience as well for our students in our general academic institutions. One of the prouder things, I think, and one of the things that really sets us apart is a lot of the work that's been done in the past and in the present is our endowment that is over $1.1 billion. Mr. Barnes will have a presentation to you today sharing some good news as it relates to our investment returns on the long-term fund. I want to really brag on our long-term fund management, and Tim Barrett and his team, and also the Investment Advisory Committee that I think works hard. These guys work on a volunteer basis to help assist our CIO in making the types of decisions and that grow our fund and maximize its return with a safe portfolio of investments and investment strategies. The payout to each of our institutions from our endowment has increased each year, and I think that's a significant part. I think our endowment now is yielding about $51 million annually used by our institutions. In capital projects, thanks to TRBs and I think wise decisions that we've made in the past, we now have over $500 million in construction projects throughout the system. You can drive around any of our campuses and you can see some significant construction that will help bring us into the future in growth as well as quality of our instruction. At philanthropy, last year we raised over $159 million last year. There were a lot of people to praise for that. Regent Francis, I know at El Paso we had the $25 million pledge. We had the $10 million pledge from Talkington Foundation, or $12.5 million from Talkington Foundation. All of our people are working hard to ensure philanthropy. In the last 3 years, we're at about 307. As of today, we've raised about, from the fiscal year 2000 that began in September of 2014 through today, We've raised $377 million. And I'm very confident that we'll be over $400 million at the end of this fiscal year. So that's been a significant area for us and something that I'm proud of our people and the efforts that they have, as well as you as Regents, I know have been very instrumental in the success that we've had in philanthropy at this institution, and without you, we wouldn't be in those positions. There are many great things going on across the system. One of the challenges I think that we have, and I think you'll agree with me, is our marketing and our branding and how we are perceived by others. I have always been tired of somebody talking about Texas Tech or Lubbock as a place out on the prairie in the middle of a cotton patch, even though it is the largest cotton patch in the world, which is a pretty good deal. Ask BOR Crop Science about that. But constantly we have people come into our office who are bringing students to tour the campus, or they're here for business, and I think Lawrence and I have talked about this, and they see what we have here for the first time, and they are taken aback by what we have accomplished here at this university and in our system. If you sit in my office and just look out the window, you see the Health Science Center, you see part of the institution, you see a lot of our facilities for students that we have. You drive around the campus, you see a lot of things. But even more, if you look under the hood and see the types of programs, you look at the academic championships, national championships that we have. You look at the national rankings of our sports teams throughout the system. You see that we have a great story to tell. I think we do a great job of telling it, but I think we need to start penetrating externally to make sure that when somebody hears about Texas Tech, they're thinking about a high-quality institution that's producing graduates that are changing the world. And you look at our alumni, and that's the type of graduate that we have out there now. And so we will be working with everyone during in the next year, and we have been working along. We've elevated a position in the system office to Vice Chancellor for Communications and Marketing, and we will work to coordinate and work with all of our institutions to help and assist in pushing forward a penetration in the markets in higher education, penetration in the markets throughout Texas of the good things that are happening here at Texas Tech University. Y'all have met Brett Ashworth, who came to us from the Citadel, formerly with the Air Force, and I think he brings a lot of value about perception and our perception to us, and I'm looking forward to a lot of success there. Federal relations, it's the system's goal and or role to coordinate governmental relations, and we've long done that in the state part of it, and it's different. State and federal are different in that the state governmental relations, we're working for core funding for our operation. A little over 25% of our whole operation comes out of the state government, in addition to TRBs and other things. So it's a different approach there than it is in the federal area, because in the federal area we're looking at gaining federal research dollars or grant dollars, or having an opportunity to operate at a national level with some of our academic faculty. And so we have kind of changed course a little bit in the federal relations area since you gave us this opportunity. And as you know now, we have, over a year ago, we hired Lewis Burke as an expert. It's a higher ed firm that has expertise in matching up and helping universities align their research with federal projects and federal priorities. Christina Butts has been hired. Christina is a former, is an alumni of our university and has worked on Capitol Hill for many years representing the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, and has worked in Lamar Smith's office there, and actually headed up our congressional internship program there. And then Karen Tandy, who is our alumni, former head of the DEA. That team has really done a good job of starting to set the foundation, create the foundation for some success in federal research. you'll hear that we have been kind of stagnant, or not flat in federal research, especially since 2010, when the federal government moved away from an earmark strategy of where you go in and you get a senator or a congressman to put in a Texas Tech earmark, to a strategy where there are no earmarks, and you have to have it's a little deeper, holistic strategy about how you get things authorized in appropriations bills that will fit what your research strengths are. And so with that strategy, we're working with all the institutions to develop our research priorities as it relates to federal opportunities in a way that aligns with federal priorities. We have a lot of those. Sometimes it's just the way you work that, and you have to have the expertise to be able to help you. Lewis Burke is really a good firm for that because they have connections throughout the agency world, and they monitor that for our university and other major national research universities in the country. Yesterday we met with the ACS committee and outlined kind of the strategic approach that we're using in federal relations, and we talked very specifically about the challenges that we have going forward. I'm very optimistic that our faculty and our institutions, health science centers and general academics, are going to be very successful, but it's not something that happens in 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I liken it to you plant a mulberry tree, it grows real fast and dies, and it's ugly, and eats all the grass. Or you plant an oak tree, which grows a little slower, but it has a lot more beauty to it and has a long life. And we're developing a long-term strategy for federal research, and I think we're going to see it pay off. It may not pay off in 6 months, but I think in 2 to 3 to 5 years, you're going to see some significant improvements in how we do it, because we're just changing our strategy. It's not that you have to go hire 5,000 new faculty to do it, but you have to change your strategy and prioritize research that is going to be fundable at the federal level. We've had some successes there, though. Our team helped secure a little more than $2.1 million, or 4 awards, 3 in agriculture, 1 in energy, secured appropriation language to protect our that's the other part of this, is that it's not all about getting money, it's also about protecting our resources, protecting our academic resources. Our team secured an appropriation language to protect our telehealth centers, working with our health science center, and then executed a strategy of whenever we have this great program of veterans to BSN. We're first in the country to do it. Ted and his team have done a great job with that. As we went down the road to get that done, all of a sudden the Veterans Administration decided they didn't want to do that, and so for the wrong reason. And our team got involved with that and worked with Ted, and working with Ted, they were able to revive that program. So those are the kinds of things and strategies that our federal team has done, and we're working with the challenges of basically just changing the culture. Federal relations is only a part of the solution, and we are going to need faculty involvement and university coordination for true success. I know we're making progress and selecting. We have an unfortunate vacancy over at the HSC because of Dr. Khan, who was really, I think, really very outstanding leadership, passed away in December, and then we have been in an interim, we've had a really good interim support by Dr. Alana Reagan. I think we're in the role of a permanent VPR search at this point in time. So I think we're going to be, I'm really excited about where we've been going on that, and so I think you'll see some support there. You've heard me talk ad nauseum about sustained philanthropy, and I know we've had a lot of discussions about that and the challenges that we have in moving forward in sustained philanthropy. To get there, we have revamped our philanthropic approach, and we've restructured now our organization to increase efficiency and productivity. We've improved, we've we've created an enhanced gift reporting and pipeline that allows us to have projections to manage and drive activity and decision-making and accountability. Doing a portfolio realignment with all of our gift officers has allowed us to prioritize prospects and also hold our gift officers accountable for following up with those prospects. We have improved our stewardship, especially in the foundation areas where we have been so fortunate to have received significant contributions and support for our institutions in the past. And I am really pleased with the stewardship that we've done and been able to accomplish there. Lisa's has done a very good job of working and stewarding these major foundations that have been so good to us. We have recruited experienced leadership staff. We're continuing to bring people in that have experience in philanthropy generally, but more specifically in the higher ed arenas. We've identified new donors that broaden and diversify our portfolio. We've established a principal gifts program where anything over $1 million goes through a committee process. Our presidents are involved in that, and what we try to do is develop strategies and follow-ups with any sort of a gift that is over a request over $1 million. We've developed and executed strategies for increasing gifts at all levels. And one thing that I think has been very helpful is we've engaged the foundation board significantly to empower us, our system and our advancement leadership to support future growth. We have a great foundation board. Many of you served on the foundation board earlier, and I think you know the importance of that. And at our meetings, we are really actually engaging input and support from our foundation. And I think I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. We had the second best fundraising year as we said earlier, and the very best fundraising year ever at Angelo State University last year. And I know Dr. May has worked really hard, developed a lot of good relationships, and has been a great team member on that. And I think he was worried he wasn't going to have a whole lot this year, but guess what? He's also, there's just a lot of interest in Angelo State University because of the great things that they're doing there. And when you talk about promoting a university or an institution, they're really doing a great job there. And I think the growth that they've had there and the quality and their growth in metrics has been very significant. El Paso, Texas Tech Health Science Center at El Paso had its best year since its formal creation. And a lot of that goes with the dental school gifts that we've been receiving, and I see that their philanthropy is going to continue to improve. The El Paso community has been significant in supporting the Texas Tech Health Science Center there, and we should be very proud of what they have done, how they have invested in our institutions and in our system. And if you haven't been to El Paso, and I know all of you have, but I'll tell you, for those in the audience who haven't been to El Paso to see the beautiful campus there, it's significant. We broke ground last week, wasn't it, on the new classroom and science building, medical science building there, and that campus is really coming along in the years that we've had it. So, and philanthropy is the way that happened. It didn't happen with just state funding. While the state's been very good to support that program, it was the philanthropic investment that pulled that project over the curve. And so we're real excited about that. Health Science Center here in Lubbock, it's headquartered in Lubbock, but with campuses all over West Texas, graduating the most healthcare professionals in the state has by far, Ted reminds me, is in the midst of a capital campaign at this time, and they have some very, I think, innovative approaches. And I think we're going to see, this is really your first capital campaign as a health science center, and I think we're going to see some very significant results as we go through there. Philanthropy is how we the state does a pretty good job in Texas of supporting higher education. We're having a little verbal right now because of a budget shortfall in Texas, but Texas will, the legislature supports it, but again, it's only about 25% of the total cost. And philanthropy is how we achieve excellence. If we want to be nationally competitive in our academic programs and the quality of our instruction, we're going to be nationally competitive in research, it takes philanthropy. And that has to be a core mission of the system to make sure that our philanthropy is working. As you can see, since the system was created, on the slide here, 1996, and y'all all remember when John Montford was the first chancellor and he said, I'm going to raise $500 million. And everybody said, you're crazy. And guess what? He did it. And what John Montford did in doing that was make us believe in ourselves. And if you don't believe in yourself, you're never going to get there. And so we come along, and then Ken Hance comes in and says, I'm going to raise $1 billion. And I don't think anybody said he was crazy. They just said, you know, that's an awful lofty goal, Kent. And guess what? We did it. And since that campaign, post-campaign, you can see that there's spikes in there for different reasons, but you can see that the trajectory for philanthropy continues to grow, and that is, I think, going to be continue. You're going to continue to see that grow, and we'll talk a little bit more about those goals in a second. It's truly been a team effort that involves our presidents, our deans, our regents. It's not just one office in this building that does that. But I am very pleased with the progress that our leadership in IA has accomplished. Change is always a little difficult as you go through things, but I'm very excited about the change that we've made and where we're headed. Our average total activity for fiscal year 14 and 16 is 154.9, and that's just an increase. That's an increase of 19% since the close of the Horizon campaign. We're now focusing on cash gifts, and we roughly of the 154.9 million that we had last in the last year, 152.6 is cash. And while in-kind gifts are good, cash is what grows and continues to support the institution and provides a direct report. I mentioned earlier that in the last 3 years we've been at we've raised about 377. At the end of this fiscal year, it'll be about 400 million. And we're now at a launching point, I believe, and we've identified significant capacity and philanthropic potential. And you've heard us talk about that over the years. And we're now ready to move forward and capitalize on this momentum. We have engaged the first thing we did was look at our capacity of what is it that we can accomplish reasonably in the next 5 to 10 years, or by our 100th birthday in 2023. And so we engaged a select group from the foundation board, chaired by Don Maddox, to work with us to examine all of the data, there's several members of our foundation board are working with us on that. Examine our data. These are very successful donors to our institution. Look at it and help us develop a strategy going forward, and primarily to grow our endowment. And so we have met with the finance committee in Dallas a couple of weeks ago with the foundation, that task force and our finance committee. And we had a great, I think, dialogue and discussion about how to move forward, and that we are starting to engage, and we want to engage the foundation and the Board of Regents as we move forward in developing these philanthropic goals and priorities, and also understanding resources necessary to be able to achieve the goals that we want to achieve. No recommendations have been made at this point in time. We have opened this dialogue, and hopefully to have some better answers by the end of the summer as we go forward with the final strategic plan on this. We think, and I want to praise this foundation task force has spent, I think they've had 4 or 5 meetings, spent about 22 hours looking at data, talking about it, and then wanting to engage the Regents Finance Committee for their guidance as well. It's a team effort, and we think that starting the effort that way is a great way to move the momentum. And so we believe that I've never been one to think that you have, we've had 2 campaigns now where we raise, when John Montford's, the first campaign, $500 million, Ken Hance, the second campaign at $1 billion. I think that we're to a point now to where, as you've seen the data, we've relied on very few people to raise that cash. And so now we want to expand the number of donors, but we also want to grow our endowment. Growing our endowment does a lot of things for us. It is the gift that keeps on giving. It allows our programs to continue. Also, raising your endowment is another metric of your national prominence. And so being at $1 billion endowment for the system is significant and huge. It puts us in a whole different class. And you'd be surprised at the number of institutions we're ahead of that you would think would have a greater endowment than we do. And it's a comfort zone to say, if you look at the trajectory of where we are, that you could be having an endowment of $1.5 billion at the end by 2023. I think that's a comfortable goal. I've always thought that sometimes your goals ought to be a little bit out of your comfort zone so that you work harder, because you, just like John Montford and Ken Hance, when you set those goals, you work really hard to reach them. And when they're stretch goals, they really do make a difference. So we'll be coming to you with a final form with a goal on our endowment by our 100th birthday. I know Regent Francis and I've talked about the need to start preparing for our 100th birthday. It's hard to believe we'll be 100 years old. I felt like I remember the 50th anniversary, that's kind of scary. But it's an opportunity now for us to celebrate what we have accomplished, but more importantly, to pursue the types of goals that make us a great university. That helps our students, it helps our faculty, it helps increase the value of our diplomas. Slide 8 is growth and expansion. We'll always have opportunities to grow our footprint in multiple forms of expansion. We've had a lot of discussions about that over the last year. One way that you expand is you introduce new programs. You enter into new markets and cities, and then you add components. Particularly in our role, we've been doing, I know Lawrence and his team have done a lot of work in these 2x2 programs. I know Dr. May has done a lot of work in his external work with his dual credit and working with high schools, which I think is a very ingenious way to develop your recruiting pool for students to actually attend your university. One of the things that we always need to consider as we look at expansion opportunities is that we explore opportunities that are going to solve needs and advance our mission. There are a lot of things that we can go for and do, but at the end of the day, the valuation has to be, is that are we meeting the needs of our state or our region or our nation? And is that consistent with advancing what we do here at Texas Tech University? And so what we also need to always consider in expansion, that we're not drawing upon existing resources when we do that, but also that we are drawing on new sources of revenue to support those. Since 2015, Texas Tech has added 3 new campuses or locations to its portfolio. A Collin College, Lawrence, I'm not trying to steal your thunder, I'm just trying to brag on you a little bit, but Collin College in 2015, Costa Rica in 2016, and I know some of us went down there for the groundbreaking on that. That's going to be a very unique campus. I think you have something on the agenda today as it relates to the introduction of that campus, which is very exciting. And then Hill College in Cleburne. I know Lawrence and I went to, Dr. Skubnik and I went to McLennan County Community College, and where we have a great 2x2 program and a lot of support in Waco, Texas for Texas Tech providing a 2x2 program. The 2x2 programs really are unique ways to expand your footprint because you're actually educating place-bound students in those communities. They can get a 2x2 degree for about half the price of a full 4-year degree. And I think as far as expansion, that doesn't necessarily increase the need for facilities for our campus here. It doesn't stretch our capacity, but it's another way to grow and have very good Texas Tech graduates out there in the real world. We now have a total of 17 campuses and locations around the globe. When I was at Texas Tech, we had this campus, and that was it. This campus, and then Ted's facility was not even built yet in the early 70s. And 17 campuses, now 15 in Texas and 2 international campuses. We certainly are a mature, growing system, and I like exactly where we are. We are adding now, and I think the momentum is very strong for a dental school in El Paso, and of course we're working to expand on our pharmacy offerings in Dallas, and I think that's very unique and very central to what our core mission is. One of the things that I want to do as we go forward on anything is I want to engage with you more at the committee level. I think we've talked about that. I think it's a great opportunity for each member of the board to have, a great experience with helping us, guide us with the details of where we need to be going. We really cherish your leadership and vision for this institution, and we want you to be involved at the committee level as we've been talking about having probably more interim committee meetings as we go forward in developing all of these new ideas. As I said earlier, we met with the Finance and Administration Committee and earlier the ACS Committee yesterday, and we'll probably engage the Facilities Committee just to kind of look at our campus and kind of understand what the longer term opportunities are. We have a lot of land at Texas Tech University, and we're very fortunate that our founders were able to accomplish that for us. I guess, as you know, our biggest challenge as a system, especially without the AUF, is sustainable funding. But I think we're on the right track to do that, and I think philanthropy is the key to getting that done. That's kind of my, as you can see, I'm telling you a lot of progress, but what I want to emphasize is that we're staying the course on what we've laid out as the vision in our strategic plan. And progress is where we are, and I believe that if you have a strategic plan, you want to stay with it. You may have to make course adjustments as you go, but at the end of the day, you stay with your plan. And I think the plans that you have and the strategic challenges that you've presented to us and asked us to carry forward, I believe we're in a good place there on that, and but I would be happy to entertain any questions or comments or suggestions at this time.
Chancellor, I have a question, or maybe a request. As you've pointed out, you've come in and you've done a lot in terms of sustainability, in terms of our fundraising. we have something in place that you've created a nice roadway for the people that follow you. And so our success should be much more consistent and better. And the same thing is true on our federal fundraising, which you discussed, and probably even corporate America, which you didn't touch on as much. But there's a lot of sustainability, a lot more transparency, and I think that we understand more what you're doing there. I agree with you on the foundation. We've done a lot of the right things. We have someone that's been selected as one of the top money managers in the country running that. And of course, you're going to have the vagaries of the markets happen, but we've got someone highly competent there doing it. My problem, and it could be the fact that I haven't been on the board for 2 years, is I've never understood really a lot of the philosophy on the foundation on what comes out of it, how it comes out of it. You made the statement that I agree with. We want our foundation to continue to grow, but at the same time, I think that we need to have a debate in terms of how much we use. You know, if we get to be a $2 or $5 billion foundation, we haven't helped all the people along the way, then I'm not sure that we've really served ourselves well. And I think that by us understanding how money comes out, how much money we're targeting, the areas that it's coming out of, would be helpful. And I don't know when that should occur. You know, that's really up to you. But I think that we need the same deep look at that you've provided in these other areas, so that we can be much more thoughtful in how we address that.
I think that's a very good point, and we can develop, I'm sure we can develop a report that gives you a breakdown of what is being funded. For example, scholarships, and we have fellowships for professors, chairs, the different sorts of things. And I think it would be very interesting for you to have a report showing how that works. And then on the other hand, when you have $1 billion endowment, and you've got an institution that's over almost 100 years old, you do have endowment covenants or pots of money in the endowment that are being underutilized because times have changed since that endowment was set up. And our team has done a really good job of going through and looking at that. I think what's lacking at this point in time is a strategy of how we go about addressing those issues. We have been working on that strategy, but I think that involves involves our presidents as well. But I think it's a worthwhile endeavor, and we'll get you a report on that of how do you break that down of the expenditures of the endowment, and I'm sure we can do that. Is my staff? I hope they're nodding back there.
Good summary about all the different components that make up Texas Tech system today. You think we'll see more promotion of all those components as a system than what we've kind of seen in the past? Because I do agree with your comments. A lot of people don't know all the different components that do make up the system today.
I think that should be a goal. I mean, it ought to be a driving goal to make sure that if we want to get the best students, we want to get the best faculty. People need to know when they hear Texas Tech, they need to hear about our national championships our livestock team, our meats teams, our moot court teams, all of the things that we have that we excel in nationally over Yale, Harvard. You know, it's amazing what our students do. Most people haven't seen our campuses in El Paso or Abilene. If you go to Abilene, I don't know if you've seen the Abilene campus. It's beautiful. It is Texas Tech in Abilene. It's the same architecture, the design of those buildings and where they're located are very critical. And so that's a message those are the kinds of messages and I think efforts that we need to be making. And other institutions, we're in competition, not just with our Big 12 folks, but with institutions around the country for students, for faculty, for when we're doing dean searches, and I think to elevate our image to what it is, to get our image out more is a very important goal that we should have for the next 5 years. And I know we're working with, we've all been talking about that, and I think you're going to see some
You
action.
have a great message to sell, and I think that's a good opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thoughts? And I guess we'll move to the next.
I think,
We'll see what comes up.
are you ready to go, or do you want
Yeah,
Dr. Lane to
I'm
go?
fine.
We have 2 hours. Lubbock going.
I'll go. Tommy's ready.
We had originally planned for Dr. Scoobin to go first, but he was adding something in, and so I think he's got that done, so he's ready to go. So we'll do that.
Tommy's ready.
You ready?
If he has, Dr. Lane is fine.
The El Paso Juarez region is home to more than 2.7 million people and is recognized as the largest binational metropolitan area on the U.S.-Mexico border. But the healthcare needs of this massive borderplex are unmet. El Paso suffers from a significand shortage of healthcare providers. When compared to the rest of the state, West Texas has a
Lawrence, are you prepared to talk
46%
about our
shortage.
health science center?
And you can deny. Yeah, go ahead, Chancellor. Let Dr. Lane go. Okay, then we'll do this. Okay,
Tommy, go ahead and put, yeah, we'll go.
it's going to go very smoothly from this point on.
Good start, Dr. Scoobin.
I wanted to make sure you're paying attention. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'd like to begin by first thanking you for the opportunity to be sitting here today. So I've just concluded my first academic year in this role, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to serve Texas Tech. I also want to thank the Chancellor, and I very much appreciate working with the other presidents. They're a great group of people. So, if I can get this to work.
Where's Grace?
Okay, here we go. Last fall, we constituted a committee to review the existing strategic plan at Texas Tech University. You might recall that the last major strategic plan was issued in 2010. It was called 2010 to 2020, making it possible. And since we're looking toward the 100th birthday of Texas Tech in 2023, and the anniversary of the first class enrolled in 2025, we wanted to step back and establish a longer horizon. And so a committee led by Vice Provost Darrell James and Vice Chancellor John Opperman began to meet with focus groups around campus. I think there were 9 or 10 of those. They put together some preliminary recommendations, and just yesterday, the document was issued to the faculty for a broader input. They've had town hall meetings already, though. And so this statement here more or less speaks to the spirit of what we want to convey. I'm not going to read my PowerPoint page by page, but I do want to take some time on this. So we're committed to enhancing our status as a world-class institution, known for signature learning experiences, and I'll elaborate on what we mean by that. Doing research that's impactful, that addresses state, national, and global challenges, and also to encourage engagement. And we have a new concept of engagement in mind that strengthens our collaborations with partners. and stimulates innovation and economic development. So let me just say a bit about this. When we start talking about our status as a world-class institution, I think that begins with the perception of students. There's no reason that any student in the United States should not see Texas Tech as second to none as a place to get their degree. But then there's also issues of rankings. And now whether you're talking about U.S. News and World Report, global rankings, or the National Science Foundation Higher Education and Research Development Report, which I'll refer to as HERD later on in this presentation, we want to make sure that Tech's reputation really is equal to the quality of this institution. When we talk about impactful research, we're talking about addressing big challenges. Some people refer to these as messy problems or wicked problems. But there are concerns not only of the state, the nation, but the world. And these problems are extremely multidisciplinary in their nature. They're going to require a collaborative approach, and they're not just relevant to faculty and researchers. This is also relevant to how we train our students. We want to make sure that our students are trained so they can identify and be able to solve these kind of problems, these kind of wicked problems. That means working across disciplines and going into the workforce with these kind of skills. The partnerships I refer to will be revealed in closer connections to the industry, the corporate world, to the point that Regent Walker just made moments ago. And so this is kind of the spirit of what I want to convey today, how we do this, and provide some detail. Again, one last comment about our ranking. As you know, Texas Tech, about a year ago, was named in the Carnegie Highest Research Activity category. We're one of 81 publics. There's 115 schools there. It's a very distinguished list. We've analyzed how we compare to those 81 publics in numerous areas. And we're generally better than the bottom quartile of those 81 publics in most areas. Our goal is to move into that second and third quartile so that we could legitimately say we're a top 50 national research university. So what I have here are the 5 priorities that were in our original strategic plan. And then on the right, you will see what are the current recommendations for our new priorities. So for instance, number 1, we don't say increase enrollment. We talk about promoting student success through access and transformative learning. Produce innovative research and creative activities that enrich society, enhance the quality of life, and then transform lives and communities through strategic outreach and engaged scholarship. Make sure that what we're doing shows up outside the university. So those would be the 3 pillars that would guide our activities and mission. And I want to say a little bit about what I mean by access. In 1980, Texas Tech was 92% of its student population was white. We had 21,094 white students out of 23,043 total enrollment. In fall of 2016, we had 21,035 students that were classified as white, fewer than we had in 1980. But our enrollment was 36,500. We've made tremendous strides in closing the gap in terms of representation of ethnicity on this campus. But where you see an issue, not only at Texas Tech, but across the nation, is in terms of representation on campus of different socioeconomic classes. In 1980, to go back to use some national data, there was a 39% difference in student enrollment on classes between the top quartile of family earnings versus the bottom. Today, that's grown to 51% difference, 51-point difference. So there's the challenge. How do you provide support for students to reach out to those that don't necessarily have the socioeconomic means to enroll? And we're going to talk about that in terms of some strategies for scholarship and such.
Could you explain that statistic again?
Okay, so,
Let me get my head around it.
so
1980, 39%, and what is that ratio?
it, I'm sorry, Regent Hammonds? Regent Francis.
And I'm not trying to rattle you. I just want to understand that statistic.
So in 1980, about 92% of our students were white. Today, it's 58%.
I got that.
But if you look, now, what I'm giving here is national data. About 1980, if you look at the top quartile in terms of family income that was enrolled in universities, compared to the bottom quartile, there was a 39-point difference in terms of what percent were the top quartile and the bottom. And today, that difference is 51%.
So it's grown.
It's grown.
So does that mean we're enrolling less people?
Well, yes, we're enrolling fewer people from the bottom quartile as determined by family income. Where are they going? If you look at,
So does that mean we're enrolling more middle-class
Yes.
Hispanics?
well, there's more of
I mean,
that.
We're
Yes.
increasing our ethnic,
Yes, that's right.
but we are,
And so this is not a statement about ethnicity, just socioeconomic status. Right now,
that's a national statistic.
that's a national statistic. So if you look at people that are in the lower socioeconomic classes, they're going to enroll in the community college.
By design. I mean,
Right,
our
yes.
legislature is kind of forcing them that way.
That's right. And then if you look at their attrition is significant. They don't make it to a four-year institution. And this also comes back to an issue of performance in terms of selectivity. Studies show that there's a strong correlation between how students perform on SAT and ACT and how much their family makes. And so we have to do something about reaching those students that once they get on campus are good students, but they may not be eligible for merit scholarships. So that's sort of the challenge, how to make sure that Texas Tech, although being elite, is not exclusive.
But you said that statistic was a national statistic.
Yes,
It may
but-
not apply to Tech.
Yeah, Texas Tech has a fairly well-to-do student population. If you look at Pale students on this campus, we are low compared to most state institutions in the number of Pale eligible students we have on campus. So I couldn't give you that percentage for socioeconomic rank, but it's pretty typical of Texas Tech.
So we're atypical in the growth of our Hispanic students. We are typical in our socioeconomic status.
Right. And maybe, I'm going to give some more data about scholarships, and, feel free to comment later if this comes back up.
So those upper income, Paso, we call them Anglo students, but white students, they go into UT, they go into A&M. Where are they going if they're not coming to us?
That I couldn't answer. And I'm not trying to make a statement here about the ethnic mix of the upper.
Some would say it's good that we're serving we're playing a role in serving a need, a critical need in the state. It's interesting data.
It is, and one thing that Texas Tech has going for it, and we just issued an article last week about this, some rankings came out based on return on an investment. There's Forbes does that, Kiplinger,
That'll be good with us.
Money Magazine, and something called payscale.com. And they look at the cost of an education versus your median earnings over 20 years, and they calculate a return on investment. If you look at those 81 schools that are in the Carnegie public tier 1 category, payscale.com had tech ranked 20th in the nation as a value. So we feel like we're positioned to address those students that we need to
They're
enroll in.
voting with their feet by coming to us.
Yes. What I'm going to do, let me back up for a second. I'm going to go ahead and kind of report out on how we performed last year related to these strategic priorities. And so just to give you a little data, to place some of the proposed ideas in the context. So here's the enrollment at Texas Tech over a 5-year period from 12 to 16. Grown by about 12%. You might say, how have we increased faculty over this time? We have increased tenured and tenure track lines over this period by 9.8%. If you look at full-time faculty that we have on campus, that's increased by nearly 23%. So we've been adding a lot of faculty, I think, to match our growth in enrollment. We've increased our weighted semester credit hour, and that really is where the funding comes from. The formula is based on weighted semester credit hour. And so what we have to do is be very strategic in how we grow our enrollment through the proper structured enrollment, because you're going to get more credit for graduate and upper division. That's why, going back to the point the Chancellor made about the 2+2, our community college transfer students, it is really beneficial to us to take transfer students, especially those who enrolled in upper division courses that are going to generate a higher weight for those weighted semester credit hours. We started a program last year called 30 equals 4 to try to get students to take 30 hours in a year.
Sorry, Gary.
Last year, the average student at Texas Tech took 13.1 hours a semester. This year, they took 14.1. So we like to get those students up to about 15 hours a semester, and we're making some progress in that regard. Last fall, we had a very small freshman class, about 4,700. 2 years before, it had been 55, little 55. But yet our enrollment went up a little over 2%. Undergraduate enrollment was up about 2.5%. Where'd that increase come from? It was our retention. So if you look at our 1-year retention, it was 83.6. If you were to go back to the fall of 11 to 12, it was 80.7. That was the year we started a new effort called the Student Success Collaborative. It involves more personalized advising. We created dashboards so that when an advisor sees a student, it can give them, they see a green, red, or yellow, and it indicates what progress they're making towards their degree. And you might say, well, gee, you only raised your retention rate by 3% over a 5-year period, but that's significant. And what's also more significant, these last 2 years, our freshman cohort, 5,000 for fall of 2015, 5,500 for the fall of 2014. When we started this, the cohort was around 4,400. So you're looking at a much larger group of students. And even with that larger group, we're retaining them at a higher rate. Our 2-year retention rate last fall was a record. That's the highest it's ever been at Texas Tech. And I'll give you later, I'll say what our goal here is, but we want to get our 1-year retention rate up to 90 and our graduation rate up to 60. Now, I just want to give you an idea of what we look like for next fall. So that RRO means Red Raider Orientation. Those are students who've registered to participate in Red Raider Orientation. About 2 weeks ago, we suspended admitting students using holistic measures. They had to be automatic qualifiers because we've already exceeded what we think is our capacity for Red Raider Orientation, nearly 7,000. Now, we don't enroll all those students. Last year, we lost about 1,000 from those who came to Red Raider Orientation. But this year, because of scholarship support, we're estimating our fall enrollment may be around 5,400. How does the SAT compare? And so if you're looking at quality, it's going to be up, but it's a new test. It's a different testing standard. So we don't exactly know how it relates, but I would say it doesn't really reflect that there's an increased selectivity. It's going to be fairly flat compared to last year. One thing we did this year is we looked at where is our sweet spot in terms of recruiting students. And we found out that if we can get students in that 1,200 to 1,300 SAT range, they graduate at a very high rate. And so we put more scholarship money in the presidential scholarships at those two bottom levels. So your top 25%, but it starts at 1,200 SAT. We put $4 million more in there. So our presidential scholarship pool went up from 11 to $15 million. And you see, we've awarded almost 2,000 more of those presidential scholarships. That doesn't mean they're all going to enroll here, but we know there will be a significant increase. It goes to show you just how crucial scholarship money is to competing for these students. Also, there you see the National Merit finalists. So far this year, we've had commitments from 15, and we think we might come in somewhere between 15 and 20. Last year, we enrolled 15. Year before, 7. The year before that, 4. What did we change? Give them a full ride. I don't think we want to ever get into the game that some schools have. There's a school in the Big 12 that's number 1 in the nation in terms of national merit. They had about 180 in their freshman class. They give a full ride and a stipend. Not everybody wants to do that. If we're in the 15 to 20 category, we'll be about 50th in the nation in terms of national merit among publics. And I believe that those are great students, but there are also great students that aren't national merit finalists. Degrees awarded. So last year we awarded nearly 7,400 degrees, but what's significant here is the number of doctorates. That's where we've seen a really big increase. If you look at what's called the HERD report, the National Science Foundation Higher Education and Research Development Report, Texas Tech actually ranks the top 13% nationally in terms of doctorates awarded. That's something we can be proud of. That was an important factor in us attaining Carnegie Tier 1 status. So we need to continue to grow the graduate program.
Dr. Scoveney, what are we doing to address, or how are we on our graduation rates?
Yeah.
4-year and 6-year, I think, are the stats.
Regent Lewis, I should have probably had a chart on that. Last year we were 60.1 or something like that. And we haven't moved that metric hardly at all. We were 59 a couple years, 2 or 3 years ago, but 4 or 5 years ago, Texas Tech was as high as 62%. So that is something that we really focus on. How are we going to increase our 6-year graduation rate? Our goal is to get it up to 70, because that is the average of the 81 publics in the Carnegie top group. I mentioned that we encourage students to take more hours.
Right.
We looked at 10 years worth of data and saw that if a student completed 30 hours in their first year, they graduate at an 89% rate. Now, what does that mean? They probably had the resources, that they didn't have to work, they knew what they wanted to do. And so That's part of this new retention effort, is trying to identify ways to get students out in 4 years. And I'm going to say more about that later, too.
So basically, the best place to address that is in the first-year student. And if you can get them on the right track, they'll probably end up right.
That's part of it. But another phenomenon that occurs is if you look at the scholarship support that goes to students, you see it typically drops off, freshman, sophomore, down to their senior year. And so we're looking at ways to provide like some extra stimulus funding to get them out at the end.
Okay,
It's
thank
a
you.
complicated situation.
Yeah, thank you.
You talked also about increase in the amount of faculty. Clearly, we're seeing an increase in the amount of students. Where does that student-faculty ratio come into play with this and with your retention and what your goals are? I know we all get something from the Higher Education Board that shows us what the schools compare at. I think I saw somewhere in the line of 23 to 1. Does that sound about
We're
right?
22 to 1.
Okay.
A few years ago, we were 20 to 1. But in 2011, we were 24 to 1. And I don't believe, Regent Esparza, there's a strong connection between that student-faculty ratio and our graduation rate. It's more how do the faculty we have interact with students. And that's part of what we mean by signature learning experiences. We're going to do things to connect these faculty to the students. I think all of you would say that you love that school by virtue of the experiences you had with a particular faculty member. That's what gets people out on their way. And I'm going to talk about stuff like that too.
Is there any difference, your growth is in non-tenure track faculty versus tenure track?
Yes.
Do you have enough statistics does that make any difference in terms of graduation or?
No, I couldn't say, I wouldn't know if there is. But if you look nationally, more and more of the faculty are non-tenure track. We're about 70 to 75% tenure track. The most recent data I've seen is for research universities, that national figure is closer to 50. And I mentioned earlier, we've increased the number of full-time faculty at a higher rate than the number of tenure and tenure track, and we're going to continue to do that. It's a financial issue, but also it's about putting people in the right spot. We have some great teachers who are not tenure and tenure track, and the student doesn't know the difference when they're in the classroom. I should point out the problem on this slide, and it's the last column. This is where we have not performed well in terms of our federal research expenditures. We haven't moved that lever at all, hardly. And that's going to be a big focus of what we do going forward. And the Chancellor alluded to this already. We monitor things like proposal and awards very carefully. So last year, we had a record for grants, $73 million. That was a record at Texas Tech. If you look at 2012, that was a big increase. Again, that's a little bit misleading because if you go back to 11 and 10, there was that stimulus funding that the government provided, and our numbers were better than 49. When you look at performance and grants and such, you need to look at a fairly large window. You can manipulate these numbers to say a lot of things. We have been moving up, need to move up more, especially in the federal area. But what's interesting here, if you look at the number of proposals, it's increased by 10.9%. Over this period, I mentioned that we increased tenure and tenure track faculty by 9.8. And as we look at this, we basically have seen that our increase in research is really, it reflects our growth as an institution, not a per capita production improvement. We need to get more out of what we have. So our numbers are going to go up because we're growing. But we need greater participation among all faculty in funded activity and more funding per faculty member.
So when we're recruiting faculty, 10 years ago, we had kind of a philosophical discussion that it was going to take us a generation because we had hired towards teaching faculty for generations, and then a research-oriented faculty was going to be a whole different group, and you couldn't just, I mean, people had to retire and be, so it was going to take us a generation. So you still focus on hiring research faculty?
Oh, yes. And Mr. Chairman, when I came in 1982, in the math department, I was told that I had to get my NSF proposal out the first semester.
Have you?
My advisor back in Indiana said, that's ridiculous. You need to establish a record before you apply. But I was in a department where the research expectations were already there. It wasn't campus-wide. But I would say now it's campus-wide. But those expectations take different forms. The STEM areas is funding. Don't do that in the humanities so much.
I think we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this in the next year. The bar's already been set. We had this conversation yesterday, of course, and Chancellor alluded to it a little bit earlier. When it comes to the federal expenditures, the federal dollars that we're trying to go out and get, we've talked about a team that we've built and an opportunity that we have to go do it. But I think what's important is that you also talked about a change in governance. The earmarks, the days of earmarks are over. So we have to adjust. We have to be able to conform around what's going to work for us today that's not going to work for us tomorrow. And I know John's not here, but he and I have had a lot of conversation about this regarding that return on investment. It's going to be, well, it's not going to be difficult to put an ROI number on the amount of dollars that we're out there capturing. Clearly, the broader the net, the more opportunities that we apply for, the better chance that we're going to have. But it's just not going to be as easy to get those. I love the discussion that we had yesterday about this, Regent Walker, myself, and the ACS group, because I think that's going to be really critical to not just our success moving forward, but also reporting on the metrics. Brandon talked about this in that meeting. ROI is one thing, but the metrics, what has changed so that we're actually putting ourselves in a good position. It won't be easy to comprehend it for all of us, frankly, but I think in the next year, 2 years, this is not going to be well, let's see where we are next year, and hopefully that we'll see numbers that are successful, because that can be misleading.
You should have all received a copy of this report. Did you all get this? I asked that. I'll say more about this later, but it speaks to the point you just made, Regent Esparza. We're going to have to do things differently because the sources of funding have changed. In the last 5 years, federal investment in research and universities has gone down by about 5% in constant dollars. So where are universities getting their research dollars? From philanthropic sources. And an example of that is we have a faculty member on this campus who got a $10 million award from an unnamed sponsor for research. From industry, an example would be Bear Crop Science. Foundations, an example would be last year, the Gates Foundation gave education $7 million for a teacher preparation program. Those are the kind of places you're going to have to look for money. The days of just going to the National Science Foundation and NIH is not going to get you where you need to be. And I'm going to say more about, that's what this study did here. That's some of the information.
Right. And you're matching your strengths to that, too. You're just not, taking a broad approach to it. You
have
are
to
matching
recruit to
strengths.
these opportunities. So now we get into the new priorities that I mentioned earlier. And a point I want to make here is there's just this idea of engagement and innovation that kind of goes through each one of these. And engagement and innovation takes many different forms. So let me begin first with the student success. So for each of these priorities, I'm going to list some goals, and then I'm going to list some actions and outcomes, or sort of metrics that we'll judge ourselves by. Between now and August, we'll complete this strategic plan, and then that will be presented to the board in its final form in August. And so it'll be fleshed out in greater detail. So it's still a work in progress. So what are the goals with regard to promoting student success through access? We want to increase our retention, graduation, and placement rates. Now, this in and of itself is not going to set us apart from any other school. If we get up to 70% in 1 year and 6-year graduation rate and 90, we haven't distinguished ourselves because that is the average of the Carnegie Tier 1 group. But it would dramatically change this institution. To go from a 60% graduation rate to 70, to get up to 90, it would make a lot of difference in the success of our students, even though no one's going to say, look what Tech did, but we'd be in the right group. We want to provide these transformative learning opportunities on a national and global scale. And what do I mean by that? Costa Rica would be an example. I think there's going to be real opportunities there for study abroad, for internships. And in this day and age, students have to be really globally competent. This year, we started what was called our Quality Enhancement Plan, which was required by the SAC COC reaffirmation that we were just reaffirmed for 10 years. It's called Bearing Our Banners Far and Wide, Communicating in a Global Society. And so as a result of that, we're having a whole new discussion about literacy, different forms of communication, written, oral, with an eye towards international. We want to offer these signature educational experiences. And I'm going to say more, I'm going to give you examples about these later that really connect students to faculty, that provide professional skills and entrepreneurial skills. And then when we talk about enhancing the financial, physical, and services, we're talking there about scholarships, our laboratories, our classrooms. And these services is something we take very seriously. It's advising, but it's also addressing the wellness of a student. Students have a lot of issues. We need to be addressing the whole person. One thing about the physical, I'd say, we made a decision this year. What we did, and how this came about was, we decided we're going to go around to every department. And it's a lot. It's going to take us a couple years to do it. But it's amazing what you learn when you actually go into a department. So it was me, Chief of Staff, Chief Financial Officer, and the Provost. And we just meet with the faculty. And we find out issues you don't always see when it gets filtered through all the levels of administration. You go into a classroom, the boards aren't nice. Maybe a fume hood doesn't work. And so we made a commitment this year for the next 5 years to invest $2 million additional dollars a year in classroom renovation and $2 million a year into laboratory renovation. And we're starting to do that now. Those are the kind of physical resources we're talking about. When students come on campus, they need to see something that excites them.
Lawrence, let me ask you a question about that. So when you go back, you talk about inclusive access, engaged learning, which of course are the big buzzwords today in education. Are you guys doing anything to assess these classrooms? Because your classrooms, by and large, are fairly traditional.
Yes.
Are you doing anything to assess your classroom environment for a more engaged learner? Because they're coming out of a K-12 environment that's considerably more enhanced than what you're putting them in.
I'm not aware that we've ever assessed that. But we are renovating a certain number of classrooms to make them like smart rooms.
Right. Some type of flipped classroom environment.
Well, flipping is more or less what the instructor's going to do in terms of how he puts material out there before they show up. But the classrooms will have the capability to implement that kind of learning. And we're looking at new software as well that provides for more customized learning, and the classrooms have to have those capabilities.
I was just wondering if we've ever assessed to see what our challenge is in front of us in order to really get our classrooms up to speed.
Somebody could be sitting back there that says, yes, we have, dummy, you just don't know it. But I'm not aware of the answer.
That's fair.
They should text you.
They're probably, yeah. But Regent Huckabee, I guarantee you we'll look into that. So here's some of the outcomes we would expect. If we grow at a 2% rate, by 2025, we'd have 42,000 students. If we go at a 2.5% rate, we'd have 45. So what's really is the capacity for our campus? We want to grow. We think we're going to have about 42,000 on this campus, but a lot more at the regional sites. And we also want to get our student-faculty ratio down to 20-1. That's in terms of what you call full-time equivalent. We would have to add, between now and 2025, 900 FTE, full-time equivalent, full-time employees, I mean. We've been adding about 50 a year, so we'd have to step it up, 60 to 70, but it's doable. We've looked carefully at the infrastructure on campus, and we think that once experimental science building comes online, we're going to renovate Weeks Hall. We have an honors dorm that's going to open up. We think we have the physical capacity up through fiscal year 2023, but then we're going to need to do a little bit more. We need another science building. But what's misleading about that statement is the space is not evenly distributed. We have severe issues in engineering, and even Rawls with the addition is already crowded. So, but we can grow. We're going to have to probably put extra resources into the colleges I just mentioned. We want to attain status as a Hispanic serving institution. We were at 24.2 last fall. It'd be very difficult to come back in front of you in the fall if we haven't achieved 25. We think we will. That's what the numbers show. But I can't promise that as I sit here. The issue that the Chancellor mentioned is an important one. We have regional sites, Waco, the Hill Country, Marble Falls, and Fredericksburg, El Paso with architecture. We opened a new 2+2 with Hill College in Cleburne and with Collin College in McKinney. Where do we think? We get a lot of requests to grow. We think we're probably going to expand our activity with Collin through Rockwell Independent School District. We've already been in, I know you've been aware of that. Where the Chancellor mentioned the meeting at Waco recently. We went there to meet the Rappaport Foundation. They're very interested in providing scholarship support for our students there. So we think that at those regional sites, you're going to see an increase to at least 3,000. For instance, in El Paso, we have to be careful that we don't step on UTEP's feet. But they don't offer agriculture, and there's conversation there about doing something related to agriculture there. We'd like to have more of a presence there.
And we don't pursue that because we're afraid of stepping on their feet?
Well, there's actually, the coordinating board has like a good neighbor policy. That's been our problem in Collin. There are schools in Dallas that don't want the tech. They resist our efforts to expand. I won't name names, but it's been disappointing.
So if anywhere in the state, if a college hasn't signed a 2+2 agreement, is that school district not kind of open territory for someone to go and try and create an arrangement with?
Well, if you, like when we went into Collin, 2+2, we were going to offer some degrees that were offered by North Texas or UTD.
Right.
So we couldn't do that. We had to find degrees that didn't conflict with what they all already offered. The coordinating board sees that as a measure to ensure efficiency, not duplication.
Got it.
What it doesn't speak to is what do the students want? They want a tech degree.
Right, exactly. Right.
And they want to serve their area too.
Sorry?
And for those in that area, they're trying to serve their area also.
Yes. For instance, again, it was an important point. This is an important part about access. The Chancellor alluded to this. We're addressing students where they are. We're addressing students that are typically non-traditional. I'll give you an example. 2 weeks ago, I went down to Fredericksburg for the graduation. I've gone there for 4 years. And so when I began, I gave a keynote address, and before I spoke, they gave me a box of Kleenexes. Because they remembered the first time I went down there, how I was so touched by what I saw. And I momentarily lost my composure and started to cry. And they haven't forgotten. You had to be there. It wasn't sobbing, Ted. It was just like. But here was the point. Every student gives a testimony. There's 20 to 25. Like this year, there were 2 students who had been seeking the degree for 11 years. And they're looking at their wife and their children. They thank them and they say, and they become very emotional. They thank Texas Tech as if it were a living, breathing entity. Thank you, Texas Tech, for being here and giving us this opportunity. That's what Access is about, is addressing those students. And so anyway, so when I did that the first time, my dad started college at the age of 36. And I recalled him putting on his suit at night, going to night school, and it touched me so. But if you were there, you'd be equally touched. And I know the chancellor's been there. That's what we want to do, is reach those people. That's part of what we mean by Access.
Lawrence, when I was on the coordinating board, Collin College showed up year after year after year and begged for somebody. They would say, we just need a partner, and no one would partner with them. And I do believe what we're doing for them, it's substantial. It's making a difference.
The bottom line doesn't always make that much sense.
Right.
But it addresses a need.
So, but I want to understand, so like when we went to Waco or Collin, some really high-value degrees we're not able to offer because we're blocked by the local institution, even if they're not really providing good access.
They could be providing them, but it may not be the student's first choice. So that's right, Jim Francis.
But even if they're not providing a great quality degree in that area, they can block you.
It's got to go for approval in front of the coordinating board. The coordinating board's going to look at what access is available, how many degrees are there, and they're going to say it's an efficiency thing. It's not they don't consider it competition. They consider it efficiency, and they're not going to allow you to duplicate degrees.
That makes it really difficult.
It does.
And so in the case of Waco, if anything Baylor offers, we can't offer?
Well, we get no resistance. Well, first, we're limited in our degrees. We have like 5, 6, or 7. We're growing them. But we get no resistance from Baylor because they're in a different ballpark.
Okay.
Yeah, and they don't fall under coordinating board approval.
Jurisdiction.
So it's a whole different.
You have to send a letter out to every institution within 50 miles and get their support for your program that you're bringing in.
And then the last thing I mentioned there is increase our scholarship endowment. Our goal is to grow our scholarship endowment to $500 million. Right now, it's over $300 million. It's paying out about $14, $15 million a year. The scholarship issue, back to the access. So I did ask for these numbers to make sure I had it right. So this year, Texas Tech distributed $317 million in financial aid to students. 78% of all students had some kind of financial aid. What's misleading about that is 189 million of that was loans. So when you take that out, we're giving out about 128 million a year. Almost, that includes state grants and Pell grants. So from institutional sources, we're giving out 55 million, and then from the tuition set aside, 17 million. And also, if you look at it, merit versus need, we're almost 50-50, merit versus need.
How do those statistics compare to our peers?
We're fairly typical. No, we're better than, this affects our ranking, and I mentioned payscale.com. So we rank well because of this.
I thought once upon a time we were kind of behind the curve on scholarship support.
I would say,
that was before we raised $1 billion, I have to admit.
we're still, we don't shine there. We need to do more. That's why we need to raise our endowment to $500 million. That would enable us to increase our payout by another 12 to 13 million a year. And so one thing we're going to announce in this coming year is we're committed to putting up $5 million to match the endowment payout. So that's 4.5%. So if somebody were to give us $110 million, that would generate 4.5%, $5 million in endowment payout. We'll match it. So we could tell the donor, these students won't get $5 million in scholarship, there will be $10 million.
That's strictly for scholarships, though.
Scholarships.
It's not to okay.
And we did this in December. We had 1.7 million we put up for matching. That was for the corpus. We said, if you give us money, we'll match the corpus. We announced that one evening. By noon the next day, it was gone. We gave like 2.5 million. But this is something we're going to try to do. Again, we want to achieve these improved retention and graduation rates. We need to provide an incentive for, we call them stop-outs. These are students that get so far down the pathway and they drop out for various reasons. We believe they're providing money at the critical time could make a difference. I'll give you an example of what we've done the last couple years. We started a calling campaign about right now for the kids next fall. Who's eligible to enroll but doesn't enroll? And we called thousands. And you call them and you'll find out they have a parking fine. Or they haven't paid something else. And so we've started providing small amounts of money, a few $100s, to address those students. And I think it's an important part of increasing our retention rates. We'll do more of that. When I talk about personalized learning, there are ongoing discussions in the provost's office and among the colleges about new methodologies that are particularly relevant to the way students learn today. A lot of this is relevant to online. 5 years ago, we offered we taught 54,000 hours online. Last year, 149, 300% increase. 70% of our online are students on this campus. Students like it, they take it. And this asynchronous learning gives you lots of ways to use software that kind of guides a student through the process, that identifies where they're having problems, and we're going to do more and more of that. The provost is a big advocate for teaching excellence, and we've had a lot of conversations about this. So it was last week we sent out a memo that we're going to create 50, we call them presidential endowed professorships. They're not truly endowed. We're going to put up $5,000. 25 of them will for a discretionary fund or for salary supplementation for these faculty. 25 will be for research and 25 for teaching excellence. And then we're going to go out and try to raise an amount of money, say 110,000, that would match that 5,000, and then attach that donor's name to that professorship. We've already submitted a proposal. Somebody's interested in doing this, providing a significant amount of money to match that. So we would have these professorships on campus, like Tom Smith or Mary Jane, professor of teaching excellence in the Department of English. They'd be getting a supplement of $10,000, 5 of which we provide and 5 coming from the endowment payout. We think this will be critical to retaining faculty and recruiting faculty, but also it sends a message that teaching matters. These are some outcomes, these are some ideas that relate to signature educational experiences. When I talk about foundational competencies, we're reviewing our core. The global competencies, that's the communication I mentioned in terms of the quality enhancement program. We've established what's called the Center for Global Communication and the Communication Training Center, where students and faculty can go and be engaged in training that relates to not only written but oral communication. Communication is so essential to the skills the student takes from this university. Programs have been asked to identify the professional competencies that are relevant to a particular degree. And this program for inquiry investigative thinking is another new program we just started this year. We've never used the National Research University Fund to support undergraduate research. So this year, we recruited about 100 students that will go into this program. And there's various areas that have themes, but it's across all disciplines. They will come in these cohorts. They'll spend a semester learning about research, ethics of research. They'll hear from faculty what they're doing in their laboratories or their studios. And then in the spring, they'll be paired with a faculty mentor. And so we're going to do this for 4 years. There'll be 400 students, $5,000 a year. It's $2 million. That's coming out of the National Research University Fund. And we want these faculty to be like a mentor for life for these students. That's what we mean by this one-on-one mentoring, these signature experiences. Study abroad is very important. Experiential learning. This relates to giving students credit for prior experience they had maybe in a career. This is particularly relevant to military. We have started this new degree called the Bachelor of Applied Arts and Sciences. And so students can get credit for, they say, their service in the military or for technical training they had. This is relevant to these people at the 2+2. We have a lot of these there. And immersive learning is another, just a very intense program where students are put into like real-life situations that enhance the classroom environment, but it also relates to internships. Internships are an example of immersive learning. And this last thing, this is something we've been discussing. Again, we'll come back in August with more detail. Free college. What do we mean by this? We're going to be recruiting faculty who will agree to give a series of lectures, 1 to 3, on hot topics, leadership, environment, and it will be non-credit, but sort of unique learning opportunities for students. People from the community will be invited to come. But I think it's a really a neat way to showcase the expertise of the faculty and to give students some opportunities in areas they wouldn't want to spend a whole semester learning about. We come to research now.
Before we go step into that, so we had planned a break. So I'm asking the group, you want to power on through to lunch, or you want to take a 10-minute break? What's the pleasure of the group?
Power through.
I'm good. Good. We're good?
Oh, okay.
Power through.
I'm almost done. I have 4
Lawrence,
more
before you move there, your 1-year retention rate is, your goal is 90.
pages. Yes.
What is your 2-year retention rate goal?
That seems like an obvious question. I can't give you an answer.
What is our peers' number on 1 year?
Actually,
Compared to our 83 point,
yeah, I don't know, Regent Long. That's something, what do you see in U.S. News and World Report? 1 year, 6 year.
right,
The coordinating board requires us to report 2 year.
right,
But I don't know what other schools are doing.
okay.
Okay, so these are the areas we've identified as to where we want to have a global reputation. Water, land, food, energy discovery, production, distribution, health and well-being, creative inquiry across the arts. And these are things where we already have good expertise. The resources are here. They're unique to our university in this location. Now, what are the goals? We want to solidify our status as a Carnegie R1 research institution. That means increasing our research funding, our publications, our citations. And we want to achieve $40 million in STEM federal research by 2020. Now, if you look at the old strategic plan, you'll see our goal was $70 million. It's not, I don't think that's going to happen. And also, the reason we have this target is there's a publication that comes out every year put out by the Center for Measuring University Performance. It's called America's Top Research Universities. They look at 10 different metrics. We're in the top 100 in 9 of these 10 metrics. We're in the top 50 in 3 or 4. But we're not eligible to be ranked because you don't meet the one requirement of having $40 million in STEM funding. So that's our goal. And the reason I say 2020 is that means when the 2023 report comes out, this is the delay in data in the report, on our 100th birthday, we'll be in the top 50. That's our goal.
And so our number right now is 32 federal research?
Oh, yeah, 32.
And STEM federal research is a subcategory
It's a subcategory. It's between 25 and 30
right now.
right now.
So that's like 2 research teams you got to recruit.
Right.
You know, these guys bring it with them, so they just probably are expensive.
That's right. But it's I mean, if you look at our progress, it doesn't sound like a big jump. But if our past record is an indicator of future success, you wouldn't be encouraged. We're going to have to change things we do.
Right. Well, as we used to talk, the challenge is one of these researchers that brings that kind of potential or that money costs 10 teaching professionals. If the average team is certainly 7 figures.
Yes, if you recruit a National Academy member, we made an offer last year to a National Academy of Science member. We applied for support from the Governor's University Research Initiative. The total package was $7 million. This person was at UCLA. They said, no, thank you. And so I say things have to be done differently. What do I mean by that? So what we did this past year is we went to the herd data, and we looked at all of the schools that had achieved a significant increase in federal research expenditures. And then we looked at those schools that kind of looked like us. And we looked at what they did. And that's how we produced this report. It lays out some ideas that we're going to have to try to implement to move that lever. And what that means, that refers to the Office of Vice President of Research's case study. We're going to have to recruit faculty that are aligned with opportunities. So yesterday when April Burke was here, Regent Esparza and Regent Walker, I showed her those areas earlier. She's going to give us what the potential funding is in each one of those areas so we would know where the opportunities are. You have to communicate to the faculty of the expectation of extramural funding, not across all disciplines, but in the STEMs areas, you got to do it. And then we need to be more strategic in going after large center grants and interdisciplinary efforts. Another area that we're going to have to grow is what we do that relates to corporate partners or industry. So last fall, well, I guess it was this spring, we took a group of people to go up to Purdue's Discovery Park. It's the gold standard for innovation activity. We took members from the mayor's office, from the Lubbock Economic Development Authority, and we went up there a few days to look at what they're doing. We've come back, we've had meetings with the chancellor about how this really needs to be a system-wide effort to grow what we're doing at the Innovation Hub and Research Park. And so there's ongoing discussions with members of the community. The city wants to engage us to build these kind of relationships where you're going to see more startups, more patents, things like this. Students like this.
Is the city prepared to step up with funding?
Yes. They even identified land where we could where we could possibly have a presence.
Several times during the course of this discussion, you've mentioned that we need to get more out of a group of people, or we need to have that group of people be more engaged in research, as the last item you talked about. Is there an annual review process where we sit down with every single person and say, here's the 10 things that we expect every person to be doing, and here's our ranking or our grade of you on that list of 10 things?
Yes, sir. Every faculty member is required to submit an annual report. That report is written by the chair, it goes to the dean, and then eventually the provost would see it. When they go up for their third-year review or their tenure and promotion case, it's all part of their record.
And if they're not doing well, they have to go to dinner with you and you talk to them one-on-one and...
I don't, but somebody does. But it means making hard decisions at tenure and promotion.
Well, it does. And if they don't feel personally, it's one thing to set these big global goals, but if it's not narrowed down to the individual level and those people held accountable at the individual level, it's difficult to attain the goals.
Where the rubber meets the road is at the level of the department. The dean conveys the message to the chairs, and the chairs make those decisions.
Thank you.
You mentioned GURI. Is the legislature going to fund GURI this year?
As of the last version of either bill, I haven't seen the funding there yet, but they're still in the final negotiations for that. So I know it's a priority of the governor, and I would assume that at the end of the day, there'll be some money in there.
Are we ready?
I think we are. I mean, Lawrence has done a good job of putting together some ideas, but
That was the challenge last time. All those grants came in and we were kind of,
What happened there, Regent Francis, is we recruited a National Academy member who came on board mid-January from the University of California system. His letter of offer alluded to the possibility of the GURI. We had preliminary rules, and then when the final rules came out, they said the person couldn't be employed.
no, actually, the rules didn't say that. It was the kit, application kit. That was the rub.
we kind of have to have some shovel-ready projects, so to speak. Because what I saw with Gurry was A&M and UT, I mean, the first week they just put these applications in. They've got this, like, they have to make a decision in like 10 days, and pretty soon half the money was gone in the first month.
That's right. It was A&M and University of Houston,
Houston, okay.
actually. And A&M did have all theirs lined up and just teed up, and they didn't have Tiffany bows on it. They were probably only 80% functionally correct, so to speak, and ran the table, so to speak. So,
We've had a discussion with the governor about this.
Okay.
He indicated that he would, we have had a discussion with the governor.
Lawrence, you referred to this. Are you going to talk about this anymore, or just?
No,
So I just want to make a statement about it, which is, if you've read through this in detail, I don't know how many did, but there's acknowledgments in the back, but this is an excellent work. This is really well done.
Thank you very
And
much.
there is acknowledgment in the very back on who did the excellent work, but still, it was really well done. It's a good comparison, so you can look at really who we aspire to and who we compare ourselves to and where we fall in line with that. I really appreciate it.
that was done by the Vice President for Research. He had a team in his office, 2 or 3 that did a great job.
Did a nice job on it. It's very well done.
But the reason we're saying it's not available for external distribution is we didn't really file the usual IRB process to do that research. And my last topic is engagement. Now, again, what we mean by engagement, people traditionally thought of engagement as a service you provide to the community. We want to change that culture, to think of engagement as a partnership with schools, a partnership with industry, so that it's not really a sink where you're just spending resources to do this. It's more than service learning. It's about working with them in matters that relate to economic development, innovation, startups, this sort of thing. So this will be closely correlated with what goes on at the Innovation Hub at Research Park. And we have very specific metrics that we have identified in how many startups we want to see, how many patents, licenses, and things like that, as one aspect of it. And finally, we do at the very end, well, one issue. If you were to look in our operational policy that relates to tenure and promotion, you would see outreach mentioned as a form of teaching, research, or service. But it has sort of a secondary status. Faculty don't think those things really constitute traditional scholarship. We need to change that culture so that people who are doing this can be promoted on those kind of activities, that eventually they'll be applying for funding to support those activities, just as you do with traditional research. And then we want to bring together a group, an advisory council, that would help us connect with all of these different opportunities. That would mean people from the community, people, successful alums, those who understand what really are the issues in the community or in industry that could use these kind of connections. And so that concludes my presentation. When I was talking about research areas earlier, I mentioned health and well-being. Mental health was one item there. And there's been discussion, the Chancellor, myself, members of the board, about a special initiative that relates to mental health. And Regent Francis, do I have time to do that now?
You're scheduled to noon. You are
Yes.
scheduled.
His answer is yes.
So you have tons of time. Rick's from 1 to 2.
Yeah, we're way ahead of
Oh,
schedule.
Yeah, so you got tons of time.
Okay, so Tommy, can you put that up here?
When you said I'm almost finished, I thought, wow, I don't think he realizes it. No, we're good.
Well, when you mentioned food a while ago, I thought maybe you were all sending us.
No. If you were going to noon, we might have taken a break.
So, the issue of mental health is an enormous problem. And we had a discussion in the fall with some people in Austin about the potential for putting forth a proposal to pursue a program here to expand on what we do and relate it to mental health. Now, so this is just some data about the nature, the scope of the issues here. It touches most everyone's life. And so we are thinking about creating an entity here, an inventory of resources and activity that would address mental health. So it would involve all the components, the medical school, HSC, both here and in Paso, would be very involved. The areas it'd be very multidisciplinary, and I've listed those there. Policy, clinical treatment. We have a national reputation in terms of addiction and recovery resources. We have a center here. And one thing that's been good about this discussion is it's caused us to take an assessment of just what resources we have and what we're already doing. And this is consistent with our overall research mission. So we want to establish a global presence and reputation for this kind of work. There are some of the goals that we had mentioned. And who would be involved? These are units already that do work related to this. In arts and sciences, you have psychology, there's policy and political science, kinesiology, economics, sociology, anthropology, and social work. The School of Law, we have a national expert that relates to mental health. And then human sciences, nutrition, as well as addiction and recovery. There's a lot going on already. Education, and then at HSC, President Mitchell could speak more to what they have there, but they have a considerable involvement already in areas that impact this. El Paso as well, and then maybe Brian wants to speak to any of this. The point is, we've created this inventory of all the things we're doing, and it would be part of our evolution as a research school, wanting to have impact to continue to do these things. The question is, what form does that activity take? So we've discussed that we need to probably first identify an internal director to coordinate all this work, and then try to find the funding to support a big name, we're thinking National Academy of Science, to direct this Texas Tech Mental Health Institute. And that will be the challenge. Hopefully do that in the fall, and then beyond that, identify support to sustain the program. These are some of the estimated costs it would take to start this for the first 3 years. $5 million. That includes a director for those 3 years and supporting faculty. That does not include the faculty that would already be involved but contributing to the general initiative. And then moving forward beyond that, adding additional faculty and so on. It's a big budget. But that's kind of the big picture. Again, I would want to emphasize, and President Lang or May or Mitchell want to chime in, these are things we do. Faculty will continue to be involved in this. The question is, how formal or how quickly do we want to invest to maybe expand this whole effort? With that, Dr. Mitchell, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, this is, as Lawrence said, one of the things that became evident for us when we go through and look at this from an inventory standpoint, you go through and look at the things we have. We have emerging new psychiatry residencies developing in the Permian Basin and in Amarillo. We have in our School of Nursing a new D&P doctorate program specifically in mental health. And we actually have 3 new degree programs in allied health, health professions, that are all related to counseling, mental health, and substance abuse. So that's an area for us that is, it's part of our wheelhouse, and it's part of our mission with providing better access to this. We also have, as everybody here is aware, the new VA clinic that a substantial percentage of it, 30,000 square feet of it, is dedicated purely toward mental health. So I think this is an opportunity for us, especially from on the Lubbock perspective of having a foci focus on this here with the collaboration with TTU, that we can get some synergies that probably other institutions can't get.
Probably one thing I should mention is we have had a series of meetings with the Meadows Foundation. They have an interest in this. Dr. Opperman actually serves on a board related to one aspect of the Meadows Foundation that is relevant to this. And so there's a possibility. We've had discussions about funding from them sometime possibly in the future.
Ron, would you like to comment?
Well, yeah, I think you've just heard about what I believe to be the most important thing that we could talk about and that could come out of this institution in the next 20 years. One day you'll remember sitting in the room where Texas Tech talked about starting the Texas Tech Institute of Mental Health. There are currently 60 million people across the United States suffering from some form of mental health today. It ranges from mild eating disorder to people walking into a classroom and killing 12 first graders. It's pervasive, it's awful, it touches every family. There is no one in this room, unless you're really, really different than other groups that I've spoken to, who doesn't have a mother, father, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin that's not touched by mental health. My vision is big, bold. I want us to create the MD Anderson of mental health. MD Anderson started with a guy named MD Anderson contributing $500,000 if the state of Texas would match it, which they did in 1941 and founded MD Anderson. They started off with a little house on a tiny little street in Houston near the Med Center. And 76 years later, it is what it is, the premier place in the world for people to come for cancer treatment. I think if we have the vision and the boldness and the willingness that we can create that kind of institution related to mental health. I want us to become the absolute best institution in the world for research, and we've heard from all the different components how important it is for the system to become aggressive in research. Well, a real good, easy place to do it, because right now there's a bunch of interest on the state and federal level, in addition to philanthropy related to mental health. I attended a luncheon in Houston last week for the Hope and Healing Center, which is a faith-based organization that operates in the mental health arena. At lunch, they raised $500,000. The interest in this is staggering. The Speaker of the House opened the last session, or the current session of the Texas legislature, talking about that Texas was going to become more involved in mental health. Price out of Amarillo serves on the committee in the House that is involved in mental health. It's everywhere, and it's an opportunity that's here for us to seize. And the proposal that's being talked about, worked on, and kind of working its way forward is a launch of an effort that would 76 years from now turn into the world premier institution in mental health. It would involve research, it would involve treatment, and it would involve policy. If we are continually working with governmental entities, the National Institute of Mental Health hands out $1 billion a year. in research money on the mental health arena. We need to be in line for some of that money. Philanthropy is everywhere. I attended another event last week. You all go to HEB. It turns out that Howard Edward Butt suffered from mental health all his life. He overcame it. He became a successful businessman because of it, but his family now operates the HEB Foundation, which is a big contributor to mental health. It's everywhere, and the money to support this effort can come from philanthropy as well as come from governmental agencies. And I think it's just a matter of us having the will and spending the time and energy getting organized, hiring the right people. We don't know today what this animal would look like. We know that we've got a lot of places to draw people from, but to put a guy at the top of it that knows what he's doing, to say, well, yeah, we can use this over here and this over here, and here's how I put it together and organize it, that's within our reach right now. That's something that we can do based on where we sit and what we have. So I urge this board to, at the next meeting that's coming up, look very favorably on a request for us to launch, not go out and spend $100 million tomorrow, but launch the Texas Tech Mental Health Institute. And let's go to work figuring out what this animal is going to look like, how we started off. Let's find the $500,000 in the little bitty house in Houston, except it can be, I don't care where this one is. Somebody's going to put up a bunch of money, and they're going to want their name on it, and they may even say where they want it to be. If they do, so be it. That's just how these things work. But let's start the process, and let's draw a line in the sand right now that says that Texas Tech is now going to do something about the mental health issue, and that we're going to gain national prominence as a result of doing it if we're doing it correctly. So, fellow board members, I hope you'll join me in this, and that I'll have your support in the meeting next August.
All right, Skubinik, if I may ask a question on that. You made a statement that we do these things. So you shared with us a number of items here in this report that are things that the institution does through its ancillaries. Are we talking about enhancing those for the $17 million or the whatever that total was?
This would be above and beyond what we're already doing, yeah. It would mean more faculty, physical resources. Excuse me?
Does that include the capital?
No, there's not capital for the building. That's not,
There's not capital in there, I'm sorry?
I don't believe so. Well, $5 million for renovations, so there's some capital expenditures there.
Lawrence,
That's
part,
the second stage.
part of that would be determining how that's going to happen, because you're doing all those things, but you'd have to study how that's going to happen and how it would be different from what you're doing today for it to become an institute. Will we see more data? Ron's talking about bringing something in the August meeting. Will we see something different than what we've seen today?
I think we should come back in August with more extensive detail about what those renovations might be, where that space would be. This was estimated, this was really put together to the OVPR. If you add this many faculty and you need these many labs, it was based on that kind of rough calculation. We should come back with more detail.
Yeah, one thing that would be helpful for me too, because Ron is asking for this, your dream is for it to become kind of the institute for Texas Tech, and in his mind, it's the most important thing that we do. It'd be helpful for me to see how this competes with other initiatives that you've talked about, because your other proposal went through a lot of other priorities. Does this fit in, and does that change any of that other emphasis that you presented if we do something like this?
In my discussions with Regent Hammonds, my tone has been, these are things we do. There could be a natural evolution towards a greater presence in this area without a specific commitment of so much money in these many years. It's also going to depend on our budget. It could depend on the gifts that are, philanthropy that's raised.
So to date, we're not talking about an identified source of revenue for this. We're talking about this is the cost,
This is the cost.
and it's going to be incumbent upon us to figure out how to get there, should we so choose to do that in August.
It also means setting priorities.
Correct.
You know, mental health under the health and well-being was one of the items there, because it's what we do.
Well, in
This
our
was this-
strategic planning, we're setting priorities. Where does this fit in with some of the things we've talked about today?
Well, I think I had 4 or 5 areas up there. So it's one of those 4 or 5 areas that I showed. But there were many sub-areas as well. So I'm not trying to be evasive, Regent Esparza, but to sit here right now and say, among all of those things, where would it go? It would be difficult for me to do that without a better idea of where we'd actually take money to put it in these places.
I think what the thought process is that this is a launch. And that until we know what the fundraising effort's gonna be like, if we spend the next 2 years, my goal would be to be at the front door of the legislature 2 years from now when it reconvenes with our money raised and requesting matching funds from them to then really set sail on the Texas Tech Institute of Mental Health. We spend 2 years, at the beginning, we hire a head guy to run it, and then we follow that up with a process of thinking how we would organize ourselves, what size staff we'd want to start with. This is really a request for a 2-year planning process, a 2-year study, and to put ourselves in a position so that if things go the way we would want them to, we've raised $25 million in private money. The state matches it with $25 million, and we really start the Texas Tech Institute of Mental Health with $50 million. If none of that happens or something different happens along the way, then we're going to have to adjust what we're building or the speed at which we're trying to build it. If we wind up raising 10 and the state matches with 10, then we only got $20 million to work with. The out-of-pocket, the immediate out-of-pocket funds is the $5 million that he's budgeted to be spent over the next 24 months. And, you know, right now, that's the money that nobody knows where we're going to get. You know, if the decision of the board is we're not moving at all till we get that $5 million, then raising $5 million becomes job one. If the decision of the board is that, yes, we'll find some way to fund $2.5 million a year, 1/4 of our $1 billion budget is what this would take to go ahead and set it in motion. And at the end of 2 years, it either works or it doesn't work. We've either accomplished our objective, we've raised the money, we've gotten organized, we've built the system, we know what it's going to look like. We got enough staff on board till we know we can hire other additional staff. We know where the money's coming from. But you know, a 2-year study period, and it's more than just study, it's a 2-year launch, is my thought process on how we approach this.
So more of that by August for us to look at, because I think that's a good outline of kind of what your expectations are. That'd be helpful to see all of it.
Regent Lancaster, I think it would be important, I think by August we'd know if there's going to be a GURI, because that would be a potential source for the director.
Right.
And things like that are going to be important to flesh it out.
And then if your plan is to do some of those things as Ron outlines, does that have an effect on other things, and so that you weigh those kinds of
I
things?
think we need to be prepared to come to the board and say, this is the give and take in all this.
I would recommend that we work with in the interim with the committees, and there's 2 committees that would probably be involved, Mr. Chairman, probably the ACS committee and the finance committee as well. So I think bring the details along before we get to the August meeting. Briefing the chair and the vice chair as well as we go along would be the process we'd go through on that.
Well, that's right. I would hope that on all the components, that the regents are fully briefed, ask questions, so that when we get into the August meeting, we're asked to vote on these priorities, that we feel comfortable, that we understand the trade-offs, we understand the direction we're going with each one of the components.
And that's a plan, and we'll circulate, get input on on the articulation of these different issues, this one and others, working with the presidents as well as the board, and make sure that when we get here in August, that everybody is satisfied on what we want to be spending how we want to be spending our resources on, and the priorities that.
Where the money comes from. Other questions?
First, I'm very supportive of Ron's commitment here. But I've got a question going back to your regional or the strategic plan that you've presented. What are the underlying assumptions on the five-year plan in terms of being able to finance them? Have you thought about what you need in terms of tuition? Because we have a history of having zero tuition increase in 6 or 8. Do we have an underlying assumption there in the other financing?
Yeah. So Regent Walker, every spring, we ask every dean, we started doing this 3 years ago. We ask every dean to come in and participate in what's called budget hearings. They tell us what they did last year. They tell us what their plans are going forward. And beyond the colleges, we do that for like the museum, the Office of International Affairs, and e-learning. And so Vice Provost Melanie Hart, when she made that presentation, she came forward with projections of anticipated growth, what it would cost to put faculty there. And we don't lose money on any of these regional sites. And we don't add faculty until sometimes we have to invest a little bit of a head to get the program launched, like when we started biology at MCC. But we don't invest there unless we think there's going to be sufficient enrollment to cover the costs. And so those numbers are based on what they think they can grow to if they add the faculty to offer additional degree programs. And it's not a financial sink at those sites. I don't know if that answers your question.
I know in the previous 5-year plan, we had an assumption, I believe, of 2% tuition increase. Therefore, it had to average that, but I can't remember whether it was 2 or 3, to be honest with you. Chairman might remember. But
those numbers are based on the current I don't believe they anticipated any increase in the tuition. The increase in revenue comes from the increase in student credit hours, not an increase in the tuition rates. Those sites. Now we do.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think that's right.
Those regional sites?
Of the previous 5-year plan.
Oh, well, what I'm telling you about the regional sites is projections based on our current level of tuition. So it could be that the board anticipated a 2% increase I think the rate of inflation was what they were anticipated. That didn't go into the calculations that were prepared during the budget hearings this spring.
The reason I'm asking it, just so that it's out in the open, I think we're dysfunctional in how we deal with tuition. I don't think families or individuals can plan for it. You know, it's one thing one year, it's next. And I do think that if we do our planning, it doesn't make sense to have certain assumptions that we're dealing with. And tuition's part of it. Obviously, state funding is an important part of it. But, you know, maybe one way of discontinuing our dysfunctionality is by, if we've got a long-term plan, we've signed on to it, we've approved it, that we try to be more comprehensive in how we deal with it.
So you're suggesting that making projections, we should work in an anticipated tuition increase?
I do, because we're probably going to need that because of inflation, like you said.
That would be an important part of increasing I mentioned we had to add 900 FTE, which means adding 70 or so a year. We've been doing 50. So that would be an important part of that calculation as to how we would fund that.
Yeah, well, and that was my first question, is how are we funding it? But that's a component of it, but I did have an ulterior motive there. to be honest with you.
I think if I can add into that, you know, obviously the legislature's kind of in the closing stages right now, and this is not what I would call a good year for higher education as it relates to core funding, special item funding, and other things. So I think we have to, one good thing about waiting till August before we make any of these decisions is we'll know a little bit more about where we are. We did make changes a couple of years ago where we, as part of our strategic planning process, where we now actually do tuition 2 years at a time. And so that we're more synced up with the legislative process that way. So that, and I think that that's very well taken, that any of the initiatives that we promote expansion has to take into account the revenues that we have from the state, as well as what's our tolerance for going up on tuition.
And I want to congratulate you. I think a lot of times when people come before us to give a report, it's not as transparent. I think you've done an excellent job. I appreciate when you say, I don't know. I do appreciate also when you say we're falling short here rather than everything's great. And I thought it was the best report I've ever heard on Texas Tech University in terms of really informing us.
I want to echo that. You gave us data, the good and the bad. We don't always get that.
You know, but I do always worry about, I have a reputation of getting in the weeds. My wife always says, don't start sounding like Charlie Brown's teacher.
And I appreciate your flexibility. The last part of the presentation was probably going to have about 15 minutes before we open up the session, so thank you.
Well, it's 11. I guess we're going to continue to power through this.
Be fine, we'll do so. Let me get a box just a second. Tommy, are you about ready to queue?
You know, about that 10-minute break, 2-minute break.
Yeah, we'll take, let's do like, take a 10-minute break. I don't ever remember. Ted reminded me that, according to the presentation, 1 in 5 people has mental health issues, and he said, I'm sure everyone in the audience is looking up here at the 10 of us, trying to figure out which is guys, okay? So now we'll turn it over to Rick Lang. I'll let you share with us about El Paso.
Great. I'd like to take you to El Paso for the next 3 minutes. Tom?
The El Paso Juarez region is home to more than 2.7 million people and is recognized as the largest binational metropolitan area on the U.S.-Mexico border. But the healthcare needs of this massive borderplex are unmet. El Paso suffers from a significant shortage of healthcare providers. When compared to the rest of the state, West Texas has a 46% shortage of doctors, a 21% shortage of nurses, and a 40% shortage of dentists. Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso has made it its mission to end this disparity. Since 1973, TTUHSC El Paso has been dedicated to improving the lives of people in our community through excellence in education, research, and patient care. In 2013, TTUHSC El Paso became the 4th university within the Texas Tech University system and has since established the Paulo Foster School of Medicine, the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing, and the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. Every year, hundreds of TTUHSC El Paso students, residents, and fellows gain valuable and unique experiences in emerging technologies, academic innovations, cultural immersion, and collaborative partnerships. From student-run clinics in underserved neighborhoods to a network of Texas Tech Physicians of El Paso outpatient offices located throughout the city, our university is quickly becoming the national model for addressing the healthcare needs of diverse border populations. TTUHSC El Paso continues to progress and has made impressive strides in the last year. As part of the university's strategic plan for growth, enrollment continues to rise. What started as just 40 medical students in 2009 has since evolved into more than 600 students on campus pursuing lucrative careers in medicine, nursing, and biomedical sciences. That amounts to a 1,500% increase in our student population. Residents are also reaping the benefits of a growing campus. Thanks to a new agreement with the Hospitals of Providence and the recent grand opening of the nation's newest teaching hospital, TTUHC El Paso will soon expand graduate medical education by up to 100 new residency slots. A dental school at TTUHSC El Paso is off to a running start. In 2016 alone, TTUHSC El Paso garnered $31 million in philanthropic support for the school from the El Paso community. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board also gave the university a green light to conduct a feasibility planning for the proposed Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine. If approved, the dental school will welcome its first class of students in 2020. It will be the first new dental school in Texas in nearly 50 years, and the only dental school in West Texas. 2016 marked the establishment of TTUHSC El Paso's 3rd school, the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences. The GSBS not only expands educational opportunities for students, but it also signifies a unique and growing opportunity for research. GSBS is attracting distinguished scientists, boosting the amount and quality of research being conducted at TTUHSC El Paso. Current research faculty are already being recognized for their innovative work in the GSBS. In 2016 alone, TTUHSC El Paso received more than $6 million in grant funding from prestigious organizations like the National Institutes of Health and the Cancer Prevention and Research Institute of Texas. This funding supports vital research for solving health issues like HIV, Alzheimer's, and pancreatic cancer. TTUHSC El Paso provides more than 220,000 clinic visits to individuals in our community annually. Of these, 20,000 are inpatient visits and more than 50,000 are emergency room visits. Many patients receive care at TTUHSC El Paso's free student-run clinics, which are overseen by faculty physicians. In 2016, TTUHSC El Paso established a free clinic for migrant farm workers, a vastly underserved population in our region. And in 2013, our medical students initiated a similar free clinic in Sparks, an unincorporated community in far east El Paso. In past years, TTUHSC El Paso provided more than $29 million in uncompensated care to individuals in our community. Earlier this month, TTUHSC El Paso broke ground on an $83 million medical sciences building. The nearly 220,000 square foot facility will more than double the campus research capacity and add crucial instructional space to support a growing student population. The 5-story building will house laboratories, offices, classrooms, study rooms, a library, and the campus's largest auditorium yet. The new Medical Sciences building will enable TTUHSC El Paso to recruit world-class researchers to tackle the region's unique medical challenges, to increase student enrollment, and ultimately to retain some of the nation's most well-prepared, culturally competent healthcare professionals in the borderland. The building is TTUHSC El Paso's latest crowning achievement, but not its last. TTUHSC El Paso will continue to set a standard of excellence in the coming years, and you can expect to hear even more from us.
Thank you, Tom, and I want to thank the communications and marketing team led by Victoria Pineda and Veronique Masterson for this excellent work, which was done in about a week, by the way. They've done a terrific job. So, Tommy, with the first slide, please. I'd like to present the strategic plan from 2017 to 2018. And as we highlighted, this is a large metropolitan area that's distinct among really every other region in the state of Texas. Now, you all talk about West Texas. When you live in El Paso, everything is East Texas, by the way, okay? We're as far west as you could possibly be. It's a large metropolitan area, El Paso County with about 850,000, but the whole community is about 2.7 million individuals. What's remarkable is, as I present our strategic plan, I want to remind you that this week is our 4-year anniversary. And that is, it was May of 2013, May of 2013, where it became a standalone health science center. The medical school admitted the first students in 2009, the nursing students in 2011. It became a separate health science center in 2013, the graduate school in 2015, and we're off to a running start with an anticipated entry class into the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine in 2020. So we have the benefit as a system of having in Lubbock a health science center which graduates more health professionals than anybody else in the state, by far. And another medical student that is far in West Texas, but new. And what I'm going to present is really a remarkable story of what's happened because of the system, the legislature, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and the community of El Paso as well. So, as was mentioned in the video presentation, is Texas alone is considered to be a state that had health shortages with respect to physicians, to nurses, and to dentists. And what's shown here are the average number of physicians, nurses, and dentists in the U.S. per 100,000 in population, to the far right. In the middle, the state of Texas, and you can see El Paso. And that is our region, specifically our county, has about a 50% shortage of physicians, about a 20% shortage of nurses, and almost a 70% shortage of dentists. And in fact, when you look at the health professional shortage areas indicated by the map, and that is the more intense red there is, that indicates a higher percentage of shortage or a higher shortage area. What you'll see is all of West Texas is experiencing health professional shortages with respect to the rest of the state. And I will remind you again, and I'll say this frequently, but I think it's worth repeating, is that every health science center in the state of Texas is on I-35 or east of I-35 except for two. One in Lubbock and one in El Paso, and they're both part of the Texas Tech system, and you all do a great job of meeting the needs of West Texas. And the goal of the medical school, the health science center in El Paso, is to increase health professionals in our area to meet the extreme shortage that we're experiencing as well. As alluded to, we started with 40 medical students in 2009. We now have just slightly less than 800 total students. What's shown there in red are the total number of students as of May 2017. Below that, the number of students in the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine from 40 to 434, a little over 100 per year now. The nursing school, which started in 2011 with 38 students, now has 320. And in January, we'll have another class of 50 to 60. So our enrollment will be, by January, about 840. And our graduate school, which just became an independent school in 2015, 2015, we just graduated our last class here in Lubbock. And from here on out, it will be a separate graduate school, giving both a master's in biomedical sciences and a certificate program as well. And again, I want to thank Ted, his team, and Branch Snyder as well for getting us off the ground. So now I want to just describe a little bit about our process and then go into some of the details, is that I joined just slightly under 3 years ago in July of 2014 and immediately was tasked with preparing the 5-year strategic plan. So, and it's held up so far. I had obviously some great help and leadership in El Paso. But we layered it upon the TTU system plan. So you all had a plan as a system for the next 5 years. And on top of that, we layered, shown in red, are the specifics of of the Health Science Center as well. To foster the development of competent healthcare professionals, to recruit, develop, and retain outstanding employees, to advance knowledge through innovative peer-reviewed research, to improve community health, and to operate efficiently and effectively by maximizing our available resources. And then from that, we have a number of objectives, and on an annual basis, the President's executive team meets, that is all the deans, the provost, and the President meet, to grade how well we're doing. That is, have we completed this goal, shown in green? Is it still in process, shown in yellow? Or although it's a 5-year goal, have we not started and it's shown in red? From there, this is distributed to the deans of the medical school and the chairman as well. They have additional input. It's generated to the faculty as well. So on an annual basis, we update this, and this information should be available to you. I think it was sent to you via email, so we can talk about actually the 72 different goals that we have and how well we're meeting them over a 5-year period. In addition to that, we bring it to our annual retreat, again attended by the deans and the chairman as well, and the people in the C-suite, the individuals in the C-suite, to ask ourselves, okay, based upon this and additional information we get, information that's oftentimes generated from an annual faculty survey and a staff survey and a student survey, are there additional goals that we need to consider that really haven't been placed in our strategic 5-year plan? So what I'm going to show you is the 9 goals for the next year that arose, the first 4 from the previous strategic plan, and the last 5 that were added as a result of the input from the deans, the chairs, the faculty, the staff, and the students as well. So the first goal, and by the way, we're told to talk about big, audacious, hairy goals. I've got 2 in here, and the first one is listed number 1. That is to complete the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board feasibility study for the Woody L. Hunt School of Dental Medicine. And on the one hand, we're very excited about it. There's a tremendous amount of energy. It's a huge need, and we're well on our way, have a lot of support, but we haven't crossed the finish line yet. We're aiming towards that. And what we have right now is we have approval from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to conduct a feasibility study to complete the dental school. You'd say, well, haven't we done studies before? Well, it's been clear there's one study done in 2007 and replicated in 2012 that showed very similar data that I showed you earlier. And that is that there's a severe shortage of dental care, not only in El Paso, but the entire West Texas region as well. And so that's been known for a while. In the past, the recommendations for meeting that need, specifically in West Texas, were 2. That is to have a dental early loan repayment program. That is, take students that trained in the state of Texas at one of the 3 existing medical schools in Dallas, Houston, or San Antonio, and to offer them loan repayment to come out to West Texas. It was a noble goal. However, they stopped that program about a year before those recommendations came out. The second was to increase the number of students at our existing dental schools in the 3 cities I've mentioned. When you go back to 2007 and you ask yourself a simple question, and that was a recommendation made back in 2007. So 10 years ago, when we made that recommendation, how well have we done as a state meeting the needs of West Texas with our current schools? And by the way, they're terrific schools. They've been around for between 50 and 100 years, and by many accounts, they're within the top 20 to 25 dental schools in the nation, and one of them within the top 5 dental schools in the nation. Well, over the last 10 years, from 2006 to 2015, they've graduated approximately 3,000 students from those schools, only about 20 of which, that is less than 1%, has come to El Paso. That was true after the 2007 report. That was true after the 2012 report as well. Where do those students stay? Well, they train in Dallas and San Antonio and Houston. Many of them are from those large metropolitan areas, and when they graduate, 80% of them stay in Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio, not surprisingly. So the need is clearly there. You say, well, it's just about teeth care or dental care. Is that really a major health issue? Well, what has become apparent over the last 15 to 20 years is that many of the chronic diseases are actually, their origin is actually in chronic inflammatory diseases. So, for example, we discovered 10 years ago that if you had gingivitis or poor dental care, it doubled or tripled your risk of having cardiovascular disease, and at a young age, by the way. So poor dental care and the chronic inflammation associated is actually a contributor cause to the major causes of death in West Texas, around the state, and actually around the nation. Contributes to heart disease, contributes to stroke, contributes to diabetes, pneumonia, Alzheimer's disease, and cancer. And by the way, it's the leading cause of school absenteeism, not only in West Texas, but across the United States as well. And in our underserved area, it also affects nutrition and the chronic health of our students as well. So dental health is in fact very important. Well, where are we on that track right now? Well, as I mentioned, we have approval from the Texas Higher Education Coordinator to discuss the feasibility, not only the need of it, but the feasibility of actually having a viable, successful, sustainable program in West Texas. We've raised support, legislative support. Again, I want to highlight our community leaders coming to Austin and meeting with our legislators, not only from our area, but from around the state, to stress the importance and the need for it in West Texas. Bobette and I, over the last 4 months, on every Monday evening, have had all the community dentists over at our house in groups of 10 or 11, so we can talk about the dental needs of the community, inform them of what we're doing, make sure that they're a part of it. They're very excited about it. They want to be a part of the teaching faculty. They understand the need as well in the community, and it has been a tremendous opportunity for us to get to know the local dentist. And obviously, as mentioned, we've raised $31 million has been offered in philanthropic support from the community. That goes a long way when you're coming to Austin and saying, here's one of the poorest counties in the state, and we're bringing $31 million to the table to start the dental school. I mentioned before we've hired Dr. Rick Black. He was hired as our initial faculty member. He's actually agreed to be the interim dean. Now, this is one of the biggest coups in the United States. Rick's not only local, he's been an endodontist for about 30 years. He's been the local Dental Society president, the Texas Dental Society president. There are 16 dentists around the United States who sit on the national board. He's on one of those, by the way. He had an active dental practice. He sold it just this past week to come full time. And he happens to be the head of the National Dental Licensure Exam. And that's important because they don't like the way that the current licensure is being administered. And they're talking about changing the educational program around the United States to in a more realistic and humane way, demonstrate that people have obtained proficiency. So we have one of the national experts living in El Paso who agreed to be our interim dean. This past week we signed Dr. Victor Sandoval. Victor has been incredibly important for the Committee on Dental Accreditation, CODA. He's also the past president of the American Education Dental Association. By the way, I attended that meeting in Long Beach, California 2 months ago. As far as I know, I'm the only cardiologist that has ever been invited to the meeting and invited to join the association too, by the way. At that meeting, we met with the president of the Committee on Dental Accreditation, the president of the American Dental Association, the president of the American Dental Education Association, all talking about what's going on in El Paso, and there's a tremendous amount of excitement around the nation as well. Victor has been responsible for writing the accreditation for 4 other dental schools that started. We met him in Utah during a site visit. He was about to wrap up stuff there. He said, I'm retiring. We told him what we're doing. He said, you know what, I might have one more school left in me. Could I be involved? So he signed a contract. He'll be there Monday to visit the school and begin working with us as well. Rick and I have visited dental schools in Utah, North Carolina, Texas as well, and we have broad support from the deans of the other dental schools here in Texas. We have site visits in Oklahoma, Arizona, and California as well. These are cited as some of the most innovative curriculums as well. And that's at the far right, you can't see it, but there's a timeline. And with that timeline, we've outlined what we need to do legislatively, what we need to do community-wise, what we need to do accreditation-wise, what we need to do financial-wise, and what we need to do with regard to enrollment as well. So we're well on our way, and I'll keep you informed. But that's a big, audacious goal. It sounds like it's been done. It's not been done. The horse has left the gate, but we're nowhere near the finish line right now. So that's our big, audacious goal. Secondly, to expand the student enrollment at the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing to more than 600 by 2020, and that's just 3 years away. That's important for a number of reasons. We talked about the shortage of dentists currently. That's only going to widen. Over the next 5 years, there's going to be 1.2 million vacancies in registered nurses in the United States. And by 2024, more than 700,000, 750,000 nurses are going to retire or leave the labor forces. And the 3 states that are going to have the biggest needs are, not surprising, those with the biggest populations: California, Florida, and Texas. And as Ted mentioned during his presentation, it's not only about making a bigger enrollment for the nursing school. We also have to populate the nursing school with educators as well. So just turning out RNs isn't going to do it. The Institute of Medicine has recommended they actually have a baccalaureate degree. So you're not talking about just having a registered nurse, but going on a 4-year baccalaureate degree. And then we need to populate our schools, our health sciences, with master's trained nurses, PhD trained nurses, and doctorates and nurse practitioners as well. Brian May and I have talked about as well how we as community, Bryan School and Angelo State, Ted, here at the Health Science Center, and we can help meet those needs as well. Well, we had a little bit of a bump when I first started, and that is it started, again, the nursing school's first enrollment was 2011. So when the nurses took their certifying exam, what's called the NCLEX exam, the expectation around the certifying board is that 80% or more of the nurse graduates will pass the exam on their first attempt. They didn't care whether you passed it or second or third, 80% had to pass it on the first attempt. When I arrived in 2014, we had had 2 years, several cohorts, where the pass rate had been just barely above 60%. Before coming here, a new dean had been appointed, Dr. Jean Novotny, who had a tremendous amount of experience, a terrific person to work with. We sat down, and by this time we'd received a letter of warning saying we had to get it up. And by the way, we couldn't increase our enrollment. So we were stuck at that same enrollment, not allowed to increase it. And within 6 months, I want to say Dr. Novotny and her team completely turned that around. So the pass rate went from 61% to 87%, with no new recruits, by the way. The students are already there. They turned their curriculum upside down. They provide testing help. They provide additional educational help. They provided tutoring. And they got it up to 87%. And by the way, the next time it went up to 93%. That, by the way, was one of the more remarkable turnarounds that the Nursing Certification Committee had ever seen. I've asked our team to write it up because there are a number of nursing schools around the nation that are in similar categories. And right now, you can see that we have exceeded what the national average is at 85%. This has allowed us to increase our enrollment. So what has happened from FY14 or FY15, where we had 141 nursing students, we were able to increase it to 232, now to 320, up to 370 by January. And I think we're well on our way to getting 600 nurses by 2020. We've done a number of things that I won't go over the details about it, but our goals still are to reach 600 nurses. One of the things we've done is we've added a master's program that was just approved this last year by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, again, to help meet part of the educational needs as well. Third is to explore the expansion of the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine incoming class. When the school was designed, it was designed to have a class of 100 students. When we talk about expanding the class, there are several reasons to do that. One is to meet the healthcare needs of the state, and particularly our region as well. The second is because our funding, like all the schools, is tied to formula funding. It's how many students do you have? And to wean ourselves off of the special exception item funding that we're getting, it's imperative that we increase the number of students. But we have to do it in a way to make sure that we still recruit the best students, number one, that we're performing exceptional educational experience right now, because if it's not working, you don't want to increase the class size. Do we have the facilities, the auditorium, the learning places to do that? And do we have the proper clinical sites? So what I've shown here is just some facts that from the inception of the medical school of 2009 to the most current year, 2017. And these are numbers from February of 2017. What you can see is the number of applicants to the Paul L. School of Medicine has increased substantially, from 2,500 to over 4,000 students applying. Word's out that it's a wonderful place to train. Of those, we've interviewed initially about 390, and now we're interviewing, at one time we had to interview 630 to make sure we have enough students. Now we only have to interview about 500 students because this is such an attractive place to be at. You can see we've increased the class size from 40 to 115 without sacrificing the academic requirements. Our GPA, 3.7, is now 3.7. The national average is 3.7. The MCAT scores, 506. That puts us in the 73rd percentile. That's in the national average as well. And we've been able to do that while still having what I consider one of the most diverse student populations in the United States. About 30% of our students are Hispanic, about 30% come from border counties, and about 25% come from El Paso. We've done that without sacrificing any of our academic standards at all. This tells me that from an academic standpoint, I think we're ready to increase the class size. How do our students do on national exam? I've shown from 2013. This is the complete data. We took a little dip in 2015. The students take 3 exams after their preclinical years, that is after most of their basic education. They take step 1 exams. You see the pass rates under Ted's, by the way, administration were 100%. They declined when I came on board to 97%.
That's okay.
That's okay.
All right.
To 93%, and now back up to 95%.
You'll get there, don't worry.
Step 2, they take after their clinical training, and you see our pass rates, again, 98%, dip down to 89%, again, back up to 99%, and then take a clinical skill exam after their 3rd year. And again, our pass rates are actually quite good. And what I've shown below there in red is the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine pass rates for this most recent, 2015, and then for national average after that.
And all joking aside, one of the things that's really important to remember about these students, all of these students are coming from the top 10% of their colleges. So these students that are coming in are already, from day one, extraordinarily competitive students. And to have pass rates like this above the national average says a lot. If you can stay at the 50th percentile or above in anything related to medical schools, you're talking about students that are in the top 5% of academic kids in universities. Pretty incredible.
It's incredible because it's a new school. I mean, I'm competing with schools like Hopkins I was at, or UPenn, or Southwestern, or Lubbock. I'm not competing with Lubbock. Ted won't let any students from Lubbock come to my school, okay? He keeps them all here, okay? And to have this level of achievement speaks to the dedication of the faculty and the educational program and the quality of the students as well. And by the way, we're able to do that at a much lower debt than anywhere else, in not only the state of Texas, but around the nation as well. And in fact, if you look at the 2 schools that turn out students that have the lowest debt, it's always a race between Ted's school, which one is that? Oh, one here in Lubbock, okay, and mine, by the way. The average student debt's about $180,000. For our students that graduate, it's between $98,000 and $100,000. So we're able to attract good students. They do well. We're able to turn them out with low debt, and the lowest debt across the state of Texas, by the way, and they meet the needs of Texas as well. Texas has set a goal that 40% or more of their students would end up in primary care, and across our schools, there's only one other school in the state that does better than Ted's school and mine, that is turning out students that stay here in Texas and enter primary care residencies as well. So we're eager to explore the expansion. The rationale is we have a shortage of providers. We have an innovative curriculum. It's important for our formula funding, and we're addressing the limitations there. Our new building will help address the limitations. If you told me we needed to do tomorrow, I'd say we don't have enough classroom size, but the new building will allow us to do that. We needed to double our simulation training. I'll talk more about that. The new building will allow us to do that. We need to get new clinical learning sites. We need to have more residencies, and I'll discuss that as well. And part of the accreditation process we're going through won't allow us to do that, expand the size till after we complete our accreditation. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then finally, some of it's just cultural. We recruited faculty who were told that we're going to have a class size of 100. Now we're saying you can have a class size of 150. And culturally, we have to get our faculty over the fact that we're not going to in any way decrease our standards or in any way decrease the educational experience as well. And that's on us. Now, we need to expand and enhance the residency programs. The state of Texas says for every medical student they want 1.1 residencies. If I increase our medical school class size by 50, we need to increase the number of residency training available in our area as well. And the nice thing is we have several sites to do that. What I've shown here is what's happened over the last 2 years. That is, we've increased the number. We currently train 254 residents across all our campuses. As a result of additional funding from the legislature, we added 6 new residency slots in 2016, 21 in 2017. And I want to highlight 2 particular programs because where most of the residents go are to psychiatry, because we need additional training there. And we started a new program, only one of 10 in the country, that is a combined internal medicine psychiatry training program. So you can get both board certified in internal medicine and psychiatry as well. We're only of 10 or 11 programs in the country that do that as well. We've partnered with the VA Medical Center to increase the number of residents as well. And you've heard about our Trans Mountain campus, the newest teaching hospital in the United States. This is a picture of the Trans Mountain campus. This is the Hospitals of Providence, who is our hospital partner. This is not an artist's rendition. This is an actual picture of the facility taken during sunset. And you can see the sunset in the background. Regent Lewis was there and got a tour of the facility. It is a state-of-the-art facility dedicated to teaching students and residents. That will allow us to add between 70 and 90 new residents in our program. And by the way, one of the 5 programs that will be started there is a psychiatry program as well, because we realize we need to meet the needs in our community. So, again, this is a picture of the hospital shown from the driveway. This campus will allow us to train 70 additional medical students, which is what we'll need if we're going to increase our class size, be a rotation site for our nursing students, and allow us to add 75 to 100 or 90 residence slots as well. By the way, sitting right next to it is our medical office building. You may have a hard time recognizing that it's associated with Texas Tech physicians. I do want to highlight, by the way, that is the largest TT in the world. Not only that, we think it happens to be the largest university insignia in the world. And we've registered with the Guinness Book of World Records, by the way. The building was designed, that roof was designed specifically to put the double T there, and it's lit at night. So if you're flying from the west, look out the window, and you know when you're about to land in El Paso. It's right over this building. We're going to spend a lot of time investing in faculty recruitment and retention. It started with a faculty survey, and the faculty survey asked a couple questions. One is, are you going to leave El Paso? And if so, why? Across the nation, there's an attrition rate of about 15% at every health science center. 15%. Some people retire. They've worked for 30 or 35 years. They deserve to move. Some people advance. I was at UT Southwestern, had the opportunity to go to Johns Hopkins and run a cardiology division, to be a chairman of medicine in San Antonio. Those were all promotions, and then to come to run the health science center here. I would be considered an attrition at the other institutions. I consider it a success story, by the way. But when we talked to our faculty, about 15% said they would definitely leave. We asked why. Half of them are retiring. That's okay. And the others gave the following reasons. They want to enhance their career or find a more supportive work environment to reduce the stress. Interestingly enough, it wasn't to get more salary, and it wasn't to pursue a non-academic job. It was to create an environment where they feel like they're contributing in a meaningful way, and we need to create that environment. So we're going to spend a lot of time. I've been encouraged to hire a dean of happiness. So if you hear that, Ted, before you said it, before you got one, I'm going to hire one, okay? It's to meet the needs. And the other was to dispel, this has allowed us to critically look at our hiring practices to see what's gone on. We have about just shy of 300 faculty. And what I was hearing from our faculty is we're concerned because there are people leaving. And there are people leaving for good reasons, as I mentioned, and some for not so good reasons. And we looked at what had happened over the last 16 months. And you can see that there were 41 faculty that were terminated. Now, I say terminated, they weren't killed, by the way. They were just left off the payroll. 36 from the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine and 5 from the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing. But during that same time, we hired 72 additional new faculty. So there was a net increase of about 10%. And you can see at different levels, at the instructor, assistant, associate level, professor level. But if we've gone all the time to recruit those individuals, by the way, we need to retain them. Because recruitment is one of the most inefficient things that we do. It takes an incredible amount of time, and once you get them there, you want to keep them there. Now, by the way, when I look at our statistics, the average assistant professor stays at their initial employment for about 3.5 years. Ours stay for 7 years. So we're doing some things right, but we could do some things better as well. And we're going to need them if we include our class size. You may not know, by the way, that the U.S. News and World Report ranked El Paso as one of the top 10 cities to live in based on quality of life. That quality of life includes based on crime rates, the lowest crime rate in the nation, quality and availability of health care. That's our health science center, because there are no other health science centers in that city. The quality of education, well-being, and the morning commute times is not due to the morning commute times because of I-10. I can tell you that's not why we're in the top 10 in the nation, by the way. So what are we trying to do? We're trying to recruit the world's youngest healthcare providers. There I am with pre-K schools, pre-K kids right now. You can see them, they're all wearing Texas Tech jackets. They're all learning how to use a stethoscope, and more importantly, they got the guns up sign. So we're recruiting often and recruiting early. We want to update our campus facility master plan. You already saw, by the way, the plans for the Medical Science Building 2. I want to give a shout out to Michael Molina and his crew. By the way, FP&C has done a terrific job of working with us to plan this building. We had a terrific groundbreaking just a couple weeks ago, and again, Regent Lewis was there. Chairman Francis gave some really prescient and sage remarks there as well that they've asked to record. On your desk, by the way, you should have some Franklin Mountain rocks. These are actually edible, by the way, but these were passed out at the ceremony well, and I want to thank Victoria for providing those. This will just about double our current education and science space. Now, by the way, this wasn't in the master plan when I came on in 2014. In fact, the master plan that was developed 10 or 15 years ago is very different than what our current needs are, because as I mentioned, since that plan was developed, we've added 3 new schools and planning, or 3 new schools and institutions, and planning on a dental school, by the way, and some additional opportunities have opened up. And what's shown here is a cartoon caricature, and I wish I could had a pointer to point out, but on the right side is our campus, and you can see the green lawn. Just to the left of it is the spare space where the Medical Science Building 2 will go. To the right of it is a parking lot, by the way. To me, that would be an ideal place to put a dental school. To the far left, you see our current clinical facilities, and our current clinical facilities are inadequate. We've already outgrown them. We can't see many more patients there than we're currently seeing. Hence, the move to Trans Mountain, other sites around the city. But it would be nice to go north. That's land that's currently owned by University Medical Center. So we own land right on their footprint, they own land on our footprint, and the CEO has received approval from his board of managers to talk to us about trading land and or buildings so we can align our 50-year missions about what we want to be doing. So over the next year, I'll be working very closely with our team and with you all as well to develop our master planning, not for the next 5 years or 10 years, but for the next 50 years about what we're going to need. So this is a great opportunity to do that. We want to increase our research activities and funding. Lawrence talks about having $225 million in research. We're a small startup institution. And we've had a steady increase in our research funding, and now we're about $7.76 million per year. But that's really pretty small. We need to increase that. Peter Rotwan and I are working to do that, centered around our centers of emphasis in neuroscience, infectious disease, obesity, nutrition, and cancer as well. We just received word yesterday, we just received a CPRIT grant to attract a world-class researcher to our institution. So we're going to make, this is an obvious priority to us. We want to build upon our strengths. And 2 strengths we have is we have a community that's unlike any other United States. There's not another medical student on the border. When I was in San Antonio, they said they were on their border. I don't know which border. I lived there for 6 years. You can't see the border from there. And when I started the work down in Harlingen with the Regional Academic Health Center, they said they were on the border. It took me 45 minutes to drive the border. And as I've joked with the chancellor, you give me a 3-wood and a golf ball and 3 swings, I'll be on the border from where I'm at. We are that close. We're going to do that. All right? And that gives us opportunities to study border health in ways that no other community can. And we've started that initially already, looking at cancer prevention research. And we have been successful in garnering CPRIT grants. And what our group has done in terms of providing screening for cervical cancer and breast cancer and colorectal cancer is they enlisted 155 different community partners from de novo, from scratch, to be involved in this research effort. And they provided thousands of screenings for cancer, detected cancer in its early phases, and polyps as well, and also provided us data that allows us to do the research that we need to do. This is the starting ground, and we're going to build upon this. Our plans are to have, is to invest heavily in community and public health, border health, and that's where we think our strength will be with regard to research. We need to enhance our clinical activities and revenues. As mentioned, we see about 220,000 patients, about 200,000 of those are outpatients, 20 of those 1,000 are inpatients. In addition to that, we see 50,000 patients in the emergency room as well. We provide about $28 to $29 million in uncompensated care in the El Paso region. We need to be more efficient and more effective at that. We need to turn the data that we have into dollars. We're calling it transforming data to dollars, because the way that we as health science centers were reimbursed 10 and 15 years ago is very different than how we're reimbursed now and how we'll be reimbursed in the future. We used to get paid on how much volume we did. How many patients did you see? How many procedures you did? And you got paid based upon that. Now they're paying for quality and outcomes. They don't want to know how many diabetic patients you see, but how many of them have a normal hemoglobin A1C, and how many are on the proper medications, and how many have their eye screening done, and how many have diabetic neuropathy testing and their kidney function testing. If you can't answer that, then you lose money. There's money left on the table. So we need to be able to accumulate that data in a way that's meaningful, that's accurate, and easy to do. If we don't do that, we're going to lose a lot of money. Currently, last year we lost about $2 million, about $1.5 million in uncompensated care district money, and $500,000 in clinical care. And we're going to continue to lose that every year unless we can get our arms around the data to supply it. So I've talked to most of you all already about our investment in an enterprise data warehouse. It's a population health management platform that centralizes all this information. I currently have a small army assembling this data right now, and despite those costs, can't get all of that information done because it's manually done. So we want to centralize it to allow us to capture all that data. It's vital for collecting it to analyze our healthcare trends and our costs. It's going to be important for negotiating with insurance companies and their payments and integrating our health systems as well. And that should be to us right now currently about $500,000 a year. In addition to that, Ted and I have talked about the fact that we can make this a data hub not just for El Paso, but a data hub for both of our health science centers. It ought to be available for the health science centers in Amarillo, and Abilene, and Midland, and Odessa as well. We'll take the cost, we'll invest in the enterprise data warehouse and allow them to access as well to get the same kind of data to drive the same kind of information as well. I've talked to our health providers, University Medical Center as well, the Hospitals of Providence as well, that will participate in that as well, so we can improve payment, reimbursement, and health care across the entire community. And finally, the last thing, and I hate to say this, I mentioned this again, but it's imperative, all this is going to be for naught if we don't get the accreditations that we need. There are 16 different accreditations going on at the campus, accreditations and our site visits right now. I've listed some of those right here. The most important one is called SACS-COC, Southern Association of Colleges, Schools, Commissions on Colleges. We were previously accredited under Lubbock. And thank goodness we were, because you can't get any federal funding. You really can't be an institution unless you have SACS accreditation. Now we need to split out as a separate institution. While we have that accreditation going on, we have LCME, our undergraduate medical education, CME, our continuing medical education, CCNE for our nursing education, ACGME for our residency education, and Society of Simulation Health Care. By the way, that we just received notification of yesterday, day before yesterday, that we received accreditation with no citations. To give you an idea, all this documentation right here, these 7 volumes, are for that one accreditation for the Society of Simulation Healthcare, what I consider one of our minor accrediting bodies, by the way. So to give you an idea of what we're going to be facing over the next year. This helps us, by the way, to make sure we're doing best practices. It also consumes a tremendous amount of resources as well. I can't tell you how many millions we're spending upon it and how much time we're spending. I do want to assure you, though, it's being done in a very thoughtful way. This is just an example. This is our LCME timeline from June of 2016 to 2017, what all the stakeholders have to do and whether we're meeting the metrics as well. A very similar thing, by the way, for the SACS accreditation. And I want to tell you that we're online for that as well. So with that, it's 12 o'clock. Let me stop. And again, thank you. What you see here is the Health Science Center and our public art. At the far right, our medical science building and medical education building walkway to bridge the education and science. At the left, the Gail Grieve Hunt School of Nursing and the Helix Garden, an LED lighting at night, and a Serenity Garden, by the way. And at the top left, the Presidential Seal. Again, thankful to being a part of the university, but recognizing the separate needs or the independent needs, individual needs that we have as well. We're the only people that could put a mountain on our seal, as far as I know, and take the cotton balls off, by the way. So, thank you very much. Let me answer any questions you have.
Dr. Lang, 2 questions. One, I don't know if there's a place for National Academy research scientists there or not, but my question is, did you ever contemplate or look at the GURI, G-U-R-I, the Governor's University Research Initiative, to apply for funds there?
Yeah, in fact, what we have done, we'll talk, is unfortunately, not as unfortunately, as a part of the separation process, we've had to reinstitute every single committee that was jointly run with Lubbock. So we have spent the last year and a half doing Office of Sponsored Research, Office of Research, Resources, IUCAC, IRB, Conflict of Interest. These are things that any National Academy of Sciences is going to want to come in and do. So we've laid all that down, but we haven't taken advantage of GURI yet for that reason. But we couldn't legitimately, tell a Nobel Prize winner, we can give you $100 million, and by the way, we have no infrastructure to support you yet.
Right, yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah.
Could we even structurally do it? But you ought to pay attention and monitor it.
Yes, sir.
And see if it stays in the current biennial.
It is. And by the way, and that's the CPRIT grant, by the way, is to take an individual, CPRIT's providing the seed money to recruit an outstanding scientist from outside the university, a National Academy type, into your university.
Right. Other question is, in regard to the dental school, what are the tangible next steps? I mean, what's the evolution, continuing evolutions, specific steps that have to occur for that to actually open the door and be funded?
It's going to, there are 2 pathways one can take. Obviously, legislative approval would put the stamp of approval from the state of Texas. That would come with funding with it as well, and that would encourage the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to grant the final approval. Between now and then, what we have to do as an institution, first of all, I can't apply during the accreditation process. So while we're in the middle of SACS accreditation, I can't start any new programs, but I can build the foundation for them, and so that's what we're doing right now. So not until 2018, either until after June. They'll visit us in June or December of 2018 to give us a decision. They'll visit beforehand but give us a decision. That means in 2019 would be the first time that we could actually go to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and ask for approval. If they gave that to us, we could interview in 2019, and then by 2020. What I need to show them is, A, is there a need? 2 is, can we meet the need? And then, is there a sustainable funding model associated with that? So that was what it would.
So you do have a specific timeline to track all of that and follow it, and then.
Yes, sir. All those things.
Your gift that got the dental school started contingent upon all these approvals, or are you spending that money now, or is it only able to be spent after you get the approvals?
So the $31 million comes from 2 sources. The Hunt Family Foundation, and that's $2.5 million a year for 10 years, and that will start in about a year and a half. They'll finish their current pledge. The Paso Del Norte Foundation has given us $1 million a year already for 6 years, and based upon that, they've asked us to come back for a separate ask, and we're using that money right now to lay the foundation. The other thing that increasing the nursing school and medical school class size will allow us to do is take the monies of funds that have been dedicated toward that and repurpose them or rededicate them to the dental school. So that's why it's important to make sure that our enrollments are up at all of our schools as well. Does that answer your question, Regent Hammond?
I think yes.
Okay.
Dr. Lang, what happened to your anesthesia residency program? Do you still have that? And issues with training site programs, I think, a few years ago.
Yes. I mentioned there were 5 training programs that we were definitely going to start at the Trans Mountain campus. Anesthesia was not initially one of them. As you all are aware, that I started in July of 2014, April of 2014, our anesthesia training program, which was based at University Medical Center, was terminated, was discontinued. So I've already talked with the CEOs at both hospitals and informed them of my intention to start another anesthesia program. I'm going to let them choose at which institution they'd like to have it. So.
Very good.
Other questions?
Dr. Lang, with the increase in class sizes, do you see any things being cut from the students as far as, when I got there, they had laptops, which is fine, and we didn't need a laptop, but, it increased by quite a bit. But do you see any benefits that students have right now? Do you see that being cut or diluted at all?
Yeah, Jeremy, that's a great question, because the concern, there are 2 concerns. One is by having a class size of 100, I had a class size of 220. I didn't know everybody. You all are really tight. I mean, there's a camaraderie, and not a competition, but a collaborative, cooperative nature that big class sizes don't have. Part of that's preserved because it's broken into smaller colleges. And so our plans would be to increase from 4 to 6 colleges, so we don't lose any of that. We'll increase the number of masters as well. I think what it will allow us to do is actually not to decrease, but to offer additional things that we don't have. The additional formula funding that would come to that is not for the institution, it's actually for the students. So as you're aware, we need gym facilities. Mm-hmm. We're going to increase library size. We're going to stop some of the frivolous things. You don't need laptops. You have your laptops.
Right.
But there are other things that you all do need. And so we see the additional students as actually being able to enhance stuff, not take things away.
Okay.
Great question.
We're going to draw the line if you come to us for a lazy river, though.
I just want to make everybody know these pages are all blank.
But it got us accredited.
Any other questions?
Nice job.
All right. Great job, Rick. I actually got an email first thing this morning saying that the first medical student from Texas Tech has arrived at the Trans Mountain campus today.
Awesome.
Nico. So they are 4 months into it. They're arriving, staffing.
So, you never want to correct the chairman, so I won't say this. That's the first medical student that was scheduled. We actually had one come out a couple weeks ago. They were so excited about it. They came and asked if they could start early.
Ah, okay.
We said, please don't.
Okay, at this time, the board will recess for a lunch break, and I believe that, do you have some concluding remarks you would like to do before we recess this?
No, I think that I want to applaud all of the presidents on both of these for doing a very thorough job of moving forward on strategic planning and having really what I would call bold goals and ideas. And so with that, we'll be back during the summer and be back to you in August, and also engage the various committees as we go through preparing for the final document on strategic planning.
Perfect. I'd also like to thank the Chancellor and the Presidents for the presentations that we've received over the last 2 meetings. It's been very informative. Obviously, you all went to a lot of work with your staffs, and it gives us an opportunity to really think strategically and give you input on where we see the components and our system going. So thank you all very much for that. So with that, let's go to lunch, and we'll be back in 45 minutes, and we will go straight into the car meeting. All right. We are ahead of schedule.
Not good.
Had a schedule is good.
Ahead of schedule is good.
You're going to go through your little spell and then
He's at that. I saw him on the phone.
Well, I already have. Get him up square away, get on, get a lot of positive vibes need to come out of it.
He did help. Start with that. Big Hard? We'll start with it. Yes, sir. Good job, Mark. You had a good recovery. We didn't help you out by calling the wrong play. Okay, we're on the real stuff now.
I know. I know.
There we go. Not at all. All right. The meeting of the Carr Scholarship Foundation and the Board of Regents committee meetings will now take place. If time allows, the board may reconvene after the last committee meeting adjourns. Otherwise, the meeting of the board will convene tomorrow, Friday, May 19th at 8:30. Mr. Esparza, will you please proceed with the Carr Scholarship Foundation?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, members, the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation is now called to order. First order of business is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the Carr Foundation meeting held on December the 15th, 2016?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Operating policies of the Carr Scholarship Foundation call for the board to elect a chair and vice chair, and we will proceed with those elections at this time. Are there any nominations from the floor?
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, I would like to nominate the following slate of candidates: for Chairman, Michael Lewis, and for Vice Chair, Ron Hammonds. And I further move that we elect this slate by acclamation.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any discussion? We will now proceed with the vote. So all those in favor of election of the nominees as recommended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion is approved. Mr. Lewis, gavel is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad to serve. This Carr Foundation has been a very special asset, as you know, since 1987 when it was established by the Carr family on behalf of Angelo State University and supporting those students. And they've distributed, I'm not quite sure how many millions of dollars over the past 30 years. Today, the foundation is approximately $128 million, part of which is invested in the long-term investment fund, and the other part is valued only at about $6 or $8 million, which is the mineral portfolio. But that's been the driving force for income for the foundation for many years. And with the evolution that's occurred in West Texas and the Permian Basin, this asset will continue to be a great benefit for the education of those students. So I'm happy to serve in that regard. Thank you very much also, and I look forward to serving as the chairman. The Next item of business will be the acceptance of the independent auditor's report for the Carr Scholarship Foundation for the year ending August 31, 2016. Justin Noble, will you please present the report of the independent audit for the foundation for fiscal year 2016?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2016 financial statement audit of the Carr Foundation was conducted by the CPA San Angelo CPA firm of Oliver, Rainey, and Wotek. The auditors issued an unmodified opinion on the 2016 statements. That's a clean opinion. In required correspondence to the trustees, they indicated no difficulties in gathering information from management and no disagreements with management over accounting treatments. They recommend several adjusting entries to the financial statements to an accrual basis. These adjustments are routine and not as a result of errors. They included adjustments to fair market value, booking of receivables and payables, and recording depreciation. The auditors did not issue a management letter, which would have communicated any control deficiencies. All in all, the audit went well, and we have no concerns to report.
I've got one question there, Michael. I think that the revision was to value the minerals at 3 times their annual income. It's considerably below market value. It might be 1/3. And I don't know if it, clearly accounting, a lot of times it's just a book value, but I don't know if that has any adverse influence as we look at it in terms of what the real value is. And
Well, I
Mr.
think
Chairman,
that is a change from prior years. Actually, that portfolio has been historically valued at the original valuation in 1987.
Book value,
And
right.
Yes, and they've never changed that. With the number of properties, I believe there are approximately over 200 properties, and to do an engineered valuation report on that would be pretty cost prohibitive versus the benefit of that. The Texas Tech Foundation also has a mineral portfolio, and it's a separate audit firm, and they valued the mineral portfolio for Texas Tech on that same basis. So really what it did was bring our foundation valuation methodology and align with what's done at the Texas Tech University foundation level as well. So it brought them both in line. I think you are correct in that it would be a general consensus that yes, the value is in excess of 3 times annual trailing 12-month or annual income, but nevertheless to do a more engineered valuation would be pretty cost prohibitive, and it would also not be it was judged that it was not a material event to the overall value of the foundation. So I think that's kind of how that evolved. Is that?
That would be quite expensive.
Yes.
That engineering.
Right.
That'd be very.
Any other questions? All right. If not, thank you, Justin, for your report. Are there any, with no further questions, is there a motion to accept the auditor's report as presented?
So moved.
All those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Final item of business, are there any further announcements anyone wants to make or other business to address?
Not at this time.
Would you tell everyone about the new lease, or let Candace, the new lease we just received?
Oh, yes, sir.
Kind of record-breaking.
Yes.
Very good.
Just did a lease in Reeves County. This is a section where the Carr Foundation owns half the minerals in that section. This has been farther west from any of the, activity in Reeves County to date. This is more in some of you might remember the Woodford Shale play back in 2006 to 2008. But we did just close a lease for $2.4 million on that property, and so that will make our financials for next year look much better.
$7,500 an acre.
Yes. And we did-
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. And we did strategically create some competition on that section, so we were able to get, the best lease bonus that we possibly could on that.
And a year or two ago, when I was visiting with you folks, somehow I came away with the idea that the life of those wells and reserves was further in the future than anybody could predict. Is that still right?
Correct, yes. They say that only 10% of the Permian Basin assets have been developed today. And the Permian has been producing since the 1930s, so only 10% today.
It's an incredible gift to that university. And I mean, the percentage of the kids that get a scholarship as a result of it, it's an incredible gift. It's what this family's done would rival what we would do if we got involved in the mental health arena. Just incredible.
We're waiting for that.
Yes.
We had that 130 million, we'd be in good.
Well, the true value of that lease also is that I'm certain it'll get drilled sometime in the next 3 years, and just drilling one well will make a material difference to your income. So that's an ongoing long-term benefit as well.
They do have development plans
Right.
that they should drill a well by the end of the year, hopefully. So fingers crossed.
Was that Reeves or Culberson County?
That was Reeves.
Oh, it was in Reeves.
Yes.
Good.
Any further questions?
That's all regionalists.
Thank you. If there's no further business to come before the board, do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Adjourn.
Second?
Second.
This meeting of the Board of a vote? All those for adjournment? Aye. This meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Carr Foundation stands adjourned.
All right, now we're going to move into our committee meetings, and Regent Huckabee is going to stand in for Regent Steinmetz and chair the Finance and Administration.
Finance and Administration Committee is called to order. Ron, do your best to work in a couple of mental health comments along the way if you can. Michael Lewis, please don't step out and go to the restroom or we're dead. Okay, my friend. So here we go. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 23rd, 2017.
I'll make a motion.
I will second that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Ms. Sloan, would you please begin with the presentation of item number 1?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Regents. The first finance agenda item is for both TTU and TTU System Administration, and it's a request to approve revisions to the traffic and parking regulations and fees. There's an executive summary included in the book that goes through some housekeeping changes. I'll highlight the substantive changes. We have new language allowing for charges at events on campus to be determined by the event. Concerts and such that we have going on at the arena would be an example. There's also new language to address the operation of rickshaws and pedicabs on campus to ensure the safety of our passengers and pedestrians. We have had a student this past year that started a pedicab company, so we just want to ensure the safety provisions of that. And finally, language to introduce a set of changes regarding citations. So overall, we do not have any increase in our rates or our citation rates. We're just shifting it. So for our citations, we no longer put citations onto a student's tuition and fee bill. As President mentioned earlier, we're looking for strategies that allow students to continue their registration and academic progress and not slow them down because of a citation being put on their bill. So it's moved to just transcript holds if they have outstanding parking citations. And so what we did is we took what used to be a late fee of $5, and we're now putting that as part of the citation charge, and if they pay it within 10 days, we'll waive that $5. So we've just kind of made an enticement for early payment of the citations. And that's really the substantive changes that are included in this. Again, there's no increase in the parking permit rates for this fiscal year.
Any questions? So I noticed on there, and this may be an unfair question for you, there's a strike through of all the booting, and it says vehicle disabling device instead. Are we just crushing their vehicles, or what are we doing? I asked because I have a student, so I'm just.
Right, no,
So what
no.
are we doing?
So I can't speak in depth to this,
Okay,
but
that's
there is new technology coming out on the market that's going to allow us, and I'm searching, I don't think Eric Crouch is in the audience today, but he informed me that there's new electronic technology that's coming out that gets away from the traditional boots.
Okay.
And it's just allowing us to move towards that if we find that technology to be useful in the future.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Not. Is there a motion to approve this item as presented? Oh, yeah.
So move.
I'll second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. You'll continue on with item number 2, please.
Yes, the second finance agenda item is for TTU is requesting permission for authorizing the president to execute a contract with Verizon Wireless. This contract is a lease agreement to provide rooftop space at TTU Plaza to Verizon. We optimize our space utilization, we generate some revenue, and it enhances cellular service to the TTU community. Under this agreement, TTU will lease 220 square feet of rooftop space to Verizon for installation of a cellular antenna and associated equipment. The rent charge to Verizon will start at $31,200 per year and is subject to increases upon reevaluation by TTU each fiscal year. The electricity to the antenna is sub-metered and will be invoiced directly to Verizon. The initial term of the contract is 5 years with 4 additional 5-year extensions if agreed to by both parties prior to the end of the then current term. At termination, there's provisions in the contract that Verizon must restore the space to its original condition. And just to make you aware that TTU does have similar leases in place with other communications providers. Any other questions I can answer on this one?
Questions, comments? So one question, the subject to increases upon reevaluation by TTU each year. Can you help expand on that? How does that work? Is that at our discretion? 'Cause
At
I
our
see
discretion.
There's no termination for us in there, so we can raise the rate to whatever we want. Help me understand, how does that work?
Okay, now I'll look to Sean Childers, who's been more involved with this negotiation, but it cannot decrease, but it can be increased based upon the then market rates that we're charging. And we look at what we're charging the other cellular service providers as well. So if there's an opportunity upon the termination of one of the other communication service providers that we're renegotiating that rate, that would allow us to then show that that market rate would then be a means to increase Verizon's as well. Anything else? Okay.
Other questions? Not, then is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So move.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. You'll move forward to item number 3, please.
Great. The last finance agenda item for TTU is a request to approve a new state unfunded hours fee at $100 per semester credit hour effective this upcoming fall 2017 term. So this fee would only apply to resident undergraduate students for any course in which the student enrolls that is the same as or substantially identical to a course which is repeated by the student 3 or more times. So the state of Texas has statutes to discourage students from repeating courses unnecessarily, which leads to delays in degree completion and financial impacts on the students who repeat courses excessively. Also, credit hours taken by students attempting the same course for the 3rd time or more, we cannot submit those for formula funding. So we're losing formula funding hours, and we're also wanting to align with the strategic priorities you heard this morning in better advising and encouraging students to complete courses in a timely fashion and graduate on time. The current formula funding rate of $55.39 is lost, but this is also that increase is based on the weighted semester credit hours. So we could be losing for a lower division arts and sciences course the $55, but for an upper division engineering course, it's almost $195 per weighted semester credit hour that we're losing. In the past year, calculated as last summer 2016 through this spring 2017, TTU had 12,244 unfunded semester credit hours due to courses repeated for the third time or more. So really, in addition to the revenue replacement, the fee really is aligning with our goals to encourage timely degree completion and better advising with those students. Are there any other questions I can answer on this agenda item?
Any questions on item number 3?
I have none.
Anybody else? Okay, seeing no questions, is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Ms. Harkey, item number 4, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Penny's first time. Elmo typically has been in this position. If you guys will notice, it's a seminal day for the Board of Regents. Elmo is not even sitting in the back.
Notice that. Yes.
So that tells you what Elmo thinks of Penny.
Yeah.
He's watching it on video.
He is. He's sending me text messages about every 15 minutes.
Oh my. So first, welcome. We're glad you're here.
Thank you. I may have a critique when I get back to the office. So this item is to request the Board of Regents to approve a budget revision budgeting $4.3 million of uncompensated care funding for the School of Medicine in Amarillo. This consists of $2.3 million of prior year uncompensated care funding and $2 million of uncompensated care funding that has been recognized in fiscal year 2017. Uncompensated care is funding that's received from the Texas Health and Human Services Commission for unreimbursed costs associated with providing patient care to Medicaid and uninsured patients. And the way the School of Medicine in Amarillo utilizes this particular funding is to dedicate this funding for startup funds and to support those programs and those specific departments that are heavily weighted in Medicare and in the uninsured population. So this will be used to provide those startup funds for the support funding for the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Pediatrics, and Surgery.
Any questions related to this item?
None.
If not, then a motion to approve is presented.
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to the next item, please.
The next item is to request the Board of Regents to authorize execution of a contract with the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Under this contract, the TTU-HSC Southwest Institute for Addictive Diseases will provide substance abuse and mental health counseling services to the federal offenders who reside in residential reentry centers or home confinement in the Lubbock area. We've been providing these services for over a decade, and the Federal Bureau of Prisons actually sent out an RFP. They had to renew the process. So we responded to the request and have been awarded that. It's been a very, a great combination for us. The Southwest Institute for Addictive Diseases, though, they provide counseling to, they also have a contract with the U.S. Probation Office, and they also support the Employee Assistance Program, both at Texas Tech and the Health Sciences Center, where they focus on substance abuse and on mental health and certain kinds of counseling services, not only for our employees, but employee families. They also have this for LISD and about 20 other entities. So it's a great program that we have.
Questions?
About how much revenue do we generate?
I don't know how much revenue we generate for the entire Southwest Institute for Addictive Diseases. Under this particular contract, over a 5-year period, it's estimated about a little over $1.3 million.
And this, Regent Hammonds and Mr. Chair, is something that board members may not be aware that we do this. We have 32,000 state inmates. We work through our TDCJ contract out here in West Texas, but we also do some work with the federal government already on this. And so this is a contract that's been in play for a long time, and they're re-upping it. You're not guaranteed that 1.3 million. That's how much they'll pay, and you get a percentage of that as you do the service.
Other questions? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Motion carries. Thank you very much. Some reason I think Elmo may be very proud right now. So. Dr. Lang, please present item number 6.
I'm not sure if Elmo was just proud of Penny, we all are, or he was just nervous talking about the Federal Bureau of Prisons, one of the two. We talked about big audacious ideas. The School of Dental Medicine is one of them. This is the second one. This is a request for the enterprise data warehouse that I mentioned. We talked about the rationale behind it, that is to aggregate the clinical data among the various sites, the payer information data, and the lab and quality information data as well. This process, we put out an RFP about a year ago, July of 2016. There were 10 proposals submitted to a committee of 7 experts. They narrowed it down to 3 on the basis of those 3. They invited them all in to interview them, and their recommendation is for this particular product, the Cerner product. It just so happens, by the way, that our new electronic medical record at the Hospitals of Providence is Cerner. University Medical Center is Cerner. All the tenant hospitals is Cerner, and the VA hospital is Cerner as well. So this was the best proposal, and it aligns very well with meeting the needs of the community, as far as West Texas as well. Y'all are Cerner as well, right, Ted?
Correct.
Okay. The cost is a one-time cost of $387,500, an annual cost of, as well, about $337,000, about $28,000 per month. And as I mentioned, we believe we'll be able to recoup $500,000. In addition, it'll allow us to apply for grants. This past year, there were about 35 grants, totaling about $65 million that we could have applied for, but weren't able to do so. We don't anticipate any increase. There's a slight increase from year 1 to year 2. I think it's about 3%. We think we have enough to cover all the patients and all the sites that we talked about. It's been obviously reviewed by our legal team as well, and I'm happy to answer any questions. It's brought to you because the annual contract, the total amount of the contract is over $1 million, requires your approval.
Thank you. Questions for item number 6?
No questions.
Well,
Great.
Well done.
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
seeing none, is there a motion to approve the item is presented?
Make a motion?
I'll second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great.
Dr. Lang, if you'll proceed to item number 7.
Yes, sir. And number 7 is a contract that we execute with El Paso County Clinical Services. That's the healthcare organization for the Texas Medical Board of El Paso County, and it's to pay for residents. This will pay for about just slightly under 194 residents. It's an annual contract. I'll remind you that the money for the residency GME program comes to the hospital, and the hospital has to pay us for the residents, and that's what this contract represents. It totals $13,738,593 to pay for 193.67 residents at University Medical Center.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Lang?
Is it standard to have a one-year contract, or, I mean, is that what you have, Ted? Do they do 1 year, or they do multi-year contracts?
I'm looking at the next item. We do multi-year contracts.
It's really just our guy, Paso, keeping us on a short leash.
And I'm not sure if there's some contractual issues related to this organization. I don't know the answer to that. I'll check, though.
My sense was that at
Yeah.
San Antonio and various places, it's multi-year contracts.
Yes, sir.
You have to gear up for it.
And as I mentioned, we have about 250 residents, so this doesn't even pay for all the other residents. We have other funding sources as well.
Maybe move towards that after you get this one in place.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So move.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Mr. Huffaker will present item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the annual review and renewal of self-insurance liability, our liability program, our self-insurance rates. The agenda item notes the amounts. I will report to you that our self-insurance program at this point has total assets of about $41.7 million. We have reserves within that for claims, either actual claims or anticipated claims, for a little bit under $8.1 million. As always, we have had the plan studied in terms of the actuary. Fred R. White is our actuary, and he has recommended the rates and program that we have described here. These are premium rates. We are recommending also that we abate premiums for our clinical physicians. That is a practice we've done several years. In some prior years, we've done a experience dividend. This year, we are not recommending an experience dividend. So we would project that at the beginning of, or at the end of fiscal year end 2017, the assets in the plan would be approximately $42 million. That gives us a good cushion because the way the plan is funded, we don't want to just build up reserves for the sake of reserves, but we like to have a good cushion. So that's the recommendation and the request.
Questions for Mr. Huffaker? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the item as presented?
Make a motion.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, Mr. Barnes and Mr. Barrett, item number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask Tim to make his way to the podium and just make a few remarks. We provided some investment information in your packet earlier, so I've asked Tim just to provide an executive summary. But as he comes up, just to remind ourselves that at the last meeting, we had the official numbers from the Kubo study, which was as of June 2016. And while we were better than the average, we were still a negative 1.7% return. Just to remind ourselves that Tim came on board in late 2013. He has hired 2 professional staff in October, November of this year in 2016. So I think that he has a team now that he's assembled that we are positioned and poised to have better returns on our long-term investment pool. Also would just remind you that at the last meeting, Tim was recognized for 2 awards that he received as Chief Investment Officer of the Year, as well as the Endowment Fund of the Year, and he's recently received another award related to our endowment fund performance. So congratulations, Tim, and I'll let you give the good news for the update.
Let's see if I can figure out how to operate this. So I think the first place to start is what Mr. Barnes talked about, is if you think back to the last Nakubo year, and if you'll remember that ended on June 30th last year, we were down about 1.77%. You can see that at the top line. Total Nakubo was down about 2.1. So we did fairly well. We did above median in that year. We weren't happy with that. I think the other thing that you can look at across this that I want you to keep in mind is the 3-year return at this number was 4.8. That's getting quite uncomfortable. So is the 5-year number and the 10-year number, because it's getting quite close to the payout ratio of 4.5, right? So we had a downturn over that 18 months. That was a difficult period, and the numbers were down. If you fast forward to today, at the end of February, you can see that on the top asset allocation slide, we are within target allocation as prescribed by the investment policy, with about 32% in equity versus a 30 target, right at 25 in debt strategies, diversifying assets around 12.5, and private investments at 27.25. So let's fast forward to the really good news, because that's what most people want to hear right away. The 1-year performance line, let's take a look at that at the bottom. 14.76 over the last year versus the policy of 10.99. That is substantial outperformance. I will get into more performance in a little while, but Suffice it to say, equity really rallied the second half of the year, and you can see that in our equity portfolio was up almost 25%. Debt portfolio, which you don't think of debt securities doing very well, right? Our debt portfolio was up near 20% for the year. Diversifying assets was down a little bit, but private investments was a big driver. Remember, this is close to 30% of our portfolio, and that really popped this last year, up 14%. Probably the largest driver in that, oil and gas. Oil and gas really rebounded in the last half of last year. Our InCap holdings and our Riverstone holdings both have done really well. We've had meetings with those managers recently, and we expect some big distributions coming up in June and July as well from that program. So we're really excited about that, and it's performing well. So let's talk about where we are today, because NACUBO only prints numbers every June 30, and they don't ever even tell you about it until February of the following year, so there's a big lag in the data. So there's a large consulting firm in the United States that produces their own report on how endowments, pension funds, and foundations do for the calendar year. So for the calendar year, according to their study in 2016, for the 1 year period, if you were at the top of the heap, or top quartile, you'd be at 7.3% return. Well, our numbers came in at 7.9. If you look at NACUBO year to date, which is really relevant because that starts July 1st through June 30, our returns were 7.1% for that 6-month period. The top quartile was 5.2. So the one thing I want to point out here is that the trend is correct, right? The trend is we have an improving endowment and a vastly improving endowment, and this report helps show that. I think the thing that you have to take lightly with this report is it's 148 institutions across the United States. That's a pretty sizable number of institutions, so it should give you some comfort. But NACUBO's like 680 institutions. So it's a much smaller subset. I think it tells you that the trend is right. I don't think you can go to print with these numbers. You got to wait till NACUBO and everybody reports. But we're very proud of these numbers and the improvements we've made. The other thing I want to point out is just if you think about the calendar year from that last slide I showed you where it showed 4.5 over the 3, 5, and 10-year period. Well, look at the 3 and 5 year period here. Just with this last rally that you've seen in the last 8 months, you've radically improved the 1, 3, and 5 year numbers compared to just what it was 9 months ago, call it. So this chart's called growth of a dollar chart, basically, right? So if you go back to 1997 and think about the endowment itself, the long-term fund, and we said we had $1,000 in the fund. This shows the growth of that over time. And I show a number of metrics here that I want to point out. The first line is the World Equity Index, which is just a global equity index that includes almost every stock in the world. That's that light blue line. Because a lot of people say, well, why don't you just invest in equities, Tim? You'll always win. That's really not true. And this chart shows that. If you invested in equities, that's that very bottom line. You would not have done very well, and you would be very unhappy. So what about a 60-40 portfolio? Because that's a lot of question. People say, let's invest in a 60-40 portfolio. We don't need expensive staff or invest in tough strategies or private markets. Just go 60-40. That's the dark blue line. That's done pretty well. It's beaten all equities. And your $1,000 would have turned into $2,500 in that case through 2017. The red line, on the other hand, is the difference of having a professionally governed board, the IAC, overseeing an investment program with staff. And you can see that red line is up at, I would call that 4,200 from that 1,000. There's a big gap difference between going passive and actively managing the program. The other line that's really important to understand is that CPI plus 5, and you can see that doesn't change much because it's just a 5% return added to inflation. And all endowments, if you think about it, that's our goal really, is to beat that line, because our spending rate is 4.5% on a rolling 12-quarter basis. And then you add in expenses, and you want to grow the endowment a little bit, at least by inflation rate, to keep up. And you can see that over time, even our portfolio, the passive ones underperform almost all the time. And even our portfolio underperforms at different crisis periods, such as 2002 sell-off or the financial crisis of '08. You can see it dip down. But the vast majority of time, we substantially outperform the CPI plus 5 over longer periods. And that really is the goal of a long-term endowment. So I'm gonna end with performance again and just point out a couple of things. We talked a little bit about the one-year numbers at 14.76 versus 10.99 for the policy benchmark. And you can see how equity, debt, and privates did in that case. The other important one, I think, to look at is the NACUBO year, because that's where your ranking will come. So that one starts July 1st of this past year and runs through June 30. And as what you'll see there is 9.62% return for the program. The policy index is 5.68, so we're substantially outperforming it. If I pulled up another chart and showed you how many times we were outperforming by 300 or 400 basis points over the policy index, you would only find that one or two other times in the entire history of the LTIF. We rarely outperform that policy index. We're trouncing the policy index right now, and I think that will continue. I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about the portfolio. We're thrilled with the performance, and the first quarter is looking like it's going to continue to be positive, and we think we're going to go strong into the NACUBO year end.
So, coming February, that'll report the latest year. Do you believe we'll be in the top quartile?
I think we're going to be a lot closer. About every year, we've improved by anywhere from 5 to 10%. I think at the end of this June 30, which would be next February, they report.
That's what I'm talking about.
I do believe we'll be in top quartile.
Congratulations.
Regent Francis.
That might be premature. I mean, I believe it. We're going to have to wait and see.
Chairman Francis, I want to make one comment. At the invitation of the Chancellor, all the presidents went and spent a half a day in Austin, and I can tell you we were duly impressed. We really got the story of what they inherited and the folks that he put in place to make the change. We were all very excited, and it's just the tip of the iceberg what he's presenting today. What's set up and the strategies that they have and the ability to get investments that are not normally for everyone was very exciting. And we're really happy as presidents, the whole group of us were, to see that this is going to be huge for us going forward.
And I think I'd echo what Brian said, and I was also extremely impressed at the opulent office setting they have. I'm just kidding.
Wow. Now, we could talk offices, but I think this one trumps ours by quite a lot of margin. The one other thing I'd like to leave with, and it was something that CFO Barnes talked about, which was staffing. These operations don't run by themselves. I've built what I think is one of the best teams for our size endowment that you're ever going to see.
Where's that Robert Lee guy from?
Your hometown, sir. Dr. Mitchell aptly pointed out that he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, and I think it has to do with where he's from. So, but Robert Lee joins us from ERS. He's won all kinds of awards for hedge fund allocator of the year when he was at ERS. Is just a phenomenal investor. Dan Parker came from Helmsley, is building out our venture capital program, and just recently got awarded award by LP Magazine for being a solid venture investor. And then Mike Nichols, who runs credit, just got named to 40 under 40. And that's a thing with CIO Magazine where they look at the youngest people in the country under age 40 and who the up-and-comers are, and he was made part of that list, which is a huge honor. So the staff themselves are really solid across the board.
Any other questions or comments for Tim?
I'd just like to comment, because where we were and where we have come, for Lisa Calvert or for the Chancellor, or those people that are out trying to raise money, to be able to look a donor in the eye and tell them
that if you entrust your money with our foundation, we'll operate in the top quartile of colleges and endowments in the nation is very powerful. And I'd also like to thank Chris Huckabee for his leadership on the IAC and Michael Lewis, because you guys are providing the governance and you're the ones empowering these people to do the great job. So thank you all.
Tim, thank you very much. Some very well deserved recognition to you recently, and congratulations on that. Very, very well deserved.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Barnes, item number 10.
Mr. Chairman. We have before you a change to the investment policy. The IAC committee approved and recommends the update to the investment policy at their December 16th meeting. The proposed changes in the policy reflect the changes needed to comply with the asset allocation as recommended by the IAC. The wording changes through the policy really is a direct reflection of the changes made on page 20 in your handout attachment number 3. So on that particular Schedule A on page 20, it does show the policy allocation and the target ranges and the changes that are being recommended today.
Any questions, comments? Okay. If none, is there a motion to approve this item as presented? I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Barnes, item number 11, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to provide you a brief update of the annual financial report for the combined Texas Tech University system. I've had several conversations with several regents, and they've asked me to provide a management information report that doesn't look like an accounting document, that factors out NACUBO fund accounting. So perhaps this will give you some information for financial reporting in layman's terms. So on this particular slide, very simply, it takes our beginning net position. It details the revenues from all sources across the system, provides the expenses in the expense categories, and results in the net change position and an ending balance. For FY16, we had an increase of $195 million for a net ending position of just over $2.9 billion. If we look at a little bit in detail on the revenue and expenses, you can see, again, legislative appropriations equal about 25% of the total revenue, with tuition and fees coming in at 20%. Grants and contracts, we've talked a lot about that today, still 20%, but this would include state, federal, private, research, financial aid. This would be total grants and contracts. Patient fees at 13%, and then some of the other smaller amounts. To detail into the expenses a little bit, you can see salaries, wages, and benefit at 61% of our total operating expenditures. A very normal, typical picture for higher education. Obviously, we are here to instruct students, provide student support, so you would think that that would be heavy on our salaries and wages as we invest in our faculty. In our net position, we just include some of the areas that are included in that total dollar amount. Largest category, as you would suspect, is our capital asset. It includes buildings, net of related depreciation, also land and equipment. Endowments and quasi-endowments, 28%. All of our externally restricted grants, contracts, loan funds at 15%. I won't go through all the rest of those, but those are the items that make up the net position across the systems. I did have to throw in one slide related to NACUBO because this is how we are compared with other higher education institutions, and as would be normal and expected, instruction is the largest category across the system at 28%. I might just notice there's a slight difference when you look at the total operating expenses on this slide compared to the total on the other slide. NACUBO has a little bit different definitions on how they report expenses by function. As an example, they don't include interest that we would pay on our debt service as a functional expense. So there's a little bit of difference on there, but that is by definition for NACUBO.
Gary, in showing this to us, are you using cash, not GAAP?
I'm sorry.
Are you using cash, not GAAP reporting?
This is a cash basis.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I think also the key financial indicators are probably a really good barometer of the financial health and strength of the system. We were fortunate that we did a bond sale, so we have some very recent data that Moody's provided for us as they analyzed our particular financial condition to provide us with our ratings. Also, it was a very unique opportunity because all of the other systems within the state of Texas was also doing a bond issue. So Moody's had very recent information on their key financial ratios. I think the top part of it just gives you a little bit of comparison as you look across the Texas systems, how we rank with our rating agencies. Other than A&M and UT systems, we are the highest in the state. You can compare the enrollments, the net tuition and fees per student, and the enrollments are based on a full-time equivalent student as Moody does their calculation, and then the total system budget. So when you look at the comparisons across the state of Texas for the various systems, and then you look at the key financial ratios, of the 7 financial ratios that Moody's track, we were the best in 4 out of 7, and we're only a 0.1% or so of 6 out of 7. So I think that's a real indication of the strength and condition of this university system. Be glad to answer any questions.
Questions?
If there were any item, and I'm going to say expense item, expenditure item, that was $5 million more than that's what's on the paper in front of us, would it affect our rating ability? Would it affect our ability to perform? Would it affect would we have to fire a bunch of people? Is there anything we would have to do if one of those expense numbers was $5 million higher?
No, sir, I don't believe it would. It would not affect the financial ratios as calculated by Moody's.
It is.
Thank you.
Congratulations on that, by the way. Very well done. I didn't think you'd do it, but you did it.
I've got one question. If we look at the Higher Education Coordinating Board and you go into their booklet and you look at tuition for the University of Texas, tuition for and expenses for A&M, it shows that the 2 of them are lower than us, whereas your net tuition, we're considerably lower than they are. So what, I don't understand the difference.
I think it's a definition, as we've talked a little bit about, that coordinating board has different definitions for how they include tuition and required fees.
It's fee.
This is tuition and total fees.
It's fee. It's transparency issues.
That's right.
Any other comments or questions? Ron? Anything else?
So do we,
I can go again if you'd like.
Please don't. Okay, we'll stop.
do we outrank the CFO's former employer?
Perhaps.
I think we do.
A place to put him. Thank you for that report. We'll move, Mr. Barnes, we'll move on to item number 12, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to give you just an update on the ERM process. Again, just to remind ourselves that this is a process. It's not the end, but it's a formal tool to identify the risk across the system. It is a process for the presidents and their executive staffs to identify those risks and then to put in place as mitigating controls. I want to commend all the university presidents and their staff. They've embraced this concept. This is new for this year. They really have taken it seriously. For the first year, we have really done a very good job system-wide, and I look forward to continuing to refine this process, and this is part of the bigger strategic plan that all the universities will engage into. Just an update, we have included this in part of our system regulations, so we have formalized the process with timelines, standard definitions, so that we are consistently doing this on an annual basis. As part of the development, there were 98 risks identified. Now, a lot of these are duplicates, but we just counted how many risks identified across the system. I want to be sure that we understand that we're not concerned about all these things. Some risks we've identified, and we have lots of controls in place. We've identified these. These are not surprises, but that doesn't mean that every one that we've identified doesn't still need some work to be done. So it's an ongoing process. 8 general risk themes were identified. Those are the categories there across the systems. I wanted to just share some of the top ones that were common across all the university components. These are in no particular order of priority or concern, but they're included in everyone's risk analysis. I'm providing just some examples here of these different categories, but financial, campus safety, information technology, compliance, state, federal, local regulations, accreditation, we've heard about that today, enrollment management, which would include forecasting of students, retention, graduation, and certainly revenue modeling. Retention and hiring and recruiting renowned faculty and staff is a risk and is a concern at all the institutions, something that we just have to identify and try to address those. And then a continuity of operations, which is a formal process that if we had an event or an incident, we have formal plans that we can execute to continue business. You know, again, the process was that we've identified a formal mechanism to identify the risks. We've elevated those up to the presidents, and so now we have an opportunity to address those across the system.
The most recent thing that we've heard about in the news is ransomware, and the stuff that I've read, which had to be in big print and no more than 5 or 6 letters in the word, indicated that most of the risk could be averted by people having the latest versions of software or the supported versions of software, routine backups, and if we got people double checking everybody's computer everywhere, because apparently one computer not being the way it's supposed to be lets it in the system and can wreak havoc.
You're exactly right, and as we put on there, IT and cybersecurity is a huge threat, not just to our system, but nationally. We have at each institution a chief IT security officer. They meet as a system group very regularly. We have the latest protection devices that we have to support the general infrastructure of the network, plus they do security of each individual laptop on a regular basis. Just to give you a little bit of framework, because I meet with the CIOs on a regular basis, so I'm glad we're all sitting down. Last year, this was for the last fiscal year, ended August 31st, 2016, our system detected and blocked, so I think those are 2 key words, 389 million attacks on our network. And that's here in Lubbock and the network that supports El Paso, 389 million. And the particular things that you're talking about on individual laptops and desktops, there were 359 detected and corrected before there was a breach. So it is at the top of the list. We just can't implement it as fast as people can think up how to break it.
Well, the bad guys are one step ahead all the time.
All the time. But we have a very robust system.
And I think it's confirmation that they detected and blocked more than 389 million attacks on our network last year.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Gary, thank you very much for that report. This concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee.
John?
Ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. We have Regents Esparza and Stewart here. Regent Steinmetz is not here. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 23rd, 2017.
So moved.
Second.
You can't say.
Oh, we can't second? I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Topliff, please begin with item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bring before the board a motion to approve modification of Angelo State University's Operating Procedure 06.23, which deals with tenure and promotion standards and procedures. This proposed policy on tenure and promotion is a culmination of 6 years of deliberation by faculty and administration. And consistent with the previous policy, this proposed policy was initially drafted by a select committee from Faculty Senate and then vetted as appropriate by the deans and department chairs. It lied dormant for a period of time, and a committee comprised of 3 faculty members appointed by Faculty Senate and 3 of the deans appointed by myself made final edits of the proposed policy, which was then distributed back to faculty through Faculty Senate for additional comment. This proposed policy describes the process by which members of the faculty employed in full-time tenure track positions at Angelo State University may apply for academic tenure and/or promotion. There are a number of changes in this from the previous policy. I won't go through all of those, but I will say a couple of the major ones are, first of all, that this policy puts the burden for development of the criteria for promotion and tenure on the faculty in the department or program, and then that has to be approved by the deans and ultimately by the provost. And those criteria then are made available to all of the faculty and used exclusively as the standard for all performance evaluations. This policy has been vetted by System Legal. I've had a number of conversations with them, and we've modified things that they viewed as potentially problematic. And so that's what I bring before you. You also have a copy of that proposed policy that was provided to you earlier.
Are there any questions or comments?
Dr. Topliff, is there a reason there was an 8-year period of time in there that this?
Well, I've only been here 2 years, so I can't speak to the previous lag. I
You
think
were still doing 10 years during that
yes,
period.
we were under the old policy.
Okay.
And so the old policy was came into effect in 2009, or I believe in 2010 is when review of this proposed policy was initiated. So it's taken 6 years to get it to fruition.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Please continue with item number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We bring before the board a modification or a proposed modification to Operating Procedure 06.28, which deals with the annual performance evaluation of faculty that are tenure eligible and also non-tenure eligible. So this policy is, again, a part of what has been being deliberated since 2009. And so there are a number of changes. I'm, again, not going to get into all of them, but probably the biggest difference in this policy as opposed to the previous policy is that we now have 4 domain criteria for evaluation as opposed to 3. In the past policy, we had 3 domain evaluation criteria. They were satisfactory, satisfactory needs improvement, and unsatisfactory. With a 4 domain rating system, it provides a couple of things, one of which is the ability to truly identify outstanding faculty that are performing above their peers. The other thing that it does is I never did understand exactly what satisfactory needs improvement meant. So we got rid of that one. And replaced it with wording that in the new policy. Again, this has been through Faculty Senate. They're the ones that drafted the policy, the deans and department chairs, then made edits, sent that back to Faculty Senate for final approval, and also vetted by System Legal. And again, a copy of this was provided to the board prior to this meeting.
Any questions or comments?
Just a quick question. What was the previous timeline for evaluation?
So all faculty undergo an annual evaluation. And in the proposed policy, same thing. It's an annual evaluation. The timeline issue has been that in our OP, it really didn't specify the timeline. It was not very specific as to when the evaluations had to occur on an annual basis. So the proposed policy does a much better job, I think, of making that, outlining it, and also making it very transparent.
I'll make a motion.
You made the motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item 3, please.
The final one that I bring before the board is approval of a new policy, 0629, which deals with faculty non-reappointment and tenure revocation. Elements of this policy were previously contained in 0623. We felt that it was wise to remove that from 0623 and not confuse non-reappointment and tenure revocation with the tenure and promotion standards. So we removed that section from 0623, created a new policy, 0629. And again, there are a number of things that are are outlined for you. I would point out that this new policy is very similar to the framework that is contained in the current Texas Tech University policy. As a matter of fact, it's drafted almost along the same lines with a few modifications that fit Angelo State University.
Questions or comments on this?
No questions. I make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let's see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gallian, item number 4.
Thank you, Regent Walker. Item number 4 is the approval of appointments with tenure. You have a listing of 7 faculty members, and these are people who are being hired from other universities where they already hold a tenured appointment. And coming to Texas Tech University, they are actually from 2 colleges, the Colleges of Arts and Sciences and Whitaker College of Engineering. So these people have been vetted by the usual procedures that include departmental, college, and provost office review using OP 32.02, which is our promotion and tenure operating procedure. And with these appointments, we would have, as reflecting the numbers the President talked about this morning, 72% of our faculty would be tenured, tenure track.
Any questions or comments?
No questions. I make the motion.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Please continue.
Item number 5 is the approval of proposed PhD in music education. This PhD is in the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts. This is a new PhD program that really is focused on educating people who would serve in a capacity then to further educate music educators, particularly in the secondary schools. So these would be preparing people to be on the faculty that would then educate people to provide opportunities for music teaching in public schools in particular would be the focus of the program. You can see from the table that's provided, the program cost would be over 5 years about $665,000.
The funding for that would come from reallocation of faculty effort within the program, within the School of Music program, new formula funding, and some other small amounts of funding. The anticipated size of the program is approximately 10 students over, building up to 10 students over 5 years. There appears to be a very strong demand for this program in the state and nationwide. There's documentation provided in the background information that justifies that, I think, very clearly, with a lot of positions being available within the state and externally. So that's the proposal.
Good. Questions or comments?
I so move.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item number 6, Dr. Pauline.
Item number 6 is a request for approval of, also in the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts, an online Master of Arts in Dance Studies. This program is identified in title as an online program, although a portion of the program is taught face-to-face in the summers. This is a program that would particularly target current school teachers who want to further their education in the area of dance and obtain a master's degree. So if you look at the student numbers that are projected, there's 22 students in the program, but they're projected largely to be part-time students, probably people who are in the teaching profession. So the full-time numbers are about 11 students within the 5th year. Again, there's a very strong demand for this program. If you look across the state of Texas, with the opportunities that are available in community college education and also just for high school educators who want to expand their educational opportunities and, of course, receive additional salary benefits because they do so. So we think this will be a very successful program. There are no other online Masters of Arts programs in this area in the state of Texas.
My only question when I first read this was online and dance, and how do you explain that?
Actually, that's something that President Mitchell brought up, and he wanted to be enrolled in the program if there wasn't a dance requirement.
That was one of my concerns.
The 15 hours of face-to-face that would occur during the summer would be where the actual dance component would occur. So
okay.
The rest of it will be theory-based courses online. So.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
No questions, no comments.
I can see you in a tutu.
I was afraid somebody was going to say that.
Regent Francis, I'm not sure I would like to see that.
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Item number 7 is approval of an honorific naming of the organ in the Hemley Hall. The Holt Camp organ has been located on campus for some time, and this is a proposal that came from the School of Music faculty, really to honor one of their faculty members, their School of Music director, Professor Bill Ballinger, who is leaving Texas Tech University to take a position at Ohio State University in the fall. Professor Ballinger, some years ago, in 2010, I believe, as your notes indicate, led an initiative to restore the organ, which has been done along with the work that he did, as well as numerous donations to that program, particularly by the CH Foundation. And he agreed to run 1,000 miles between September and April, and I think did that. And in addition to that, he has been a strong leader for the School of Music, highly respected by the faculty, and in an effort to recognize his contributions to the School of Music and to Texas Tech University, the faculty brought forth the proposal to name the Holt Camp organ the Ballinger, the great Ballinger Holt Camp organ. And they would propose to change the current plaque, which identifies the original donor, to reflect the change in the name.
Questions or comments?
This sounds like something Brian May.
I just fixing to say I concur with Dr. Gallion. You know, we need to get these namings. You got to create.
Anything else?
Did you
Mr.
say
Archie?
that there was contact with the original donor?
Yes, this has been, as I understand it, it's been vetted by the legal folks and institutional advancement to ensure that it's consistent with the original gift for the organ.
No further questions?
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Item number 8, please.
Item number 8 is a request to have the board delegate to the board secretary the authority to modify the board policy statement on seals of the Texas Tech University system. This would allow the Texas Tech Costa Rica campus to use the seal in a monument. A mock-up of that is shown on the slide. This is an interesting request that I think the first time that our colleagues from Costa Rica were on campus, they were very impressed by the monument at the entrance to campus on Broadway. And they had this vision almost immediately of a similar monument on the Texas Tech Costa Rica campus. And so we're carrying that request forward. They will fund the monument. The request is merely to allow this monument essentially to be produced on campus. It's not going to be used beyond that in any kind of letterhead or use of the seal otherwise. And as I understand it, the cotton would remain. There wouldn't be any questions about that.
Okay, any comments or questions?
Similar material?
That's my understanding. They want to basically they want to replicate what we have on Broadway of course, the Costa Rica campus is right now a building in a business area, as for those of you that have been there, but there is kind of an entrance area to that where they want to prominently place this monument.
Is there sufficient legal work done to make sure that what you verbalized about this is the only use, this is the place it'll be, it won't be moved, it won't be replicated, it won't be on stationery? I mean, that needs to be about a 4-page thing, or 7 if you have Havaker write it, 7-page document that says here's what you can do and all the stuff that you cannot do.
Yes, sir. We will work with the board secretary to accomplish that and get it indicated that the use is limited.
If I may, there is a board-approved policy on seals, a policy statement that is tied to but not a part of the Regents rules. And with this approval, I can go in and put in place in that board policy statement the limitations that were talked about here today.
Very good.
I do think, though, it's an honor that they want to use our brand because they know that our brand is important, and I think it symbolizes a great partnership that we have coming forward.
Great. Any other?
Just one more thing to clarify. The intent is to make it exactly like what we're seeing here, essentially our seal with their name on it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, with just the words Costa Rica on the bottom as shown. Yes.
Okay. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Dr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you have heard me state before, as well as Dr. Lang, every health-related institution in the United States does 3 things. They all provide education for healthcare providers, they perform service for the communities where they have a presence, and they perform research to advance knowledge. And so if you look at the mission statements of any health-related institution in the United States, all of them will state that one way or another. And so quite often, you can look at these mission statements and quite literally take our name out and stick somebody else's in, and it looks the same. So what you try to do with your mission statement is emphasize those 3 areas, of course, but also then put your flavor on as to what you really are focused on. So if you look at the mission statement from the Health Sciences Center, the current mission statement that we're operating under was developed in 2004. Now, it used to be that the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board would require that every 3 or 4 years you looked at your mission statement and reviewed it and updated it. And they don't require that anymore, but SACS still has as one of their standards that you, quote unquote, periodically review your mission statement. So our SACS specialist at the Health Sciences Center, has brought this up actually the last couple of years during our strategic planning, and we took it on this last January 17, for our strategic planning process, and we had all the folks involved in strategic planning start working on this because it was time to update it. We've been working on this every month at our President's Executive Committee with revisions and input from everybody to come up with this. And if you'll look at the primary thing that's different on the revised mission statement is where it says our mission is to enrich the lives of others by educating students to become collaborative healthcare professionals. And one of the things that is distinctly different about us today relative to 2004 is that we're actually nationally recognized for our interprofessional education. We've actually won a few national competitions on taking teams to compete with other schools on how professionals should work together, nurses, physicians, pharmacists, allied health professionals, and so it's something that has become part of the fabric of who we are. Our mission from its inception in 1969 with our legislative mandate has always been with a focus on the educational aspect of what we do. When I'm explaining the Health Sciences Center to other folks, if you look at different health relateds around the nation, if you look at UT Southwestern, they have the same tripartite mission, and Brian, that means three things. But their focus is primarily on research. If you go to Mayo, they have the same tripartite mission, but their focus is on service. If you come to us, our focus has always historically been on the educational part of that. And so that's something that we not only embrace, but we try to make sure that we're doing that as well or better than any of our peers. And so we have an advantage because we are large, because we have multiple schools, of doing this interprofessional education in a way that nobody else can. And so with that, if you look at the delta, the big difference between these two mission statements is really to incorporate that in to the feel of the mission statement. So with that then, we're asking that you would approve a new mission statement for us. And we'll continue to look at this according to SACS every couple of years with our strategic planning.
Any questions or comments?
No questions, make a motion to approve.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
All right, thank you.
Regent Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Audit Committee is now called to order. As everyone knows, hopefully Kim is out of town today. Her daughter qualified for the state tennis tournament, so she's at College Station, hopefully rooting her daughter on to a gold medal. Today we have Justin Noble with us. He'll come up and give a report shortly, but first I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 23rd, 2017.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Nobles, please present item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have it on good authority that Ms. Turner is wearing her red and black in enemy territory as we speak. Good afternoon. I'd like to quickly discuss some important work our office has just recently concluded at Texas Tech University regarding export controls. This item is the first tab in your board report. The term export controls refers to a set of federal regulations that controls access, transfer, release to sensitive equipment, software, technology, and commodities for reasons of national security, foreign policy, or U.S. economic interest. Foreign controls regulate the delivery or transfer of these controlled items or services to individuals outside the United States and limits the access to people inside the United States, such as foreign nationals. These regulations require extensive security measures, not only for employees, but for others who are involved in the work. For example, if Texas Tech does work for a federal contractor, the work itself could be classified. This takes the security to a different level in terms of obtaining federal security clearances for both people involved with the research and people who are not, both faculty who are ours and who are not. We must limit the access to non-citizens. These regulations are far-reaching, and they originate from the U.S. Department of State, the U.S. Department of Commerce, and the U.S. Department of Treasury. In universities, these regulations are most often associated with the research enterprise and often with Department of Defense contracts, where new technologies, goods, and informations are constantly being developed. We conducted an audit in 2014 at Texas Tech and determined that the comprehensive export control program had not been in place. Given that TTU was already conducting this research in these areas, it meant that the university was several years behind in implementation of the program. A comprehensive export control program is complicated, involving multiple offices, including the research services, the provost office, IT, procurement services, international affairs, and operations. Further adding to the complexity at Texas Tech is that these areas report up through 3 different vice presidents, including the provost, the CFO, and the vice president for research. Efforts began in 2016 with the hiring of a full-time director within the Office of the Vice President for Research to manage and coordinate the program. During the past year, the director, who is an attorney, has achieved several certifications related to export control. She's developed the skeleton of a robust program and is working diligently to outline it with the various departments. Her office will continue to communicate with and provide training to the research faculty as well as the community at large on the limitations by this regulation. In addition, the vice presidents and Dr. Skuvanek have had high-level discussions regarding the governance of the program, the resources that it needs, and to ensure communication crisscrosses across the university. Although there's work left to do, TTU is working diligently to support the implementation of an effective program. As always, we will follow up to make sure that this program is implemented. I'll be happy to answer any questions about export controls or other reports in the book.
Any questions or comments? Thank you, Justin, for that report. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
Thank you. Regent Esparza. Facilities.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members, the Facilities Committee is called to order. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February the 23rd, 2017.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Mr. Molina, if you'll please begin with item number 1.
Yes, sir. We're going to bring up a PowerPoint in just a moment. Mr. Chairman, item 1 is at Angelo State University. Before I go on, the first 5 items in the entire agenda relate to what's referred to as the MP1. That's each institution's, and in one case, the system's outlook on new capital improvements that might happen or may happen over the next 5 years. You've seen those reports every year in May. They report from the system to the THECB in June. That's why it's in May. So I'm going to run through each one of these one at a time, but if you have any questions about any of the project specifics, we can dive into those as you would like to. So the first item is to approve, on item 1, is to approve the 5-year capital projects plan and authorize submission of the MP1 report. Keynote, this slide is highlighted. You don't see this in your book, but those are the highlight, or yes, actually you do in the PowerPoint, but it doesn't show that way on the actual report matrix. The yellow highlighted items are newly added items from the previous year, just to give you a feel for the analysis that each institution has put into their master planning on their campuses. So for example, ASU has 5 new items compared to last year, a total of $89.14 million. And the recommendation is to approve that plan and then allow us to report to the THECB. There's really 4 key categories in this item that is reported to the THECB. One is what type of project it is: renovation, major renovation, new construction, the square footage, the cost, as well as the funding source that is projected for the project.
Michael,
yes, sir.
you walk us through, how does a project get placed on here?
So we, several months ago, every year prior to May, we do with a system outreaches to the institution. Of course, they know that's coming, and they've been working on, in some cases with the system, in some cases on smaller projects, typically below $2 million within their own institution. Under the president's approval, they submit projects to his office, meaning each division of the institution. It is reviewed by each president's staff, whoever that may be. It varies at each institution. They prioritize those, go through some discussion and approval. At that point, there's a draft version of the list, and we meet as a system to review that list, primarily for less about is that the right project, more about is it in alignment with the strategic plan, what is the cost projection that they've placed in there. We've kind of worked with them out of an FP&C office on those items, primarily to deal with any escalation costs or anything like that. And then it hits a final draft, and then it's approved by the president for this meeting today. Yes, sir.
Michael, can you actually further that too? And this may be, Chris, I know Chris has some experience here. Once that happens and we get this on the list and it's proposed, where does the state come in, the Higher Education Board come in terms of the approval process?
In terms of rule of process?
Yes, is there
Yes,
one?
sir. There's not really an approval from the THECB on the MP1. We're just required to submit the plan. Yes, sir.
Going through the motions. Have to do it.
So is there any approval other than our level required?
You are the body that has jurisdiction, excuse me. You're the something.
That was changed by the legislature 4 years ago.
They defined.
Up until that point, the coordinating board had to ultimate approval.
But one thing to remember, that all these projects, they're on the list, but they have to come back before construction.
Right.
Anything happens, anything like this would come back, and we would lay out a clear definition of what each use of each building and where the money comes from, and those things can change from year to year.
And I think we've talked about that in previous years at this time of the year. This is approving the project list, not the individual projects.
That's correct, and actually, it's not necessarily in this priority. This is what the institution sees as the priority ranking, but there might be an instance where number 6 comes across a funding source from a philanthropic basis, rolls up to number 1 because where they have the funding to move forward. Of course, it's presented to the board with all the right partnering, amounts, contracts, et cetera, per board policy.
Is there some measure by which they judge the amount that they're talking about over the 5-year period?
Yes, sir. So on the matrix in your book, there's a square footage projection, and that's purely a projection based on historical index and what the functions are in the building, but it's not a full program. That really comes later when we come back to the board for full approval. We've done the programmatic analysis, or we've come back for a planning budget in order to execute the programming process. So that drives the cost. So we nail down the square footage based on a concept of what the building's function is, and then we apply THECB costing standards to it. Some historical index by region. Angelo is a little bit different than Amarillo. Just depends on that region. We modify the numbers until we all feel comfortable with that. Staying within THECB standards, a very clear cost per foot basis that we have to abide by. So we don't go too far below quality or too over the top as well. So we stay within that bandwidth.
Well, my question was really more went to, is there some standard by which if you have so many students, you need so many square feet of classrooms, and you're requesting way more square feet of classrooms than you got students for, so you'd be having to project a growth rate that's unrealistic. Is somebody doing those kind of calculations? Office space, you only got so many professors and teachers and staff people, and is that measured against, or you're wanting so many square feet of office space and that's too much, or you're wanting your office square feet per person is out of kilter with what the norm is? I mean, who does those kind of?
So yes, sir, each institution does manage a space allocation committee, if you will. Dr. Skuvenek spoke a little bit about it in his presentation about expanding or not expanding, or renovating or not renovating. So all of that is done at an institutional level with system input, and the THECB does certainly measure not only space utilization on each campus, but how it's being utilized, and this is augmenting the future outlook for growth in terms of what the need is. So there is a check and balance there.
In Regent Hammonds, when we're going through that, you are following guidelines from the coordinating board because of what you just said. You can't just go out and say, hey, we want a new auditorium, let's build one, or we want new classrooms, because they're going to come back to you and say, wait, with this number of students, we would expect your need to be this amount of space. With this amount of research that you're doing, we expect you would probably need this. And as long as you're kind of in that ballpark as you're trying to grow, they're okay with it. But once you start getting on the edge of that, you're going to be getting notified that this doesn't, whatever you're describing is not making sense to us with what we know about your institution.
And does that jive with the 4-year deal you just talked about?
It's part of it. They don't have the authority any longer to say you can't do it, but he still has to report out to them efficiency standards, and that's what you're talking about. You've got so many students, you're going to use this use, and there's a calculation you run through to say, it's usually for a new building, are we meeting your performance standards? Unfortunately, they don't have it depends on whose perspective you have. They don't have the authority any longer to stop the process. They just have, they could notify them they don't like it. You can choose to do it each once with us.
And on that note, Regent Huckabee, we've rarely received, I can't recall if we've ever received that kind of notification, but in our protocol, if that came in, the first step would be the chancellor and the president and their staff of each university would sit down at a table and review that and make sure that we are truly needing that growth request, and then trying to work with the THECB. The university, or the Texas Tech University system, is very respected with the THECB in terms of processes and reporting.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? If not, I'll ask for a motion to approve the item.
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, Mr. Molina, please continue with item number 2.
Mr. Chairman, item 2 is at Texas Tech University. It's the same MP1 report approving the 5-year capital projects plan and authorizes the submission of this report to the THECB. Texas Tech has 35 items. I'm going to slowly click through these just so you could see what the new ones are. The ones that are not highlighted, once again, you saw last year. Item 4, 7, and 8, which is primarily in the engineering side and lab sciences side. There's 4 on this sheet. There's a current architecture project going on. It's below the $2 million threshold that FP&C manages. The project is going well. Administration, life safety, East Wing, Rip Griffin baseball clubhouse renovation, basketball practice facility. I'm not skipping the other ones on purpose. Those are the ones you have seen in the previous years. And then 17 is a student-athlete dining hall. I'm sorry, I thought that was the last sheet. Then there's 4 more here. Marshall Sharp Center expansion, that's actually athletics. The National Ranching Heritage Center, Ranch Life Learning Center, the McLeod Tennis Complex improvements, and the architecture renovation. That's in a very early conceptual stage at this point. And that's a total of 35 projects for $599.518 million. Was there any questions on the ones I just kind of flew through there?
So Weeks Hall, $25 million to abate it. How much to just tear it down?
Yes, sir. So we've done the analysis there. There's kind of 2 thoughts. There's certainly historical precedence there with that facility at the gateway of the campus. So not just kind of putting that aside, metrics alone, $24+ million to, it's not just abate, it's to completely strip down and gut to concrete structure and rebuild into a non-sciences solution, so it's not labs, et cetera. There's still some programming that has to happen in that project. If we tore the whole building down, we would exceed $33 million, mainly due to the infrastructure, utilities, et cetera, to make that project happen. And rebuild a new building, not just tear it down.
Oh, and rebuild a new
Yes, sir.
building.
That's correct.
So how much would
The building.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
The challenge with tearing the building down and rebuilding something new with real high density, there's no parking over there. It'd be very difficult to try to replace that with the appropriate parking standards we have on campus.
The parking behind the building, who uses it now?
That's used by the institution. I'm not sure exactly who parks there, but it's an institutional parking pass area. Regent Walker, I cut you off, apologize.
Well, no, my concern is with such an old building, are you going to be able to, bring it into this century even?
Maybe obsolete.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Floor height and all those things.
Yeah, we have a committee. We actually have met, including Texas Tech and the system and some other folks. And really, Alec, what's the best use for that facility? Clearly, sciences, we let that go for the reasons you just mentioned. Deck-to-deck heights are too short. Installing lab, fume hoods, et cetera, is very difficult. But the building does align itself really well with just general purpose office space, and there's a big need for that on the Texas Tech campus that we could get into on, it's primarily student services and ROTCs and those kind of things, trying to consolidate because they're scattered all over the campus at this point in time. So from a building structural perspective, this thing is rock solid. There is nothing wrong with this facility. From a mechanical, electrical, plumbing perspective, yes, it certainly needs some code improvement and replacement, and that's part of that $24 million project.
Mr. Molina, we've talked in the past about the historical designation of this building or the historic significance of the building. Is there any restriction to us? Is it all us that has the authority over this building? There's nothing that we have that would impede us to make decisions on this building at this point outside of cost?
Yeah, there's a pretty arduous process to turn that around. It's not saying it can't be done. It's Texas Tech, and I guess the system previous to my life felt like it was an important facility to have on that list. Any building over 50 years old kind of automatically is on that list, and this project was submitted to make sure it does receive historic preservation designation. So to go reverse on that is a bit of a challenge.
So it has received that designation, is that what you just said? Or
Yes, and I have to confirm if that's at a state level or a national level. I don't have that with me right now.
I mean, that site was a prime discussion for the business school site at one time.
It was,
And it was gonna be a tear down.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
That designation, because this is the first I've heard of it, that must have taken place fairly recently.
Well, it would have been because it's more than 50 years old. It's on that. Let me verify something. Teresa, which is the designation? Past the 50-year mark. Yeah.
Okay, so it's in our designation.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was national or Texas. I apologize.
In every building in the state falls under that? 50 years.
By default, it is on the list.
So does that put it under the authority or auspices of the Historic Commission? So does that mean that anything we do with this building would have to be in conjunction with or in working with the Historical Commission on this?
That's correct. There's a process we would have to go through. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Malia, how do you move the project from this list to funded? In other words,
To a funded
looking at
list?
your schedule in the book, out of the 599 million on the list, 589 million is not funded.
Yeah, this is definitely a 5-year outlook.
Right,
So,
I know, I understand that, but I'm just.
In this case, Texas Tech University would allocate, whether it's HEAF, philanthropic, or operational funds to the priority that they have set forth in the list.
Okay.
Obviously, the CFOs are highly involved in working out the strategies with that.
Right.
It's more like a 10-year list or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I've been here 14 years. Weeks Hall was on the list 14 years ago.
What was the cost 14 years ago?
It wasn't 25 million.
3 million or something, wasn't it?
It was like 3 million, yeah, it's grown.
Any other questions, Mr. Molina? Or Mr. Molina, did you finish? I'm sorry.
No, just the recommendation on the floor is to be able to proceed with the process.
Any other further questions? Is there a motion to approve the item?
Make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
But we can review each one of those items individually.
Yes, sir. With no opposition, Mr. Molina, please continue with item number 3.
Item 3 is Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center to approve the 5-year capital project plan and authorize submission of the MP1 report. Same concept here. There's 2 new items on this sheet. The Amarillo Pediatric Specialty Clinic, which is a partnership with a Children's Miracle Network. We have just finished the partnering, or we're in the partnering process for that project. The Lubbock VA Clinic real property acquisition, which you're familiar and aware that that's the land portion of the larger item number 7 below it between the 2 institutions. There's a total of 21 items on this list, $280 million. So the same concept here is just to be able to have approval to submit this report to the THECB. Or if there's any questions about these projects, we just kind of flew through there.
What is the Jenna Welch expansion? I know who Jenna Welch is, but what is it?
The one in Midland. Dr. Mitchell?
What is that, nursing, or what is that?
Well, we use it for medicine and it was primarily for our School of Medicine. It's our primary facility in Midland.
Okay.
Any further questions? We have a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Molina, please continue with item number 4, please.
Item 4 is Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center El Paso, the same thing, to submit and approve and submit the 5-year capital projects plan. This list is a little bit different, and I think Dr. Lang did a great job indicating earlier there's much master planning yet to be done here in the future, and I think they've done a great job identifying what those key items are as best they know for now. So there's 2 items that are new to the list, the Miles Building renovation and the Valverde Block 2 vacant land acquisition. And then a total of 9 items for $321.5 million. Dr. Lang, did you want to comment on any of these specifically?
No, sir. Our 2 major building needs are the clinical science building, as I mentioned, because we've hit capacity, and then the dental school building as well. And the other is to acquire the land in the area, again, in preparation for our 50-year master plan.
So the recommendation on the floor is to approve this item for reporting to the THECB.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No sign. Mr. Molina, please continue with item number 5, please.
Item 5 is for the Texas Tech University system as a whole, approve the 5-year capital projects plan and authorize submission of the MP1 report. There is nothing on that list now that this project is complete. And to my knowledge, I've not heard from the Chancellor that we're building any more new buildings for the system. So this is just a courtesy to the THECB that there is no outlook for the next 5 years to build a new facility for the system.
Any questions? A
So
motion to
moved.
approve the item. Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. May, if you'll please present item number 6.
Okay, this is a naming of the Norris Baseball Clubhouse. We would like to change the name to the Norris Baseball Complex. If you look at the slide above, you can see that it is separated from the field. There's a road that goes around the field. And Mr. Norris paid for the white building, and he's also already given us the money to pay for the red building addition. What that would do is give them a lot more training space, more batting machines, cages, as well as a Champions Lounge. So there's a little sign out in front of it that you see there, a blue sign, that'd be called the Norris Baseball Complex. And if you'll look at the next slide, if you saw what that diamond used to look like, this is what it looks like now. You can see we changed the whole maroon color to all blue, put on new seating, new turf, all new. And this was also paid by Mr. Norris. But these naming rights were retained through the bankruptcy proceedings for the Colts Field. And so if you look in the background to the left, you can see his complex in the back. Also, we're going to, that clubhouse, now we'll call it the Norris Complex, is going to be bricked, both facilities, and he's just an outstanding supporter and continues to be so. And our baseball team is doing quite well. We've been to the World Series each of the last 2 years, and we just won our first regional playoff game today. But worked real closely with the Chancellor and with the institutional advancement, and this is not an exception to institutional advancement rules.
What was his total gift on the clubhouse? $1 million?
If you were to add them all together, you had $1 million. He spent about $1.7 million on the baseball field as well. And
It would go, I think it goes without saying, without his philanthropy, this opportunity for this baseball stadium wouldn't have occurred. He's been a real supporter of the program.
I think a number of us had a chance to go see that field at the end of its, it was almost complete, I guess, a year ago, and it's very nice.
Beautiful.
I make the motion, we accept.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Milling, did you have something else to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Calvert and Dr. Weeks, you please present item number 7.
Ms. Calvert. Dr. Weeks, can you start it off? Thank you. Okay.
So I'm Brandon Weeks from the College of Engineering, and what we're proposing is to name the Valero Experiential Learning Laboratory. And this will be a unit ops lab for the Chemical Engineering Department. And currently, the lab has not been renovated since the 1970s, and we've degraded the instrumentation to lab scale. Tiny instruments is the best I can describe it. The dean's push is to get back into hands-on experience with the students, hence the name experiential. And this is a $1 million donation to rebuild a new laboratory using larger pilot scale pieces of equipment.
It's my pleasure to share with you a little bit about the history of the donor. Valero Services, I might add, has been very, very excited about this opportunity. We are talking to them on a weekly basis, whether it's in the College of Engineering or IA Central, including today. So we're anticipating a nice celebration this summer. So a little history about Valero. Valero Services is a subsidiary of Valero Engineering Corporation. They've generously pledged $1 million to this project. They're committed to making sure our students are well prepared when they enter the workforce, because recently the Wall Street Journal recognized the Whitaker College of Engineering as one of the top 25 schools for producing the best trained and educated engineer graduates in the country. So congratulations to Dean Sacco and his faculty. For more than 20 years, Valero has invested in the success of Texas Tech University system, both at Texas Tech University and at Texas Tech University Health Science Center. Today, we recognize their gift, the largest to date from the company. We are recommending that we honor the company and name the lab Valero Exponential Learning Laboratory for a period of 20 years. I would like to acknowledge Dean Sacco and Michaela, our general counsel, for their foresight in putting a limit on the labs in the College of Engineering on naming. These labs must be renovated frequently, and this will allow the flexibility for the College of Engineering to continue to renovate labs consistently and honor the donor within it. So Valero is very excited about this opportunity, so thank you for your consideration.
Any questions? Congratulations, that's very nice. They may have a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Molina, if you'll please present item number 8.
Yes, sir. At Texas Tech University, this item is to approve an amendment to a ground lease, to the ground lease, construction, and operating agreement with the Texas Tech Alumni Association. In brief, the Alumni Association has a plan to expand. They've approached the system and Texas Tech University with those plans, and we're going to run through those real quick, talk about the details there at the end. To orient you, it's the Fraser Alumni Pavilion. I think everybody knows what that is, just to the west of the new Sports Performance Center currently under construction. The project scope is to amend that lease to provide an additional 37,563 square feet of land, not building, construct a 26,373 gross square foot addition to the north and east sides of the existing facility. The bullet items there are the primary things that are going to be functional inside the building. There'll be some side improvements as well, utility infrastructure, as well as landscape enhancements. As a side note, public art is not part of this project, the 1%. This is all on their projected $5 million estimate. Although they have an idea and a concept for a marquee out front, down low, representing the face of the new Texas Tech ring on a grand scale. In brief, the yellow box is the existing lease agreement. The boundaries of that lease agreement, a little over 12,000 or a little less than 13,000 square feet. And the red box is what we're talking about, amending the lease to cover the red box, the red area. So the yellow box goes away, converts into the red box, which is the north, south, east, and west sides in some form or fashion to the existing lease agreement. So we're expanding it. The plan, basically, the gray box is the current condition of the facility or the current floor plan. And the colored areas are, as the legend indicates, on the left. There's primarily its existing expanded meeting area. We'll look at a rendering here in a second. Very almost double the size of the kitchen with many amenities in there for a full operating kitchen, not just a prep kitchen. Restroom circulation, and then interesting, I think it's a pretty creative idea, rooftop gathering space. So the second floor shows the 2 stairwells and elevator core in the blue, and then the gold color is the rooftop gathering space. So when you step back from the commuter parking lot, this is what you would walk up and see. One key thing on the center core cupola and down, all the stonework and detailing. We're actually going to surgically, if you will, remove all the unique stonework that was on the original Fraser and reinstall it on the entry point. Mr. Chris Sneed and the whole team there is committed to really try to make sure and we embody the spirit and history of the campus in that area. And then all the new design will be in line with that district of the campus. That's the south side. The only thing here to note is the small bump out in the center there, the 3 arches that are a little bit darker facing to your right. That is a new entry portal lobby to knock the wind down and create an airlock into the facility, into the large space. As you look in the existing space, there will be an upgrade to that space, but more importantly, on the new space, it'll be more low ceiling banquet style design. With a little more flexibility, and they can close the 2 spaces off from one and the other, so there can be 2 concurrent functions happening at the same time. They are in line with all of our new campus energy standards, so there's no issue there, and they're committed to this to be a high-performing facility. Just a keynote where the words Fraser are in the building, like right here, that's a location for a sign holding. We're not really approving that in this item. It's a place for signage to go using the Fraser name for this concept rendering. On the top deck, there is a pergola. This is not an exact design of the pergola. It's going to have more head depth or depth up on the top. There will not be plant growth. Somebody asked a question about that on that. It'll just be a clean, nice, crisp, clean pergola structure. At this time, it is projected to be in wood, and we're studying other options with them now. So really the key points of the overall deal, some things that Tech benefits or is able to use the facility for. Currently, the athletics department uses it as their athletic dining hall for all 450 student athletes. The expansion, including the kitchen and prep space, provides opportunities and enhancements for the quality space and experience of this to benefit all students. Expansion provides a larger, enhanced experience on home football game days. If you've been in there during a football game, it's extremely crowded today, so that's going to help mitigate any of the crowd there, or at least spread it out. Increased event space allows for multiple events to be held at concurrent times. It does create a new pedestrian path along the west and south side, and not across the back dock area along the street. And we are going to have, or they will provide a screening for the dumpster and loading area. The expanded area, or the red box, that they're committed to use TTU's grounds maintenance for all of the care and maintenance of the area, so that there's a consistent look through the entire campus according to campus standards. So the request today is to authorize a negotiation execution of the agreement as I just briefed. There are some name changes in that as well. Between the Texas Tech University and the Texas Tech Alumni Association, TTAA, which is now referred to, grant the Texas Tech Alumni Association a ground lease for the additional acreage and that tract, and of course the expansion of the building and the site enhancements. Note the association's name change and various other updates such as insurance requirements, university standards of construction, parking, etc. And at the end, assess an equitable increase to the annual lease payment currently at $500 per year to $5,000 per year. Mr. Chairman, that's the recommendation on the table. We do have representatives from the Alumni Association here. Mr. David Lowe, if you had any questions about that as well.
Can I ask you to put up the slide of the additional land that's being utilized?
Yes, sir.
Does that land have any other value?
Yeah, currently it's all plaza-scape, and in our master plan, there's no plan to build anything inside that red box, so it's all landscape area and/or dock and loading areas. The right side of the screen that you're looking at does face the green space, which there are some plans for that space, but this would be this would help if any future building there just makes sense in terms of its, I'm sorry, your left side of the screen, not the right side of the screen. It would help just build out, if Texas Tech chooses to put a facility there, it would work out nicely.
Is there, what's the rationale behind raising their lease price?
Well, the thought was $500 a year. I think that doesn't happen anymore in the way we do deals. So in working with the institution and the CFO of the system and the CFO of Texas Tech, we thought we would approach the Alumni Association for an increased payment, given the ground. Now, they're not, given the larger land area, they didn't even blink at that, and the number 5,000 was negotiated between the two.
I'm sorry?
They just charge athletics more so it could be a pass-through.
Well, it is a question of what happens to the 450 athletes in the interim during the construction phase of that.
Yeah, so the building does not go totally offline. There'll be an opportunity to use that. There'll be a period of time when it does not on the interior renovation portion. There are, as you might have seen on the MP1, I pointed out there is an idea for a new athletes dining hall. That is not this facility. That would be a new facility. And right now, the site that's most preferred is the one right next door I was just referring to on the left side of that red line.
Michael?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned following university standards. Do you require that they obtain a payment and performance bond?
Yes, their project, that's a great point. We don't manage the project within FP&C. We are going to assist them with their management, provide a no-fee service to do that, just to ensure all of that is within policy and standards, just like it would be on the campus. So depending on what trade and what skill and the amount, yes, sir, we would have payments and performance bonds.
You don't anticipate a general contract?
I think their approach right now is a CMAR. We kind of support that. Is that what you were asking?
Well, would our CMR provide a payment and performance bond to blanket the contract?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And I might not have mentioned, the whole project expected budget on their budget goal is $5 million for the whole expansion.
Any further questions? There's none. I'll entertain a motion to approve the item.
Make the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. And for our next item, for the record, please have the record show that Regent Lancaster is recusing himself from the consideration of item 9. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Molina. Mr. Molina, please continue with item 9.
Yes, sir. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center authorized acceptance of a gift in kind from Hendrick Medical Center. Many of you know we've just completed last year the facility specifically focused on public health, and all of the land and facility designated in this item is in the red dashed and shaded kind of red tone. 1.71 acres on the bottom of the page, and right across Cedar Street, a little under an acre. All of that property is part of this gift, so it's land and facility. This rendering really kind of conveys that pretty well versus photographs, so we decided to use this. It's the left side of the building on the left side, past the cupola tower and the round entry. That is all the new facility that we recently had the ribbon cutting on. The key points for this deal was Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center will accept the deed and title to the land and building with no debt. It's a 43,803 gross square foot two-story structure, including the items bulleted here. The project also incorporates site work, utility infrastructure, parking, landscape enhancements, and public art. Before I pass the mic to Dr. Mitchell, I just wanted to say this was an interesting project because we typically don't run projects this way, but the team that Hendrick put together and their architectural and engineering group from Abilene, along with our office, really danced well on this. Lots of things we had to figure out. But it worked out really well, and as of last week, all items are checked off, punch list complete, and the project is fully completed 100%. A couple minor tweaks to a glass wall area, but that's nothing major at this point in time. So good process. Project is being, they're occupied now and operating. Dr. Mitchell, any comments?
I'll just say historically, when I first started, one of the strategies that we put in place was to maximize our presence on campuses where we already had a presence rather than trying to continue to go to new places. And part of that strategy has really come to fruition in Abilene, because at the time we had the School of Pharmacy and nothing else there. And those of you that have been to the campus know that at the time it was just a single, very nice, but just a single building there. And I think it was 2012, we started on the School of Nursing building next door to it, and we finished that at the end of 2014, right about the time, well, actually just before we had the groundbreaking for this building. And this is the first building we have there where we've also added in university-related services as well. The campus now has students from nursing, from pharmacy, from the Graduate School of Biomedical Sciences, and actually a few students from School of Health Professions as well. So 4 of our 5 schools are represented on this campus. And so for the first time, we put in place areas that would be like university-related things for student services and other things. And so for us, if you look at the place now, it's a campus. It's not a building sitting in the middle of nowhere. It's a real campus that's abutted to the Hendrick property. And the procedure that we've used for this is to get the land gifted to us, and then the improvements on the land from the donor, which is what they came in. Mr. Huffaker, if you want to make a comment on the title?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the revised item that was handed out to you has a change, which is on the 3rd and 4th line. And if you'll notice that we have added as language that the gift in kind would be authorized subject to receipt of title insurance, a title opinion, or evidence of clear title satisfactory to the Office of General Counsel. This project is a bit different, as Dr. Mitchell has said, in that we're being given, pursuant to the development agreement, we didn't get the land at that point. We got a development agreement that said we will get the land, and on that land will be a building. So that's how we're taking the property. And with respect to that, the Health Science Center has an OP that says that if they are to receive real estate in kind, they are to obtain either a title opinion or a title policy. Given the fact that this property's now got a building sitting on it, that makes that a much more difficult title insurance policy or title opinion, not because of title issues, but because of the value of the property. So we have been in consultation with Hendrick's counsel, and we are currently very involved in looking at the manner in which these properties were acquired. They were primarily residential properties. They were acquired over a period of, if memory serves, 2006 to 2011. At the level of our current examination, our thought is that there's not a great risk with respect to this title. We'll continue to look at that. If we can give an opinion that there is satisfactory evidence of title, we will do so. If we're not able to do that, then the Health Science Center will bear the cost of a title insurance policy. So that's the purpose of the addition to this item as you just received it.
Have you seen a title report?
Have not, you mean like a title run or a certificate of title?
Yeah, title report.
Well, we've seen a certificate of title saying that current fee and so forth is in Hendrick. We have not seen a title run. That's one of the things we'll be looking for, as well as any prior title insurance policies that Hendrick acquired when they got the property.
Very good.
Mr. Mitchell, I don't want to comment on any of that part of it because that would be inappropriate, but I do want to just acknowledge the people that gave money to this. The reason it goes through our foundation, but the Dodge Jones family of foundations, they've given over $33 million to these the three schools, the School of Pharmacy, School of Nursing, and School of Public Health. And then the Diane Owens Foundation has given over $9 million. So these would not have happened without those foundations. So all of those funds ran through our foundation, which is why it's being listed like that. But because they've given so much to those, I thought it'd be appropriate to at least mention those foundations, because it wouldn't have happened without them.
Sure, and in fact, we've used we call it the Abilene model when we've gone to other communities, because what we wind up doing, calculating the costs on the front end, all of these buildings have been coming up through this funding, through funding mechanisms like this, and not from state funds during a time when the economy was actually not doing well, because what they would do is we would calculate out what our operational overhead costs would be pending the time we could get formula funding for the students. And by doing so, Abilene has had a tremendous amount of growth there during times when our other campuses, quite frankly, were not having much growth. And it's been because of those foundations.
Absolutely.
Any further questions?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Mr. Molina, if you'll please continue with item number 10.
Yes, sir. Item 10 is Texas Tech University. For clarification, this is a report only, not an approval. There's a current lease agreement with the Texas Tech Federal Credit Union, this right across the street, across Knoxville at an angle here. And they are planning on expanding their facility. Part of their current lease agreement, they're not getting outside their lease limits, but part of the process in their current lease is that all architectural design and planning and future growth is reviewed by the System Office of FP&C. So we thought we'd share with you a little bit of their vision. The location is right just south and east of the building we're standing in today, outside the window behind me. Most of you have seen that location. This is its current condition. Its future growth is going to expand the white box running north-south, as well as the little red tile roof piece that creates a little cross on the top end of the proposed two-story building. It's a 15,200 square foot box. The existing building's 5,950 with a gross of 21,150 on the square footage. There is a new access on the left of the screen, the proposed entry, formal entry, and this is conceptual in nature. It might not be a roundabout, but it'll be something similar and special. Coming on to Knoxville, that axis goes directly into that, what now is a dirt lot and a contractor parking area, but if it ever grows in the future, that would be a primary entry into that land as well. So we have some master planning principles behind that. On the Tech Parkway, there is a new proposed entry, a modified entry just up right out where the Tech Parkway, the word parkway is, just to the right of that is a primary bus stop on the campus, which is convenient. So when you, the scope and the simple scope of the project is a 15,200 gross square foot two-story addition to the west end of the existing facility, listing the items there under the smaller bullets. The site and utility infrastructure, parking, and landscape enhancements are part of the project. They know it needs to be a beautiful quality solution on the exterior, just like the interior. This is the axis, the new addition on the first floor, 9,950 gross square feet. The second floor is about 5,250 in their phase one. There is an open mezzanine down to below from the second to the first floor. The shell space to the left, actually at this point in their plan, is maybe not even a building. It might just be just pure shell space, unfinished, or just open, unfinished facility. And then in the future, they can come back and fill that in based on their growth demand. So when you stand back and look at the facility, this is very clearly a concept rendering. We are working on some architectural detailing on the second floor and maybe working the beauty of that lower colonnade up into the top. They're open to that, but this is the kind of style and feel that they're looking for their brand. That's the end of that report. There are some representatives here from the credit union or myself. We can answer any questions you might have. Mr. Lewis.
Who owns, the credit union is a mutual society? So who owns the land? Does the credit union actually contract? Is it under the university?
Yes, sir. Texas Tech owns the land. There's a lease agreement. Have my notes. A ground lease, but it's got the numbers here. Interesting.
It's kind of like the Alumni building?
Yeah, it's a $50,000 payable, $1,000 a year for 50 years.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know the structure.
So, Michael, same question. Do we require them to do payment performance bonds?
This one's a little unique. We're just now kicking off the discussions here, so they've done these concept renderings. We're working through it. On the mic, I'm not sure I'm going to say we certainly want them to. It's in their P&L and their book, so we'll just need to sit down and work that out. If it's the desire of the board for me to pursue that.
I just wonder how we, maybe this is a Huffaker question, but how do we protect ourselves if someone's building on our land and not providing payment performance bonds?
In the event of a default,
Yes, sir.
it's not finished.
I mean, we would do that. I mean, certainly we do it on every building we do, and
I would expect they do, but the nuances of how they do it, we haven't talked about that yet.
Okay. I would ask that we look at that, because that could,
Yes, sir.
obviously, it's not very expensive, but it's certainly something that protects them and protects us as well.
Duly noted, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Did they pay some kind of marketing fee or something to use the Texas Tech name? Wondered that.
I'll have to pass that on to somebody else on that.
Surely. Private business.
That goes back a little ways.
Yes, sir. I do know the credit union folks did tell me the design, the logo up there is a rebranded logo for the credit union. They did work with Learfield on that. Now, the nuances of how and who that process owns that process, cannot answer that.
I'm not clear based on discussion of who owns a credit union.
The members, if you go make a deposit at a credit
so it's
union,
the
you're a
depositors
shareholder in
own
the
it.
credit union. So,
Was your question answered about?
not really. I mean, do we allow them to use our logo and the name Texas Tech for free, or it's fundamentally a commercial business.
Mr. Chairman, I do not know an answer to that. We can find that out.
Okay,
We've
if we
worked
could.
through the right folks to figure that out.
And is Learfield now negotiating the naming rights that would normally come through the Board of Regents?
Yeah, I think my understanding from the credit union was they had to get an approved logo change for the credit union because it has the double T. And whatever the nuances of the Learfield relationship, they have some say in or discussion in that.
I just checked with Ron Phillips, who is an attorney, but he's also has been chair, I believe, of the board for the credit union.
Oh, okay.
And he tells me that there is a licensing agreement with Learfield, and we can certainly get the details of that. That's the basis.
That was the end of that report, sir.
Any other questions on the report before we move forward? Mr. Milano, please.
Michael, I would just like to say congratulations on making this room slightly colder than the place we were before. You did great. The former chairman's quite happy with you, so.
I haven't seen
great job.
anybody sweating up there at this time.
The rest of us are dying, but he is one happy man. So.
We're good.
Excellent. Also, thank you to the members of the credit union for being here as well. Mr. Molina, please continue with item number 11.
Just for clarity, we do have a deck to run through all of the capital improvement projects, or at least that are under construction or near the end of design, ready to construct. I'm open to go through those at the request of the board or not.
I would like for you to.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I'll brief and you guys ask questions as needed. The first one on the list, there's no necessary order. We're going to start with Texas Tech. This is the ESB 2 building. This is the Experimental Sciences Building 2, just west of ESB 1, the existing box. Gentlemen, this is the very similar rendering that you approved. There's some minor tweaks to the exterior. They're actually improvements in terms of enhanced Spanish Renaissance design. The lower right picture, there's not a lot of real fancy stuff there going up in the sky, but down below there's over 110 30-plus foot piers that are 3 to 6 feet in diameter, shoring up the tunnel that runs just to the south edge. We'll be digging the hole, if not already today, it'll be soon coming. We're on schedule for a June 2019 completion. The project still holds at a $77 million as originally planned budget, and we show the breakdown there. Now, you'll notice those numbers change every time we come back to the board and report. There's two purposes of this sheet for all of our projects. One, so you know enough of the detail on the 6 or 7 line items of how the budget's broken down: construction, professional, FF&E, admin, contingency, and then the Regent rules: public art, or landscape enhancements, and FP&C 2.4% fee. But we always modify those numbers to current day, and that's about a 10-day-old data. So it's not as of today, it's about a week and a half ago. So, for instance, construction started at 52.5. We're currently at 60.2. No effect to the budget above the overall budget, but all the numbers shift, meaning we're utilizing contingency as we're working with owners making decisions, or users, excuse me, as we're making decisions to increase some lab space or buy new technology that maybe is above our baseline estimating. Our partnership is a new partner, Trainer HL on the design side, Flintco Construction, which is also a new partner. This is their second project. They're also doing the Sports Performance Center. The percentage, as a reminder, to the right of under the team and status is percent complete on a billing basis. So Trainer's 40% through billing. Flintco is 2.6% into construction. And the CM agent, this is above the $10 million Board of Regent requirement, meaning we augment our management services and project control of Texas out of San Antonio is at 20%. All the finalists here were selected, or all of the partners here were selected through the typical RFQ or RFP process. And the public art is still in play in terms of finding that partner. Any questions about this project?
Michael?
Yes, sir.
So construction cost has gone up $8 million almost since February. What's the story behind that?
Yeah, what we were doing, if you'll look down at the contingency, almost $5.5 million, we knew there was before we programmed the facility, that was established at the beginning, before we programmed and worked with all the sciences, animal management, as well as all the research equipment, we just had a hefty contingency, not knowing if that was going to slide more into FF&E or construction, and based on the qualitative needs by the facility and the lab areas, it really fell primarily into construction.
Okay. I noticed both your architectural engineering fees and your admin fees both went down, and construction went up $8 million. Are those not tied together?
They are tied together. On the professional side, 8.8. That went down basically due to some negotiating, less reimbursable expenses, negotiating in favor of us. Less reimbursable expenses, printing, travel, et cetera. And we've locked those numbers down now that we're past the programming phase, which, as you know, is the primary travel time in terms of meetings, trying to figure things out.
Okay. And once you guys get approval for the $77 million, you're free to move your numbers, and you do, I'm assuming, move your numbers down below that however you need to move it.
Through a very regulated amendment process, and that amendment process requires us to develop those documents. We amend every contract that's being amended up or down. It's cycled through General Counsel, our CFO, and ultimately the Chancellor for sign-off, and then it goes, and there's been some other nuances in that review, and then we lock that down and move forward. So yes, we have the authority as long as we don't exceed the $77 million. But we have a 3-step check and balance internally below the Chancellor's team, within the Chancellor's team. Yes, sir. The next project is the industrial engineering building renovation. This would be the former petroleum engineering building. I won't go into great detail. It's just a real in-depth renovation. There's been a few phases. So phase 1 is complete. You'll notice the project on the original at the top is $5 million, then look at current 9.8. That's all board-approved steps in terms of Dean Sacco's growth plan for continuing the project as new needs came online. You guys are aware of that because you approved us and allowed us to do that, and that's why that number shift is there. So it's not just a budget bust. It was board-approved, tracked budgeting up there. And then just some pictures of where we are in construction. The Sports Performance Center, we are on track for a last minute of August completion for September 1. We have committed to Coach Kingsbury and Kirby that around August 10th, if we had inclement weather, if they started practice and they could not practice, they could get in on the football side. So the whole box will be complete by the end of the month. It's called substantial completion, maybe some punch list items after that, but they will be able to use the football side, not the track side, prior to that date if they needed to. Yes, sir.
Okay. I went by this morning. I was a little surprised, to be honest with you. So you are completely comfortable with your end of August completion date?
Completely comfortable is probably not the right word. I'm pretty anxious about it, but when you look at our 3-week look ahead on a 3-month outlook, we're going to make it. We just have to really turn a lot of wheels and turn a lot of tools to make that happen.
So the original date was July, and so what's taken place between now to
Good
add
question.
a couple?
Yes,
What's the 2 months?
Two primary issues. The first, when we first demolished the football bubble, there was a big hole there, and twice that hole was filled, looked like a duck pond was the joke. I think that was Andrew's joke. So for us to pump that water out, restabilize, was a bit of a challenge. We did make up some of that time. That was almost a 30-day loss. We made up about 3 weeks of that, down a week. The next process was wind. When we were flying steel, anytime wind gets above 15 to 20 miles per hour, OSHA, good regulatory safety, we lock down the site, don't fly steel. That was a key critical path. Nothing happens for all the other little pieces. None of that happens until the steel is hitting a certain percent completion in those areas. Those were the two drivers of time lost. Yes, sir.
Okay. 200,000 left in contingency.
We feel good about it. Yeah, the budget is not, I'm not concerned about the budget. It's really an issue that is the biggest challenge. I mean, the schedule is the biggest challenge.
You're looking at a critical path, and you're comfortable with what they're looking at?
Yes, sir. When all the little lines connect really nice on a piece of paper, as long as weather treats us right, there should not be a problem. Yes, sir.
Michael, y'all had a small fire that made a lot of smoke since we last met, I believe, but that wasn't necessarily a setback for us, was it?
It was not a scheduling setback on the critical path. We had to replace about 20 sheets of metal deck. Some cases right under the hot spot melted, but we peeled those off within 5 days. The new ones were down, tack welded, and then final welded in. None of the superstructure was damaged. A little bit of smoke stains, but those are all gone as well. Probably the biggest issue was smoke was taken into Kirby's office, in his area's office, and you didn't see it, but you certainly smelt it. We had on our nickel, on the contractor's nickel, covered all the reclamation costs to clean that up, so there were no long-term issues.
Do they have any kind of an accelerated schedule to try to make up where they are at this point?
We're on that schedule. That is our critical path is the accelerated schedule.
Is that like a 2-crew or 2-shift or?
Oh, yeah. We're extended days, work all day Saturdays, partial Sundays on an as-needed basis, and our days are not 8-hour days. They're really just depending on the sequence of work that day. It might be a 12-hour day. It might be a 10-hour day.
Flintco's not asking us to shoulder that burden?
Not at all, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We're within their GMP still.
Brief question. Does the crunch to comply with the schedule and the double shift create additional cost? What does that do?
I missed the first part of the question, sir.
Does the crunch to complete by August 28th with double shifts, et cetera, does that increase the cost?
It's a great point. So this project, and matter of fact, all of our projects are what's called a GMP contract, so we establish a hard number. Anything above that number is at the expense of the contractor. The schedule increase that time made up is not an extra cost to us unless we drive that cost. Lots of changes, we add a wing onto it last minute or something like that. So we're within our GMP. Yes, sir. Next project is pretty exciting. And by the way, so this is ready for the fall. Will be ready for the fall this year, the SPC. There's another one on the Tech campus, a very busy place here. The new Honors Residence Hall, if you haven't been by there, all that scaffolding is pretty much gone. It's pretty beautiful, especially as you look from the HSC side. Still on track for a $29.9 million project. The lower right corner is the interior courtyard, which becomes a very nice park space. Will house the public art. The interior is on schedule. There's not any issue or any concern with ready heads in beds by the fall of 2017. So everything going well here. Hats off to the Res Life people at Tech. They're really good to work with. The museum life safety upgrade and air management replacement. Not a lot of aesthetic quality on this project, but certainly a lot of underground, behind-the-scenes piping, mechanical pumps, and infrastructure. That project is on track for 7.6 budget, $7.65 million budget, and we complete in December of 2017. The TTU campus as well, Taukenee College of Visual and Performing Arts Theater and Dance Complex. This is the east elevation. It's a little bit unclear. You never really see this picture because the psychology building blocks all the little windows in the middle right of the screen past the archway, the primary entry, which is about a 30-foot high archway, which is the primary entry into the Majan complex, or the Theater and Dance Complex addition. So this project's on track for December 2018. We'll ramp the site up this summer, and we'll be on track with that. So moving very, very well. Dr. Zoller's team's been good to work with, as well as all the IA team on managing the nuances of how we're going to name things, and it's going to look quite nice. So the site is not staged yet. Yes, sir.
What construction method?
This is basically a design profession. It's not a design build, so it's a DP and a CMAR.
Okay. When do we hire? Have we selected a CMR?
Yes, sir. Tyner Commercial. There was a full RFP process with their proposal, so it's Tyner Construction locally.
When did we do that?
When did we do that? I don't know the exact date. Oh yeah, I do. Sorry. It's on that matrix that I mailed out, or I'm not sure if you had it. Go down my list. Well, I'm sorry, sir. It's Tyner. I don't have the exact date on when that contract was signed, but I can get that to you.
Okay. Would you please do that?
Yes, sir, will.
Thank you.
The next project is at the Health Science Center in Lubbock, Lubbock Education, Research and Technology, and West Expansion. This is the primary building coming off the 4th Street entry. We are at a partial GMP, finishing that up in the next 2 weeks. 173,935 gross square feet. We're mobilizing the site in terms of just fencing and contractor staging across the Tech Parkway, west of the Tech Parkway. You can drive by and see that the fencing going up today. So a little bit more work to do. We're about halfway through, or we're well into CDs, but not full CDs. It's a phased. We've bid out 4 to 5 phases of the substructure, infrastructure, and underground. And now we're working on the finishes and interior scapes for bid packages. Any questions on this one?
What's your GMP date?
The GMP date, the date was established.
When are you taking bids, sub-bids?
It's phased, so I can break out each phase by date for you. I have that, but I just don't have it here on the deck.
Are you comfortable with your budget?
Yes, sir, yeah. Basically the budget's there, we just haven't processed the GMP amendment to the contract.
Okay. And then I noticed PW's architecture engineering fees went up about $1 million on this one. Kind of same question as before in the other direction. Why is that?
Part of that has to do with the lab-intensive work that requires a full anatomy lab down in the basement, which is a little larger than what we expected. Maybe 50 beds. We're now, I think, 77 beds, so there was some increase there down in the lower deck. We studied multiple options in terms of the west expansion for not only structural but underground basement. We just did a lot more preliminary analysis in a real deep dive way to get good cost modeling. We also brought on Vermillions to help us with the cost modeling, which was an add under the Perkins & Will contract. So there were some additive costs there just to confirm our number and make sure we're in check. And I can provide whatever detail if you'd like for that.
What you left out?
No, I did not. What did I leave out?
What did you leave out that I asked you for? The only thing I asked you for.
Well, obviously, I forgot that.
Bat
Maybe
pole.
You can, the bat. Oh. Yes, that does.
Music. It plays when you go down it.
Yeah, that was.
Couldn't seem to fit that in that budget.
It's not part of my critical report, but
part of
mine. He was good. Why not? What's the problem?
Actually, we deleted that. Sorry. It didn't meet safety standards. TTU HSC Amarillo Panhandle Clinical Simulation Center. This project is going great. We're on schedule to finish in August here in a couple months, ready for the fall semester. I think there's some pretty nice events that'll happen, I believe, in June sometime up there that IA is working on. So project looks about like that about a week and a half ago. So 20,593 gross square feet. Great partner up there. They're doing a great job. Decker Parish Sabatini and Western Builders, they're out of Amarillo. So project moving well. Permian Basin Academic Facility. The lower right screen doesn't look like a lot, but that's 4 foot of fill compacted to 99.2%. It's rock solid. We've already started excavating for the foundation up in the upper right. You just don't see it in this picture, and there's probably 6 or 8, and this is all spread footings, no piers, which is kind of nice, so we're moving along quite quickly here. Dr. Mitchell, the city did approve the rezoning of the property just south of that you own now for rezoning for parking, and the Dotsey Street goes to council here in the next month for final approval to abandon Dotsey Street and move forward with acquiring that under the Texas Tech HSC brand.
When will this be completed?
This one is July 2018, so a little over a year away. The TTU HSC El Paso MSB2, great event recently. This, I think Dr. Lang really already reviewed all the metrics and space utilization for the building, but basically we're on track with an $84.4 million project. 219.9 thousand gross square feet. What's really deceiving about this picture, it looks like we're building a building on a really pretty simple site. Probably one of the most complex projects next to the Lubbock TEDS project over here I just mentioned in terms of land conversion into a clean site. So there's a huge team of people that made that happen, and it's been great. So it's clean and ready to roll. We're proctoring sites now and making sure things are moving forward. Any question? Yes, sir.
So obviously, same comment, construction cost has gone up tremendously on this one. Your administrative fee seems shockingly low. Why is that? Because it's a percentage, right?
Yes, well, yes, and that's a project. The administrative fee is not the,
it's not your
it's
fee?
not the FP&C fee. That's under
okay.
Regent rules. We roll that up with art and landscape.
Thank you. That's.
I'm sorry, was your recommendation, Mr. Huckabee, that be the FP&C fee?
I thought it was, and I thought maybe you were feeding him well or something. I didn't know what the deal was. So it's interesting, construction went up, but every number went down. So
I will say,
the architect gave you back $1 million, and the fee went up $5 million.
It's pretty fascinating. First of all, we're working with 2 different Perkins and Will groups. One for the Lubbock project, one for this. This El Paso design.
Work with the one who gave you $1 million back.
I'll give you his name and number. They're doing a good job. By the way, Ray Beats is retiring. He's their lead science guy. He just this week. So anyway, yeah, just a good team, and the process is a very disciplined approach to decision making on Dr. Lang's side of the game. So it's worked out.
And
really
where
well.
are the ones that are in El Paso?
What's that?
Where are they? Where's that group?
They're the Houston group.
Interesting.
At ASU, the LeGrand Football Stadium press box, this picture does not look like a lot has happened. A lot has happened. We had to dig out a side of a hill and rebuild back up, and I believe it's already going vertical in terms of all of the structural elements as we speak. So we were texting back here on some issues just now earlier in the meeting. So project, the keynote here, there were some changes that we came back to the board last time. Just note that for the football, the original plan was to have it completed by football season. The revised plan is we'll have restrooms and concessions ready, but not the full utilization of the entire box. And it'll be just as soon as possible after that by November 15th. The Hunter Strain Engineering Lab, the next time you go to ASU, this is a really, really very cool building from an interior scape, terrazzo flooring, as well as the exterior is very unique from an architectural perspective. It's not a big project, 9,000 gross square feet. Just hats off to Dr. May's team and Angie and he and Cody Gwynn's down there doing a great job, and it's tracking exactly on that May 15th date, so it looks great.
The terrazzo is the art.
Yes, it was. Yeah, and I don't really have a great picture of it. You can see a little in the lower right. It's still getting cleaned up as we speak, but it's quite beautiful. Also at ASU, Archer College of Health and Human Services, this is the TRB project, going very well, still on schedule for a December 2017 delivery date, 56.6 thousand gross square feet. PBK, Western Builders, Hill International, the whole team's doing well. there's some real excitement at ASU with the several projects that are going on today. Just broke ground on Centennial Village, lower right screen. That is where we're actually a little bit past that. This is the expansion to Centennial Village. This is that phase 2 piece that was just approved recently. $14.5 million project, 45,000, a little over 45,000 gross square feet. We'll be ready for the fall of 2018 for heads and beds. System office building, won't say anything other than we're standing in it. I hope you enjoy it. We appreciate the process. It's a little chilly, but that's at the request of the dais. So that's everything. I won't go through all the public art. We have a lot of things going on public art as well. Any other questions?
Somewhere in the far-flung corners of the Texas Tech operation, there's bound to be a building where the contractor has left the job, the bonding company is broke, and we're just in deep, deep trouble. Can you tell me where that is?
The answer is no. No.
Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my report.
Ron, there's never been a bonding company in the history of mankind that's ever lost money, so none go broke. None.
Mr.
Any
Chairman,
further
that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That exhausts the agenda for the Facilities Committee and exhausts the Facilities Committee report.
Thank you. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551071, 551073, and 551074 of the Texas Government Code.
Where is
Very much meant it.
I think all you have to do is say there's no action item.
Thank you.
Yeah,
The board will now reconvene and open to session. Regent Lancaster, please present the motions regarding items discussed in executive session.
Mr. Chairman, there is no action of any kind to be taken today on any of the items posted for and discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Regent Lancaster. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, May 19th at 8:30. Thank you all.